Good evening. If you could all please take your seats, and before we officially begin tonight's meeting, I would like to take a moment to speak directly to our residents, my fellow board members, and everyone joining us in person and online. No. There has been a great deal of concern and confusion circulating on social media regarding upcoming discussion and the vote on restructuring several of our village commissions. And I want to address this calmly, clearly, and respectfully. How's that? Better? All right, here we go. Ready to go. All right. First and foremost, let's start off. I said there has been a great deal of concern and confusion on what's been happening on social media. First and foremost, nothing has been finalized. The items on tonight's agenda are first readings only. That means no action can be taken until a second reading and vote occur. Any decisions will be made by a majority vote of the full board, not by me alone. That's how our local government works, through checks, balances, and transparency. Every trustee, every resident has had the same amount of time to review these proposals. That's why tonight's meeting includes discussion. Trustees will have the opportunity to ask questions, voice concerns, and propose changes. This is not being rushed through. It's being done publicly with process. The reason behind the restructuring is simple. We're trying to improve how our commissions function, to increase focus, streamline responsibilities, and align each group with the future needs of our village. This isn't about erasing the past. It's about preparing for the future. Let me also be very clear. No laws have been broken. As village president, I have the authority to nominate commission members with board approval. And that's exactly what is happening. The names were posted publicly on the agenda in advance so that the public could see them and weigh in. That is transparency, not secrecy. And to be clear, this is not a new, unprecedented process. This is how things have been done previously by village presidents before me. I am following the same legal and procedural standards that have long guided our local government. I understand that change can feel uncomfortable, especially for those who have volunteered their time on behalf of Villa Park. If the board does approve restructuring, there will be respectful and direct outreach to all impacted members. But that step can only happen after a final board vote. What concerns me the most, however, is not the conversation. It's the misinformation. Trustee Cordova's public statements, particularly comparing this legal appropriate commission restructuring to Andrew Jackson's spoils systems, are not only historically misleading, but deeply inflammatory, especially coming from a sitting board member. These posts from normal procedure governance as political corruption without providing factual grounding or acknowledging how the process actually works under Illinois law and village code. I'm speaking not only as your village president, but also as a husband and a father. The tone and direction of these posts make me genuinely concerned for the safety of my family, my fellow board members, and the village staff. And I don't say that lightly. We live in a time when reckless online rhetoric carries real consequences. Just last week in Minnesota, a tragic act of violence took the lives of Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark Hortman, and left Senator John Huffman and his wife, Yvette, seriously injured. That incident was reportedly driven by misinformation and public anger fueled by social media. Let me be very clear. Disagreement is welcome in a democracy. But misleading people with half-truths, inflammatory comparisons, and social media distortion is dangerous, not just politically, but personally. My job is not to cater to outrage. My job is to lead with facts, fairness, and integrity, and to ensure that Villa Park remains a place where civic discourse is grounded in respect, not fear. I remain committed to leading with facts, fairness, and integrity. I will not engage in smear campaigns. I will not be intimidated, and I will not allow fear or misinformation to define how we up here as a board govern. This is a moment of transition, not division. Let's rise above this. Let's focus on the work and move forward together. Thank you all for listening. I appreciate everyone who did show up tonight to participate in this process with thoughtfulness and civility. With that said, I will now officially call this meeting to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Excuse me. Trustee Carrie Alfano.
Here.
Trustee Jorge Cordova. Here. Trustee Tina Constantos.
Here.
Trustee Jack Kozar.
Here.
Trustee Deepa Kumar.
Here.
And Trustee Khalid Sabri.
Here.
I have not said Cousin Patrick that.
I'm here. Okay, if everybody would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Do we have any amendments to the agenda? Trustee Alfano.
Yes, I have an amendment, but I also have a point of clarification for council. I'd like to start with that first. There was no agenda item, correct? Did I miss any agenda item on any draft to eliminate any first readings as a code for code ordinances for any current or future? Did I miss that where we're blanketly going to eliminate first readings? Because I have had a lot of people reach out to me asking if we are, and I really would like clarification on that agenda item. I didn't see an agenda item for that anywhere.
No, there is not an agenda item. Okay. There is not an agenda item that says anything about that there will be a waiver of first reading. It is always an option per your ordinances that you can waive first reading and go to second reading. That informational item was included in the packet, but there is not a separate agenda item.
And that's always been read into record every time we have an ordinance, correct?
I don't know if it was always read into the record, but it's always existed in your ordinances.
Okay, I just wanted clarification because I've had lots of that specifically. So that is off of the table, regardless of what Facebook posts you may have read. That hasn't come to fruition. Also, I would like to make a motion to put our presentations before public comment.
Do I have a second for that motion? Trustee Constatos, second the motion. Roll call vote.
Trustee
Oh, sorry, hold on. Before that, discussion?
I want to add, I want to talk about amendments to the agenda. So after the vote.
All right, roll call vote,
Roll
please.
call. Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constantos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri. Yes.
Okay, moving forward, we will now move presentations next. Trustee Kumar.
I want to ask the lawyer if we want to make amendments to the agenda for particular items. Is it pertinent to do it now or clarify to do it when we get to those particular items?
You would do it at that time when that's what's being discussed. Anyone can make an amendment before a vote.
Okay, and what if you want to move an agenda item upwards?
This would be the time to do
Okay,
that.
so I would like to move an agenda item which is for discussion only. I would like to move an agenda item which is for discussion only up, which is the discussion on policy regarding roles, responsibility, and expectations of the village commissions, because I do not think we can vote on or even discuss village commissions unless we discuss policies first.
What number is that?
Is that 15B?
15B?
Trustee Kumar?
15B.
15B, and where would you like to move that to?
I would like to move it before 9, I guess, C.
So you're making a motion to amend the agenda to move item 15B between items 9, after 9C,
Yeah, before 9C,
before 9C.
yes.
Do I have a second for the motion?
I'll second.
We have a second by trustee Cordova. Is there any discussion? Trustee Alfano?
Yes, may I ask trustee Kumar a question?
Yes.
So trustee Kumar, I think I understand why you would like to bring that discussion item forward beforehand. Can you explain a little bit more about the roles and responsibilities as they exist now and what that would pertain to if those are changed and why we would discuss that before?
I have certain things included in an organizational chart packet that I sent to everybody. Unfortunately, I just got that to you recently because I finished it at 6:30 on the dot and printed it. It is basically the new commission procedures and policies, a discussion of those policies, because those policies are by which we will appoint or even decide what we do with regards to the commissions.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Trustee Constados?
I have a question. So is that one of these packets that we received here? Because we got so
The
much
big
handed
one.
out, I'm a little confused. So the big one.
This one? Trustee Kumar, is it this?
It's this one, yeah. And it says on there, this document herein is compiled by trustee Deepastriya Kumar and not a document of the board at large or the Village of Villa Park, but compiled to foster proper discussion at the Village Villa Park Board meeting on June 23rd, 25. And I'm referring to new commission procedures and policies.
Please.
Which is,
Is this for the, I'm confused.
Trustee Constados, you still have?
I'm a little confused. So is this for commissions or is this for commissions in the handbook for the board? Or both together?
no, it is for the new commissions and the policies we want to set forth if we want to have new commissions.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Trustee Alfano?
Thank you. So I need a couple of more clarifications. So we just got this, and so trustee Kumar, you're saying that you put this together today and gave it to us today. We haven't had time to review this yet. Council, have you seen any of this?
No, I have not seen this yet. That was too
Okay.
loud, sorry.
All right, thank you.
Just for clarification, trustee Kumar, and I know that this might be a separate topic, but I did create a policy memo that was inside of the packet that was sent to the rest of the board It was a two-page memo that would outline more or less a policy-driven. So you can reference that as well.
Yes, I actually put this document together using all of those policy documents that were attached. You will see everything in red is suggestions I have for change. Everything in black comes directly from the policy documents that were provided, and some suggestions for change in order to be more inclusive to our current board are in this policy document, in this whole document. I have included all the old commissions, changes to the commissions. I also got a document today that is similar to this with like a chart. There is also a chart, the whole organizational chart that I have provided for how things were organized, how things will be hopefully organized, a discussion of where we're going, only to simplify, because going back and forth between 12 to 50 documents is not easy. So I spent a lot of times over this weekend going over this, putting this together. Unfortunately, there was a lot to do. We got the final document, the final completed version of our actual packet. Yes, we got the kind of the kind of the draft version, but the final packet came out at 7 p.m. with the names and other things only at 7 p.m., close to 7 p.m. on Friday. And so there is a lot to address in this particular item that I would like to bring forth to discussion.
Trustee Alfano?
Thank you. I'm not opposed to having discussion on this. I don't know that I need to have the discussion on something that I have been given just before the meeting, because I am somebody who likes to be prepared. I commend you for putting it together. I know that that takes a lot of time, but I also do like to have time to review it. And I think if this is new business, I think it stays in new business and we look at it together. I think that if we wanted to have this, we got a draft agenda, just so the public is clear. We get our draft agenda for this week. We got it on Monday. So we've had a lot of time. The only thing we didn't get were names. So we had a lot of time to, if we wanted to create an organizational chart, have that time to be able to do so and get it to us. So I love that you put this together. I'm not opposed to looking at it. I don't know that we need to move that before our discussion that we are prepared for today, though.
Trustee Kumar?
I am not prepared to make that discussion unless I know what the policy is and to put people into to the positions they are. This is about the policy to enroll members into our commissions. There has to be a procedure. The procedure I saw was not acceptable to me. I've put together this to clarify the procedure that I believe is better. There's very little change to the policies that were put forth. I would like to discuss those things. I've just put this together to make it easier for you guys to see where those changes are. But you can go back to any of the referenced material that is available exactly in your packet, and we could have that discussion at that point as well, because this is coming straight from much of the material in the packet. I haven't really switched much in this aspect, except some suggestions and adding commissions that I think will be helpful for our village in the future. Now, that's just suggestions, and it's about discussion. You can discuss it with me, you can refuse it, that is your choice, Trustee Alfano.
Trustee Alfano?
This is for council. Is this something that the public should see? I imagine that we have a lot of discussion. We've had some discussion online about transparency. We have some discussion about what transparency means. I would say that if we're going to discuss this, then not only should I have some time to look at this beforehand, but I would say that we should have other people have time to look at it too.
So on your agenda, you have under 15B, as you know, discussion of policy regarding roles, responsibilities, and expectations for village commissions. Included in the packet was the two-page proposal for that. I take what Trustee Kumar has done here as an expansion of that. It's what's already on the agenda. The information itself wasn't included as part of the packet. That doesn't prevent you from considering it today. There's no requirement that the residents see it before you take action, or or before you discuss it, it is properly on the agenda, I would say, to look at this one if you wanted.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, we do have a lot of discussion to take place tonight. I mean, this is a lot to unpack tonight, right? And Trustee Kumar, it is a lengthy packet. I don't mind reading through it, if not be. But again, as we established earlier, there is no need to waive a second reading for any of these commissions. And that way we could also move forward even to the next meeting, which is July 14th, with discussion on this as well. So we'll have plenty of time to be able to look at it then. Trustee Kumar,
I'm not planning on waiving a first reading.
could you speak into the mic?
Yeah, I'm not planning on waiving a first reading, but I do want discussion. I see a lot of our members are out here, our residents are out here with concerns, and they are concerned about hearing those discussions. And I think I'm not going to waive anything, but I'm not going to push it off to the next time. I think this is what they're here to hear about, and so we should have that discussion.
Trustee Constados.
I don't think that it comes down to whether or not we were going to have discussion, because we're having discussion regardless. It's already on the agenda. I think, though, that having a further discussion with this amount of information, I myself as well would like to be a little more prepared and have more time to look through this, have time for residents to ask me questions maybe about it. But regardless, just so the residents know, there was going to be discussion on the topic regardless. So,
As it stands, that's just a packet I have given to you, Trustee Constantos. I will bring up the relevant discussion at every discussion point from the packet, so we can have that discussion. I am just being favorable in giving that to you so that when you go back, you can read it, you can look at it, you can decide how you want to approach it, but I will be bringing up all these items within this meeting.
Clerk Lauken, let's take a roll call on the amendment to the agenda. We have, did we already do
up the
a motion
agenda.
did we already do a motion to? For Nick?
Made a motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to amend the agenda for bringing item 15B to in front of 9C. Clerk Lauken.
Trustee Alfano.
No.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constatos.
No.
Trustee Kozar.
No.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
No.
Okay, that motion does not carry. Did we do the motion already for the presentations? We did, okay. Okay.
One more minute.
Trustee Cordova.
I'd like to make a motion to move the ordinance for second reading to before number 9, just so we can get that done. Second reading before the first reading.
What number you pertain to?
10A.
So you want to
Yeah.
make a motion to bring 10A to what?
To before 9.
To before 9?
Yeah. Just trying to be efficient with getting things moving here.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to bring item 10A to before item 9 on the agenda. Is there a
Yeah, and he's here.
is there a second?
Oh. I'll second.
Constados?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
This is for the 7-Eleven.
Trustee-
Just to make it efficient for him, he's here, and it's a second reading.
Clerk Lauken, roll call, please.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constatos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Is there any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll move forward to item 7, the presentations. First comes the swearing in of firefighter Tom Sandino.
And you're going to come back? Thank you, President Patrick. A little change up. I'm going to have one of my deputies drive tonight. So I'm going to test him out, see how he does. I think he'll
got
do
it,
just
Chief.
fine. So let me introduce Deputy Chief Brandon Mitsuka.
Good evening, President Patrick, Manager Rivas, Board of Trustees, residents, families, and guests. This evening we are here to celebrate the swearing in of firefighter Thomas Sandino. Franklin Delano Roosevelt once said, "Be sincere, be brief, and be seated." This evening I plan to do exactly that. I know you have a lot to do tonight. In the past 12 months, Tom has devoted numerous hours to training and has effectively overcome every obstacle in his path, proving that he deserves the title of firefighter paramedic. Tom has earned several fire certifications, including advanced technician firefighter, company fire officer, and fire apparatus engineer, just to name a few. Outside the firehouse, Tom is a dedicated husband to his wife Megan and proud father to his two children, Calvin and Olivia, who are here with us today, along with his Aunt Janice. Tom's strong work ethic and dependability, along with his ability to grow a very impressive mustache, are why we are proud to welcome him as a firefighter paramedic with the Villa Park Fire Department. Firefighter Sandino, the badge that will soon be bestowed upon your chest, is more than just decorative hardware on your uniform. It symbolizes courage and dedication to your profession. Every time you wear this badge, do so with honor and integrity, representing yourself, the Villa Park Fire Department, and your fellow firefighters with the highest regard. In 2012, Tom was a member of the, in 2015, Tom was a member of the Watseka Fire Department, where he really began his career there. We're very happy to have him, and I won't drag this out any longer, so Megan, will you please do the honors?
What do you want? Side, okay.
There you go. You're looking good. You're looking good. Again, Sandino, right? Sandino.
Sanded.
Gotta get it right. Raise your right hand. I, Tom Sandino,
I, Tom Sandino,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and the Constitution of the State of Illinois,
and I will faithfully discharge
and I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office of firefighter paramedic
faithfully discharge the duties of firefighter paramedic
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Village Board, let's go take a picture, yeah?
Great job.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
All right, moving along, we are going to move to 7B, the recognition of Eagle Scout Nicholas Denault. Mr. Denault, would you do me a favor and front and center at the podium, please? So, in recognition of the achievement and service of Eagle Scout Nicholas Denault, the Village of Villa Park recognizes Eagle Scout Nicholas Denault, who is a Villa Park resident and Eagle Scout with Troop 202 of Lombard, Illinois. He is a boatswain and one of the founding members of Ship 1926 Oswego, Illinois, within the Three Fires Council, Scouting America, and a member of Adventure Crew 19 out of Rainbow Council, Scouting America. Nicholas will be honored at a special ceremony for achieving the Eagle Scout Award, which is Scouting America's highest honor. To become an Eagle Scout, Nicholas earned 46 merit badges, 2 gold palms, 2 bronze palms, and an Order of the Arrow and Pillars of Faith. He served Troop 202 in a variety of leadership roles. He also completed many community service projects. One specifically was to design and build wooden boxes to collect flags to be retired. He has generously cut lawns and shoveled snow for his community without payment. Nicholas is a freshman at College of DuPage and is studying to be a private pilot. His plan is to transfer to Southern Illinois to continue his education and become a commercial pilot. In recognition, signed this day, 23rd day of June, 2025 in Villa Park. This is recognizing Nicholas Denault and his Eagle Scout achievement. And it is quite the achievement being lifted to the ranks of Eagle Scout. Nicholas, you have a few words.
Yes, I do. Good evening. I am honored to be recognized by the village president, Mr. Kevin Patrick, the village clerk, and the board of trustees that are here tonight. I started my journey in scouting when I signed up at the Villa Park Library back in August of 2012. I was joined by about 20 new Tiger Scouts that year. And from that original group of Tiger Scouts from PAC 122, only 3 of us achieved the rank of Eagle Scout. I recall PAC 122 and myself were here for a board meeting on January 26, 2015. The village president at that time signed the proclamation recognizing Sunday, February 8th of 2015 as Scout Sunday. I would like to take a moment to thank all of my family, friends, teachers, neighbors, and the many Scout leaders who have helped with my many service projects and or supported the different fundraising events held by Cub Scout PAC 122 and Boy Scout Troop 202. The funds raised went to good use for many expenditures that we could not have afforded without your support. One of the many ways donations were utilized was adding and upgrading to the camping equipment that the troop had. The additional camping gear made it possible to include more members and to grow the group. I would also like to show my appreciation and gratitude for the following local businesses: the Villa Park Ace Hardware, the Villa Park Jewel, the Walmart Supercenter, the Villa Park Library, the Villa Park Walgreens, and Mike's Meat Market for allowing Scouts to fundraise in front of the stores and for their personal donations. Achieving the rank of Eagle means a great deal to me, and I truly appreciate you all celebrating this moment with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause. Nick, let's take a picture.
We're getting good at it. To you.
All right, moving along to item 7C, Director Kyle Schnittner of Villa Park Chamber of Commerce for a presentation. Welcome.
I'm here tonight to speak to you guys for the benefit of a community organization, the Villa Park Chamber of Commerce. I spoke with the trustee, I'm going to say about a month ago, and when kind of talking about what I wanted to come here and do tonight, they expressed that I would be given an opportunity to give a commercial for the Villa Park Chamber of Commerce. And although it might not be the most opportune night for me to stand here for a few minutes and deliver a commercial on behalf of the Villa Park Chamber of Commerce, I have your captive attention. So I've prepared some words on the Villa Park Chamber of Commerce. I'm going to do that. So a bit about myself first. My name is Kyle Schnettler. I've been a Villa Park resident and homeowner for 14 years on Terry Lane. I've been running a small retail shop selling home brewing and home winemaking supplies since 2008. 2019, we made the decision to buy a commercial building in Villa Park with the collaboration of Standard Meadery, and were able to move our business from Elmhurst to Villa Park. I've been involved with the Villa Park Chamber for a bit over 3 years now. My first as a volunteer assisting my wife Laura in her brief tenure as executive director, then about a year as a board member, and now most recently, this last year, as the executive director. You might see me around town with my 2 daughters attending concerts in the park, dining at Michael Anthony's or Los Burritos Mexicanos No. 2, jogging on the Prairie Path. And as small business owner in town, we believe that shopping Villa Park first and supporting local business whenever possible. A little bit about the history of the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce was incorporated on April 12, 1948, due to the efforts of several small local business officials. The founding members were local business people who felt strongly that promoting the advantages of Villa Park business could offer the community. They stated their mission, which we still use today, as the Villa Park Chamber of Commerce is organized for the purpose of advancing the commercial, industrial, and civic interests of Villa Park and the vicinity. The Villa Park Chamber of Commerce moved into the Chicago-Elgin Aurora Railway Station at Ardmore on January 1st, 1985. The train station was built in 1910 using boulders from the construction of that railway. The former station, located at 10 West Park Boulevard, was placed on the Register of Historic Places November 21st, 1980, and is recognized in 2004 by the Villa Park Historical Preservation Committee as having significant historical value to the village of Villa Park, the state of Illinois, and the nation at whole. I'd like to return to the mission statement briefly and linger on the vicinity portion. Although we believe the Chamber should always do its best to first support member businesses and then support all other Villa Park business, we also believe that forging networking bonds with neighboring chambers such as Elmhurst and Lombard is of value. Any business in the area of Villa Park is a potential supporter and collaborator to our community. A little bit about our membership benefits. Credibility. When consumers know that a small business is a member of their local Chamber of Commerce, they're more likely to think favorably about it. They're more likely to purchase goods and services from a company in the future. We all have a business in town that we support regularly, and Chamber participation is an important credential for those who are community-minded and independent business supporters. Increased visibility of your business in the community can be increased through participation with the Chamber through social media, e-newsletter mentions, and Chamber website listings. Members of the Chamber are listed on our website, and premium members have their branding displayed both on the website and in e-newsletters. Visibility for your business can also be achieved through event sponsorship opportunities. New Chamber members at all levels can schedule a ribbon cutting with the Chamber for a grand opening, and existing Chamber members can cut a ribbon for special occasions such as a move, a significant anniversary, or other noteworthy events. They can also assist with ongoing public relations efforts. Networking opportunities exist at the Chamber. At this time, networking opportunities exist mostly through events, ribbon cuttings, and presenting about your business at monthly Chamber board meetings. Networking lunches and happy hours have been a regular staple of Chamber activity, but have taken a significant hit during the pandemic. Efforts on the part of the Chamber to reboot these type of social networking events have been difficult and seen low turnout. This highlights one of the difficulties and challenges of the current state of the chamber. Although new member acquisition is steady and existing member attrition is relatively low, rallying participation in chamber events has remained a challenge. We hope that with the help of the community and the board, possible collaborations with neighborhood chambers, and continued increase in new membership, we will be able to grow this important benefit of chamber participation. Another topic that I have discussed with more than one trustee on more than one occasion is advocacy. The chamber advocates for business to government boards and officials. The work of relationship building is often a long game. I know many of you on this board and I have had conversations. We've had phone calls. We've seen each other and chatted at ribbon cuttings and community events. Our members expect us to have a good working relationship with all local officials and staff so that we can be a nonpartisan advocate for Villa Park business community. While it is not the intent of the chamber to endorse any particular candidate or political coalition, it is our intent to advocate for the best interests of the business community in a policy-driven and issue-driven fashion. We're here to ensure that the policies and governance of Villa Park support, retain, and attract a variety of businesses needed by the community to create a vibrant village culture. Have your business's voice heard by supporting the Villa Park Chamber of Commerce. The primary promotional tools are event sponsorship, e-newsletters, and premium sponsorship branding. Event sponsorship is a great way to present your branding and business to other invested business community members. Event sponsorship often includes your brand featured prominently on promotional material. In addition, some sponsorship opportunities allow you to address the attendees of events and directly feature and promote your business. There's a particular value in the bronze, silver, and gold levels of sponsorship as they feature brand logos on the footer of every email and every chamber website view. These events, moving on to the event section. These events represent the best opportunities to network with the chamber. And I'm just going to lay out some of the stuff that we do over the course of the year here. So first thing we usually do every year is our officer installation event. Our officer installation event is our annual spring fundraiser to swear in the groups of officers. The officer installation event is an annual spring fundraiser to swear in that year's group of officers, to network, and to fundraise. In recent years, we've held the chamber member installation event at Crazy Pour up on North Avenue, and it features a buffet-style dinner, cash bar, raffles, and fellowship. Another newer event of the chamber has been the Cocoa Crawl. For the last 3 years, the library, in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce, has hosted a Cocoa Crawl to local businesses in Villa Park. Businesses sign up to provide hot cocoa at no cost. The library provides crawlers with a passport that can be stamped at each location. Some restaurant and bar type establishments will also offer a special cocoa-themed adult beverage that day for the grown-ups. This is an interesting event because you are not required to be a chamber member to participate. And as a business, it's a great opportunity for the chamber to reach out and recruit new members by showing them the value of community. The chamber appreciates the collaboration of the library on this event, and we've seen growth in numbers of both registered crawlers and business participants all 3 years running. We also do a scholarship luncheon. The scholarship luncheon is held annually at Willowbrook High School. It's a networking luncheon catered by Willowbrook students, catering company, with 100% of the proceeds benefiting the Villa Park Chamber Scholarship Fund. 3 scholarships are awarded annually by the chamber to students who are resident of Villa Park, and through the efforts of the chamber, we have seen growth in the amount and number of these scholarships in recent years. We do the wildfire bike nights at the Harley-Davidson at North Avenue. In recent years, the chamber has partnered closely with Wildfire Harley-Davidson on North Avenue to run concessions at their monthly Wednesday night ride-ins. All tips at that concession stand benefit the Chamber Scholarship Fund. There's live music as well as entertainment like axe throwing and stunt riding. When the weather is good, there are hundreds of attendees, and personally, I really enjoy walking through the parking lot and checking out all the cool rides. Again, a great way to get out on a summer night, network, and support the community. This is one of my favorites. The B3 Bags Tournament. B3 stands for Bags, Barbecue, and Business. It's our annual Bags Tournament fundraiser. Takes place at the Rudgard Gazebo on Park Boulevard on the Prairie Path, directly in front of Standard Meadery, Chicagoland Beer and Winemakers, and the brand new Knollcrest Sturley Funeral Home, just a block west of Stolgen's Park Boulevard Tap, right around the corner from Old Globe Vintage Goods. Sorry, I gotta give a shout out to my historic Ardmore neighborhood neighbors. Again, this fundraising event features catered barbecue, bags, aka cornhole, tournament, and is an opportunity for networking and sponsorship. This year's B3 will be held on Wednesday, August 27th, and sign-up and sponsorship are currently live on our website and underway. As a footnote here, I want to point out that in the past, the Chamber has received feedback criticizing the fact that the barbecue company that catered this event was from outside Villa Park. I'm proud to say that this year, we've been able to find a Villa Park business, Stouts Sausage and Barbecue Company, to cater the event. Stouts Barbecue and Sausage is owned and operated by a Villa Park resident and community member who previously worked at Moore Brewing Company, is now doing great things at Standard Meadery, and has a vested interest in the surrounding area. Networking on the Nines golf event is another annual event. This year marks the 77th year of the Networking on the Nines, which is an annual golf outing held in conjunction with the Elmhurst Chamber of Commerce. A deli-style networking lunch is followed by an afternoon of golf and fun. This year's event will be held on Friday, September 12th. Registration and sponsorship opportunities are currently available. Lastly, for our annual calendar of events, we have the Joyful Traditions holiday event. Joyful Traditions is a Villa Park tradition, Villa Park's annual holiday celebration. This event is not designed to be as a fundraising event, but a way for Villa Park businesses to give back and thank the community that has supported them throughout the year. Joyful Traditions activities include a holiday trolley ride on a route that includes the gazebo, the library, and the Historical Society, pictures with Santa. Some people in this room know who plays Santa, long-standing community member. Photo booth style pictures with a holiday characters such as Christmas Mickey, the Grinch food trucks, pony rides, petting zoo, s'mores making stand, she's in back, holiday ornament making, and other various festive activities. The library usually also holds a craft fair at the same time, so people have the opportunity to warm up and shop for holiday gifts. In the future, the Villa Park Chamber of Commerce would also like to continue to participate in the 4th of July parade. I attended several meetings this year leading up to the 4th of July parade, but unfortunately we were unable to rally enough participation, and I myself found family commitments that need to be attended to that weekend. However, I am a Villa Park resident who's committed to continued involvement in the future of Villa Park and would like to continue to push the Chamber into participation in the 4th of July parade. I want to briefly shift gears for a moment and discuss another couple events in town. Since last year, I've had the opportunity to sit in on the Fun Commission meetings as an observer and participant, and I'm thrilled to see the energy that group has brought into the community. This year at the Kites and Kicks, the Commission was kind enough to allow the Chamber of Commerce to sponsor the colorful array of markers used by folks to decorate the kites. While this wasn't a major input on behalf of the Chamber, their willingness to work with us speaks to the kind and collaborative efforts that we need in town to foster community. Last year, after I got done with a ribbon cutting at Chamber of Commerce member Clothes Mentor, a luxury fashion resale shop on Roosevelt Road, I decided to take my kids for a bike ride up the Prairie Path to the Fall Jubilee. I was impressed with the whole event. The weather was great and the attendance was strong. If there's anything that the Chamber of Commerce can do to continue to grow this event, we would love to get involved in any capacity the Fun Commission feels like we could assist with. Finally, My last sort of topic here that I want to discuss with you guys this evening is the comprehensive plan. Earlier this year, the village published their comprehensive plan. I immediately nerded out and read it cover to cover. I appreciate how different development districts were laid out, each with a catalyst site and several opportunity sites listed. The whole thing seemed very measured and thought out, if occasionally ambitious. I recognize that the nuts and bolts of the execution of developing these sites lies primarily with the village, its ability to secure and work with developers and ultimately market forces. However, any role that the Chamber of Commerce can play in assisting the village in the implementation and developments laid out in this plan, we are happy to participate with. Our organization is here to act as a bridge between the business community, the village, and the residents, and there is nothing we would like to see more than a vibrant village and local economy. Any role we can play in that mission is a privilege. Thank you for your time this evening. We appreciate your service to the village. Please don't hesitate to reach out to the Chamber of Commerce. And this doesn't go for the board, this goes for residents, this goes for local small business owners. Do not hesitate to reach out anytime. Lastly, we have a ribbon cutting on Roosevelt Road at 41 East Roosevelt at 4 p.m. tomorrow for Midwest Care Pediatrics. I'd like to see any of you guys there.
See you there.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, ready to get to it? All right. We're going to be moving on to public comments on agenda items. What I'd ask is that when you do come to the podium, please state your name. I ask that you be respectful of everybody's time here and limit your time to 3 minutes each. A reminder that this is not a question and answer. If you guys would like answers, please, we are all available on email, coffee with the board, or even after a meeting, okay? I also ask that you please refrain from personal attacks and remain civil. We are all humans up here too, okay? We are all here trying to make Villa Park a better place. So, Clerk Lauken.
I'd like to make two comments here. We have 35 people who have asked to speak on the agenda items here. I apologize, but we are going to have to limit you to 3 minutes. Timer will go off. Nobody will say anything. Hopefully you are going to be able to handle that. All right? Thank you very much then. So let us start out, and I apologize again for my pronunciation of some of these names here, but I think I've got most of them down here. And if it's not, please correct me, all right? Ivan Figueroa, first one.
Good evening. Wait, can you hear me? Okay. Good evening. My name is Ivan Figueroa, and I proudly serve as a junior commissioner on the Environmental Concerns Commission. As it stands, I'm troubled by this administration's decision to dissolve both the ECC and BPT subcommittee, actions taken without proper notice, respect, or dialogue with the commissioners currently serving. It is professionally reckless to exclude the commissioners of an action directly affecting the work that had been entrusted to us by the village. This administration plans to replace the ECC with the new Garden Village Commission. Let me be clear. This new commission, while maybe well-intentioned, lacks clarity to its priority and commitment to environmental policy and advocacy. Instead, this new commission appears to center itself around the idea of beautification, which sidelines the mission that the ECC has championed for years. To President Kevin Patrick and the Board of Trustees, I urge you to reconsider this course of action as you have proceeded without meaningful consultation with the commissioners who have dedicated time, effort, and passion to environmental advocacy. We are not to be treated as an afterthought. Therefore, I recommend that this board postpone any action to dismantle the ECC and subsequently the PPT. Instead, join us at our scheduled meeting on June 26th to ask questions, to listen, and to work with us regardless of the outcome of the ECC and BPT. Thank you.
Joe Amore.
Good evening, 309 East Maple, Villa Park. I was the original chair on the Bike, Pedestrian, and Transit Subcommittee and also served on the Environmental Concerns Commission quite a few years ago, serving through 3 different village managers. And while we're on the subject of transit, I went through the agenda packet and I didn't see anyone advocating for transit. Who's going to go to PACE for us? Who's going to try to go to Metro or Union Pacific to get us our pedestrian underpass? Transit was completely left off. I'm sorry if there's misinformation being put on the internet, but the way to combat misinformation is to take a slow, measured approach to making changes, starting with meeting with the board chairs, the commission chairs, and having conversations with them. Very rarely did I see a trustee at any of our meetings. The one trustee I did see was Trustee Kevin Patrick when he came to ECC and advocated for the no mow before May to save our pollinators. And we made that happen. So, it appears that a great deal of work was involved creating these changes, expensing a lot of staff time. But it pales in comparison to the amount of hours that our volunteers, not in just the commissions I serve, but in the commissions where I've seen other people serve. And being out there, when I see people like Ellen out on a winter's day putting up a Christmas tree and for Joyful Traditions, and then coming back 4 weeks later and taking it down. Okay? When I see volunteers at our booth at the summer festival, hot, windy day, knowing from the night before that that commission may be eliminated, and we showed up anyway. I think it's a disgrace that these people who have given so much of their time have been treated so inconsiderately. Believe me, I know that there's a lot more people that want to talk about this, and I'm going to advise you guys to make sure everything gets a second reading. Make sure everybody gets a chance to speak, and I would suggest moving the coffee with the board to the following week, July 12th, so that people can actually come in and discuss things and get questions answered. Where are the board liaisons? I didn't see any board liaisons listed on any of those commissions. And I was asked to serve, and I found that I was giving a 1-year term after serving multiple terms. I think that's underappreciation of nothing else. So please, when this comes to a vote, reject any changes to the boards or commissions until a more thoughtful, honest approach can be made to put them the way they should be. Thank you.
Betty Amore.
Good evening. I'm Betty Amore. First, I just want to say off script that anything that I say doesn't is anything personal about anybody that's going to be appointed to any commission. Okay? The village website states that Villa Park is a vibrant community that thrives on active civic participation and a strong volunteer spirit. Individuals looking to contribute to their local government and make a difference in the community are encouraged to explore opportunities with the village's numerous boards and commissions. Remember, serving as a board or a commission member requires dedication, ... As a current board member of Sustain DePage, a 100% volunteer-led and run, non-for-profit, whose mission is to grow sustainability in DePage County, this resonates deeply with me. As you all should know, the hours provided by volunteers passionate about their work is so much more valuable than any monetary donation. That being said, I am truly disheartened by the disrespect being shown to the dedicated volunteers who have served tirelessly on the ECC and all the other village commissions and are being dismissed what appears to be without cause. There is nothing transparent or respectful about the process. It also disregards everything Villa Park has been working towards. Villa Park has been seen as the local progressive leader. And now this? That we've been considered and I've been proud to live here and say that we are the progressive local leader in environmental policy and responsibility. The effort to completely tear down and rebuild is unnecessary, and I'm asking each and every one of you to vote no if and when this comes to a vote. The word of the day is gratitude. These people have spent hours of their lives serving Villa Park. And quite frankly, I would never, if this goes through, I would never personally serve on any commission here. I understand, Kevin, that you stated that, that you could not reach out to the current members before this, but that's unacceptable. How would you feel if three days notice you see in an agenda that basically you're being terminated? Disrespectful and unacceptable. Thanks.
Marianne Greco.
Hi, my name is Marianne Greco. I'm a resident of Villa Park and a volunteer on the Environmental Concerns Commission. I can't know your motives or intentions, but the board's recent actions do not show good governance or leadership. Some recent examples: firing a respected and qualified village manager and immediately hiring a seemingly unvetted replacement. No comment on the credentials. That's not what that was intended to be. Firing the village attorney at around the same time. Again, no personal comment there. And then proposing to dissolve several commissions, but not replacing them with anything substantially different, causing the loss of many dedicated volunteers and the deep knowledge they hold. And it's been done in a very unprofessional and untransparent way. Most of us didn't know we were potentially being kicked to the curb until the agenda came out Friday night. It was a cowardly move that will be made even more so if the second reading is waived. There is no urgency to these decisions, and therefore no valid reason to vote on the new ordinances tonight. There's not even a reason to vote on it at the July 14th meeting. Respect the residents of the village and allow for meaningful community engagement in these decisions by postponing the final vote long enough for people to really digest the massive quantity of changes that are happening. I have so many concerns. Two additional specific points that I feel need deeper discussion include the proposed creation of a deputy village president. Why do we need it, and does it come with any form of payment or stipend? And why should employees of Villa Park businesses be allowed to serve on commissions? They have no inherent or long-term interest in what's best for our town. I absolutely agree that business owners, whether they live in town or not, be allowed to serve, but not so much employees. Whatever the board decides to do tonight, I know the voters of Villa Park will be eager to ask each of you questions at the upcoming Coffee with the Board on Saturday, July 5th at 9 a.m. at Village Hall, or as someone suggested, if you have another one on July 12th. Thank you.
Louis Lemieux? Lemieux.
Sorry, my name is Louis Lemieux. I reside at 333 East Highland. I've been a Villa Park resident for about 45 years. We've raised 4 children, and they've attended the local schools, which gave them a great education and allowed them to all graduate from major universities around the country. I'm here to talk about dissolving of the commissions, in particular, the Planning and Zoning Commission, of which I am a member. When I retired from my civil engineering my contracting and development career, I wanted to give back to my community that helped me successfully raise my family. I knew I could by applying the knowledge that I had gained building world-class buildings around Chicago and around the world. On our commission, we are all hands-on professionals that want to give back to the community. We care about the direction of the community and want to use our knowledge to help. The committee members have diverse experiences that benefit the community. Our commissioners include an urban planner, professional engineers, project managers with various professional expertise, a financial manager, and a lawyer that are all successful in their field. It's a commission of problem solvers and forward planners the village should be proud to have, but could never afford to hire. In our businesses, we are all effective as appoint persons with owners, contractors, utilities, governors, financial institutions, and the general public. We trained for this commission so that we can act in accordance with the applicable statutes and laws, and we submitted our required financial and ethical statements as according to the law. We helped create the comprehensive plan that so many people are now promoting. We use our experience of what has worked to make communities successful around here, around Chicago, around the world, and we have knowledge to implement it. The new boards that will replace us appear to be good and well-meaning people, but do not possess the experiences that we bring to Villa Park. We've been able to promote and facilitate good projects mentioned by others that will improve our community. As a commission, we also were tasked with correcting several errors with other commissioners and previous boards that they allowed, which did not conform to applicable codes and were handled improperly but passed anyways, and sometimes created problems for local residents. My hope and expectations are that if we do get new commissioners, they will comply with the laws and codes and behave ethically. And I hope they promote the vision that we helped create. I'm going to.
Diane Page.
Good evening. My name is Diane Page. I'm a Lombard resident, a District 45 parent, and the chair of the York Township Democratic Organization. While I live in Lombard, I find myself deeply engaged and honestly often more concerned about what's happening here in Villa Park than in my own town or elsewhere in Villa Park, or York Township. Some of you on this board I consider to be my friends. Many of us in my organization supported your campaigns because you ran on a platform of transparency, accountability, and our shared values. But recent actions have raised concerns and left many of us feeling conflicted. The proposal to dissolve commissions, especially when it appears to be driven by personal disagreements, sends a troubling message. Several individuals who are left off the proposed appointments are even newer voices to the community, passionate community members who were dismissed without warning or a proposed reassignment. While I understand this falls within the authority of the village president, transparency means more than following what ordinances or laws allow. If the public wasn't made aware of new opportunities to serve or to apply, then this isn't a transparent or inclusive process. In good government, disagreement isn't a flaw, it's a part of the process. Working with people we don't always agree with is how progress happens. But what I'd especially like to highlight tonight is the proposed dissolution of the Traffic and Safety Commission. At a recent District 45 school board meeting, we learned that the Villa Park Police Department no longer manages or provides recommendations for school crossing guards, a responsibility that quietly lapsed after the pandemic in 2021. Since then, there have been no updated reviews of traffic patterns or decisions on guard placements. During that meeting, it was suggested that this role could have fallen under the Traffic and Safety Commission. I had even planned to attend a meeting to advocate for this very issue. But this goes beyond school crossings. Villa Park is facing growing concerns about railroad safety, e-scooter and e-bike usage, and overall traffic safety. Dissolving the one commission focused on these issues with no clear replacement raises real concerns. As a parent with children who spend much of their time in Villa Park, I urge you to prioritize public safety and reconsider this decision. We need more civic engagement, not less, and our commission should reflect that. Thank you for your time.
Eric Lutke.
Good evening. My name is Eric Ludke. I'm a former member of the Historic Preservation Commission and a current member of the Planning and Zoning Commission. But tonight I come before you as a resident to speak on the proposed changes to the village's commission structure. As residents, we hear words and phrases like transparency and process and encouraging residents to actively engage with what's going on in the village. Unfortunately, the process which this board is pursuing this fundamental shift in the commission structure has the optics of an attempt to expedite the proposed changes with limited resident knowledge, review, and input. At this time, it's not entirely clear how much input has even been provided by staff with these changes. Currently, our village ordinance has created 78 opportunities across the various commissions where residents can formally serve this community. With the proposed changes in this agenda being presented tonight, that number has been reduced by 23 to 55. Despite any words to the contrary, a 30% reduction of active resident volunteerism does not bring more diverse views and experiences to the work of our village. We will hear, there's always public comments, and don't forget about coffee with the board, but to be honest, those are quite passive settings with little to no engagement in meaningful dialogue about critical agenda items. It was not that long ago where the village board intentionally decided to regularly utilize the committee of the whole meeting as an opportunity for less formal settings to discuss village business. In light of the overwhelming response that we've seen already and subsequent comments that are probably going to be coming, I strongly encourage the board to shift these agenda items to the committee of the whole. It's a setting which would afford this village board a great opportunity to explain, one, a more real vision for the future of this village, two, the deficiencies with the current organizational structure of our commissions, whatever those might be, and three, how those proposed changes are in the best interest of the village moving forward. This board owes the village residents that courtesy and opportunity to be engaged, especially in the light of the real possibility that our active volunteers could be reduced by 30%. Thank you.
I apologize already. Molly Karks, K-A-R-C-Z.
Molly Cars.
Molly Cars, thank you.
Hi, I'm Molly Cars. I live on Princeton in Villa Park. I love Villa Park. Oh, sorry. There you go. Better? I love Villa Park. It's a small village with a small village feel. We take pride in our strong sense of community, civility, and mutual respect. I'm so disappointed and truly saddened by the way things are going, especially the recent commission restructuring. Your deliberate and hostile takeover of our board and the decisions you have made behind closed doors undermine the spirit of cooperation that our village has always stood for. But what really hurts my heart is the lack of kindness, respect, and appreciation shown towards those who have volunteered their time and energy in service to Villa Park for years. These volunteers deserve recognition and our thanks, not your disregard. You must do better as a board and as community leaders. So I have a little part in here about how nothing I say tonight matters because you're going to vote tonight and appoint people. But Kevin, you just said that is not happening tonight?
That's up to the board.
Oh, so that could happen tonight?
Yes.
Oh, so I might as well say it. Okay. So I also realize that nothing I say will change anything tonight because you have the vote and the new commissioner's appointments on the same agenda. I don't know board policies, but how can that happen before you hear from your constituents? It's clear that 5 of you already know the outcome of the vote. But nevertheless, here we go. I really believe it would be a huge mistake to eliminate the Environmental Concerns Commission. We are all concerned about the environment right now. Villa Park has a strong legacy of environmental leadership. In 2020, the village became a member of the Greenest Region Compact. committing to sustainability and responsible environmental stewardship. Even before that, Villa Park showed its commitment by constructing the new police department building, which is certified as a green facility. It's an impressive achievement that highlights our dedication to sustainable practices. I also just learned that Villa Park ranks third among villages in Illinois for earned renewable energy credits. That's amazing, and I had never heard that before. So, we need to maintain an independent Environmental Concerns Commission. It plays a vital role in supporting initiatives that make Villa Park a model for sustainability. Let's keep a commission strictly dedicated to the environment. Let's continue to lead by example and be known as a village that champions the earth. Let's be known for that. I also wanted to say there's a lot of people that might not get a chance to speak or don't want to speak, and they might want to stand up and show their support for our disappointment and how things are going. Does anybody want to stand up and show their support?
Alicia Bailey.
I'm Alicia Bailey. I am no stranger. I am no stranger to volunteering in this community after living here for almost 35 years. I volunteered at school, the VFW, and was on the Pride Commission for 10 years. I raised my boys here who stood by my side and pitched in to help. Even then, they knew how important it was to volunteer because that makes a difference. This helped them to become better men who continue to volunteer and advocate for their communities. And even across the world, where my son is serving in Japan, he continues to make a difference. And I couldn't be more proud. So I'm not here to talk about transparency, because clearly this decision does not represent transparency. I'm here to talk about leadership. Each of you board members are assigned a commission to oversee. If you haven't been happy with the commissioner's performance, wouldn't a performance review be appropriate? A leader is how you handle a situation that you do not believe is living up to your expectations. A leader listens, a leader mentors, a leader helps set goals, a leader watches them achieve them, and a leader will take pride in watching them soar. A leader does not dismiss them and the value they offer. A leader leads with honesty and integrity. Volunteers are the lifeblood of our society and one of the best assets we have in Villa Park. Without their passion to give back, we would not have a Summerfest, a joyful traditions, a spring sweep, a pumpkin smash, a prairie path cleanup, a youth baseball, a 4th of July parade, without volunteers. We were nominated as the best place to live in Villa Park at the 8 and 28. Best place to live, best place to raise our families. How proud we were of that. I truly believe we have leaders on our commissions. We have new faces on commissions anxious to give back, and old ones too. The young ones can learn from the old ones. And yes, old dogs can learn new tricks too. The passion I see and have personally experienced in Villa Park is what makes our community so special. I appreciate the board is willing to step up to make changes, but I urge you to take a step back and value the role of leadership means. You have belittled the title of volunteer, and good luck in finding people to serve with the same dedication and passion that our commissioners do, who give up their time. There is a golden rule. You can't fire a volunteer. I guess this does not apply to this board. Kevin, I know you are teaching your boys the value and reward you can receive when you make a difference. I haven't seen many of you volunteering unless you're campaigning for a seat and then sit here questioning committed volunteers and wanting to destroy the very essence of our community spirit. Whatever the decision you make in executive session, your resident will ultimately live with the consequences. You have burnt a bridge that may never be repaired.
Tom King.
Tom King, I've been a Villa Park resident for 18 years. I would like to express my support for agenda items 9 and 13, amending the village code to establish the role of deputy village president. Creating this position will help ensure continuity of leadership when the village president is unavailable, and it will promote a more democratic and effective system of governance by enabling shared leadership responsibilities. I fully support Trustee Carrie Alfano for this role, and I believe she brings the dedication and perspective needed to serve effectively. Additionally, I support the proposed reorganization of the village commissions as outlined in items 9 and 13. Having served on both Parks and Recreation and video production, I've seen firsthand the need for a more results-oriented and task-driven structure. If we want our local government to move our community forward and meet our residents' evolving needs, we must emphasize accountability, clear objectives, and measurable outcomes. The framework presented in Agenda Item 9 is a meaningful step in that direction. Thank you.
Laura Fontana.
Hi, my name is Laura. As I can appreciate everyone's comments that came before me tonight, it is absolutely disheartening to hear that the people that are volunteering currently may not come back and volunteer again. You guys, that's sad. We all love this community. We all live here. We're all raising our children. The people that have spoken beforehand and have basically attacked the potential incoming volunteers, you don't know if they're a lawyer, if they're a civil engineer. You guys, we know nothing about them. So then allow them to talk and allow them to explain it. Okay? Historically, it is shown and proven people don't like change. But guess what? The times are changing. The world is changing. We have to change with them. I am not discounting anybody's long-term 15, 20, 25 years of volunteering here. I've been here for 18 years. I've also raised my children. They also have gone to great universities and graduated. I get it. Rolling your eyes at residents, that does not help bring the community together. You are our board. You are our leadership. We get our reaction from your actions. Stop it. Just stop it. Have a discussion. Have a discussion with the residents. Have a discussion amongst yourselves. Do you realize it took over 17 minutes for all of you to vote on whether or not to move up an agenda item? You guys, that's pathetic. That's like children. I love what everybody behind me has done for this community. That's why I stay. This is why I live here. It doesn't mean that the incoming volunteers aren't going to be as good as everybody else. But you folks up here, get it together. Bottom line, get it together. Change could be good. Stop with the faces. Stop with the name calling. Stop with the social media bashing. Just stop and learn a poker face.
Dr. Vish.
Dr. Vish from Hawthorne Development Corporation. It's time that the residents of this village know the truth behind what has been happening. We closed on this property and the loan as far back as 3.5 years ago, and the senior lender defaulted after signing off on a $106 million loan with a closing statement. We went to court, removed his lien, and had a bridge loan for $3.5 million. And we did complete the parking lot, and within a year, we were ready to repay the loan. So we got a loan commitment from Kennedy Funding. And the village economic development official, I don't know what his design is, deliberately gave wrong information, lied, saying that there is litigation pending. Litigation was not pending. This was a simple bridge loan. It was not a construction loan, and he said we have lost zoning. We did not lose zoning. The zoning was still in place, and this was not, so entitlements were not a question. Just the zoning was the issue. Now, after that, when we went to the village for RDA amendment, they took 16 months to give us 6 months. Talk to any other village in the metropolitan Chicago area. They do give extensions for developers as long as they have been working. They gave a 6-month extension, and I had to fight for it, which is ordinarily given to all the developers. And now, at the end of it, we had a meeting with the previous manager and the previous president, and we showed that, listen, there is a foreclosure suit filed, and we have a settlement agreement. We showed him the agreement. He said, okay, this will be approved in the January meeting. Came January meeting, what happened? The village decided not to pursue the project. This is deliberate injustice done to me. I don't know, maybe my color makes a difference, but that's not what I have experienced. I'm not accusing anybody of that. Please bear with me for a second because I'm a little bit emotional, but I know the rapidity with which the condemnation suit is being pursued right now. I wish they had pursued the redevelopment agreement with me. 16 months for RDA approval and 2 minutes for a condemnation resolution in the board. Now, there is a $32 million loan PACE assessment on the property. To get rid of it, the village has to come up with $9.2 million if you want to get rid of the PACE. Go ahead. I know your attorney has some knowledge about PACE, but he has not dealt with the PACE. So this is a new territory. So I have spoken to the PACE lender. He said he's going to fight it. You want to cut a check for $9.2 million, and if the residents approve it, please go ahead. But I think we came back to Mark McLaughlin and said we want to redo the project because they said they canceled our zoning. So we prepared everything, and we submitted after $100,000 expenditure a complete set of plans. We had just a couple of items still to submit. And all of a sudden to say we have decided to do condemnation? Is this the respect you give to a developer? I mean, I come with a record of success. For whatever reason, things didn't go well in this project, but I have been not due to lack of my efforts. But there has been a systematic decimation of our efforts in this case. Finally, I have to say that because This PACE loan is a new thing. Nobody knows yet. I would say do not be in a haste. Let us give some 90 days to really pursue what are the implications of this PACE. And, you know, it can avoid millions of, or thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars of village expenditure on legal things, because not only I'm going to fight, PACE lender said he's going to fight. And there is another senior lender. Of course, if you want to have a fight, you will have a fight, but let's not have it. I am not for fighting. I want to do the project. I have invested a lot of money, and my only goal is to make this project a success. So many people talked about sustainability. That's exactly our goal. And this is the nation's most sustainable multifamily apartment project. So kindly keep that in mind. Help us. I am a developer. I want to do this project. And please, the village, if you could help us, we will make this a success. Thank you very much.
Jenny McQuillan.
Hi. Can you hear me? I feel like no. Okay. I'm Jenny McQuillan. I live at 429 South Wisconsin. I've lived there for 19 years. When reviewing the proposed restructuring of the village commissions, I recognize that some aspects of the plan do offer a more streamlined and efficient organizational structure. However, I'm deeply concerned that this significant change is being made without input from the very individuals most affected, the current commissioners. Many of them only learned of this proposal when the agenda was posted Friday evening. These commissioners have devoted considerable time and energy in service to Villa Park. Their perspectives, insights, and ongoing work should be acknowledged and respected. As community volunteers, their contributions are valuable and deserve to be part of this conversation. I strongly urge each board member to support allowing this item to go to a second reading. Doing so would provide time for meaningful review and feedback from commissioners and residents alike. It would also allow us to assess how the proposed changes might impact current initiatives underway within those commissions. Many of you ran on a platform of listening to the community. I respectfully ask that you demonstrate that commitment by engaging with all members of the community, not just those who agree with you. This decision deserves broader discussion, and I ask you to ensure that happens. I noticed that among the new appointments listed on the agenda to the newly created commissions, only one current commissioner is being reappointed. This is extremely disappointing. While I understand that the village president holds the authority to appoint commissioners, I have to ask, why wipe the slate clean? Have the existing commissioners done a poor job? Or is it simply that some have expressed opinions that differ from yours? As far as I'm aware, there was no public outreach or announcement inviting residents to apply for these roles. Wouldn't an open call for applicants be the most fair and inclusive way to build a diverse and representative commission? By appointing only those you know or who supported your campaign, it appears you're surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals. That may feel comfortable, but it does not foster diversity of thought or a healthy debate. The purpose of our commissioners is to generate a variety of ideas and perspectives to help guide the board in making informed decisions. I fully support bringing in new voices and fresh ideas. We should absolutely avoid having the same people in the same roles forever, but change should not be made in a way that should be made in a way that engages the community and invites participation. I'm also concerned that with no reappointments, any ongoing initiatives will likely be disrupted, or at the very least, significantly delayed. Bringing in an entirely new group means starting from scratch. It will take weeks, if not months, for new commissioners to get up to speed, understand the work that's already been done, that valuable time is lost, and it undermines progress already in motion. President Patrick, your recent decisions give the impression that you're moving forward with a predetermined plan without seeking input from those who were elected to serve. That is not collaborative leadership. That is not how we move forward as a united community. We need leadership that listens to all voices, not just those that agree with you, and that leads in a way that builds connection rather than division. Thank you.
John McCarthy. John McCarthy. McCarthy, M-C-C-A-R-T-H-Y, John. Tricia Little.
Hi, my name's Tricia Little. I live on the north side of Villa Park, and I am a one-year member of the soon-to-be disbanded Traffic and Safety Commission. It's pretty clear that Kevin and Jack have put together a bulletproof plan to remake the village of Villa Park in their own image, and they've assembled a Cracker Jack team to be able to do that with no road bumps, no obstacles in the way. I'm not sure if I agree or disagree with the things that you're doing, because you haven't really told me or any of the other people in this room what you're planning to do. But I do know for sure how you're doing it, and I don't like that. You ran on a campaign of transparency and community input, but all the old commissions are gone, and these are my hand-picked commissioners to staff the new ones is definitely not what transparency looks like. We've been watching for months as ideologues in Washington, D.C. push through their agendas, steamrolling over the people and what they want. Career civil servants are ousted for having the wrong kinds of thoughts. And now we get to watch the same shenanigans happen right here at home in Villa Park, too. Staff with anything to say against the board members, they can pack their desks. Commissioners who aren't already buddies with the board members, whoops, your commission's gone, don't let the door hit you in the butt on the way out. As long as it's only Kevin and Jack who are colluding together and making all of these plans, nothing illegal is happening. Nothing illegal is happening. It's technically allowed because it's not serial meetings. It doesn't break the Open Meetings Act. I totally get it. And if the other members of the board are willing to sign on to whatever dear leader says, we're allowed to do that. But it's definitely unethical. And seeing a political purge happening in real time in my cute little hometown feels pretty ugly. I haven't made a secret about the fact that I want to see changes in Villa Park. I haven't made a secret about the things that I care about and the changes that I want to see. And I, too, have been really, really frustrated with the speed of bureaucracy and the challenges of getting anything done. Believe me, I feel that. And the reason that we have our political processes is so that a diversity of ideas are heard. The reason that we have our political processes is so that things are done in an orderly way. I do hope your political pogrom results in positive changes for the village. I do hope that it moves us in positive directions, especially because there's literally nothing I can do to stop it besides complain on a microphone for 3 minutes or less. But let me say really clearly, we don't want kings in DC, and we don't want kings in VP.
Sarah Wadford.
Hello. Sorry. My name is Sarah Wadford. I'm not here I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Sarah Wadford. I'm not here because of social media. I am here because I read the board's agenda, and I do weekly. And what I saw on the agenda posted Friday did not look good as it reads. As a resident, I would like to stop and thank all previous commission and committee members. I hope you did not find out by reading the agenda like I did. I am here because of each of you, and thank you, and here to support you. It's not a good look to cut so many volunteers and only repurpose a few. It saddens me that even in disagreement, the dismantled commissions and committees kept their public-facing communications professional and resident-focused. I must say I never watched a planning and zoning committee member accuse, lecture, or chastise another member of that board. Which reminds me, an abrupt end to the very commission that makes these meetings available to the public without prior public discussion, I really hope that you overlooked how bad that looks when you made that decision. And it makes me wonder if the social media attention is upsetting to some board members because it's a lot harder to sweep something under the rug when everyone is looking. Residents of Villa Park, President Patrick, at this point in this world and these times we live in, of course it appears as though this move to dismantle commissions without extensive public-facing discussions and input is intentional. But as a 23-year resident of Villa Park, I genuinely hope this is not the case. In the very least, lead this board to actual conversations and real transparency instead of pathetic jabs and unprofessional behavior. Our tax dollars are currently not at work, and it's not because of lack of care or intention, but more so a lack of communication and respect. And in order for this board to be effective, all members need to put the residents first, not their friends, not their egos, and certainly not their frustrations. And as president, I hope you find the ability to lead this board by example and put residents and transparency first. If this agenda item is not postponed tonight, then your service is visibly, that means all of you, not just President Patrick, your service is visibly not focused on Villa Park or its residents. Take time to do this right, with residents and openly. Please serve us and not yourselves. Thank you.
Ann Tranter.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ann Tranter. I live at 611 South Euclid. I'm a former trustee, former city council member in Elmhurst, so I have some experience and understanding of what proper process is. I'm also a member of ILCMA and DuPage Mayor and Manager Conference. And I will tell you that in that world, you are not looking very good right now. There are people that are watching how you are managing your community. And it's not proper, and it's obvious. It is embarrassing, to say the least. I think that as a new board, the very first and foremost thing that should have been done was to obtain trust in this community. And people don't trust you anymore. You've done some bonehead moves, and it really, truly sheds a really terrible light. I want to mention a couple other things since I've got the time here. I want to mention that that I don't believe it's proper for you to use our employees for personal projects, and I believe that should be addressed. I'm very aware that that has been going on, and it should stop. You're exposing us to liability that we should not have to face. I also want to, excuse me, I didn't write anything down. And can I just say that you guys are all awesome? Man, we've got some smart people in this room, and I really appreciate that. There was another couple things I was thinking of, and now I'm not getting there. I guess, honestly, I want to trust you, and I can't, because you're not displaying, you're slam dunking things like you're playing basketball, instead of being open about process. Oh, I remember the other thing I wanted to say. That is that I repeatedly hear, and I have also experienced, that there is not responsiveness to emails and phone calls. And as a council member in Elmhurst, I will say that I never once in my career didn't return a phone call or an email. And shame on you for not responding.
Jason Jarrett.
Good evening. My name is Jason Jarrett. I'm a longtime resident of Villa Park and current chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I have faithfully and impartially served under and advised 6 village presidents, 6 community development directors, and 4 village managers. I'm here before you this evening to ask that you reconsider the proposed ordinance dissolving the Planning and Zoning Commission. As chair of the commission and a professional planner, I want to impress upon you how important the commission is and how vastly different it is, its procedures and legal requirements are from other commissions within the village. Legal enabled by state statute and bound by more than a century of state and federal legal precedents, our commission must navigate matters of notice, evidence, and due process that require specific knowledge and expertise that can only be gained with experience. Dissolving the commission and removing its membership in its entirety as proposed threatens to set back the trend of development in the village by years, while increasing the risk of legal actions against the village. The proposed ordinance also calls for the creation of a new plan commission separate from the proposed zoning board of appeals. For decades, communities across the state have moved to combine their zoning board and plan commissions, just as Villa Park did in 1986. The combined commission leads to a more efficient approach, reducing the number of applications and meetings required for one proposal and promoting greater consistency and more informed decision-making. Over the past 20 years, the Planning and Zoning Commission has worked with staff, elected officials, and residents to craft 2 comprehensive plans, not just one as many communities would in that time. A station area plan, a station area zoning overlay district, a comprehensive zoning ordinance update, and numerous other ordinance updates that have paved the way for projects such as the Union, 27 West Park, and Sturley Chapel. Any community should be proud of that record. If this ordinance goes to a second reading, as I believe any change this profound should, I ask that each member of the board take the time to reach out to staff and to me to discuss the implications of the proposed ordinance. If after those conversations are held, the board still believes that the best interests of the village are served by creating a separate plan commission and zoning board of appeals, I would humbly request that all or a portion of the current planning and zoning commission be appointed to the newly formed zoning board of appeals to ensure a smooth transition. There are several mechanisms, such as retaining the current 9-member commission size or requests for resignations, that could facilitate this. Much to the bemusement of those closest to me, I am more than willing to speak at great length about matters of planning and development, particularly those that relate to the village I call home. I would love the opportunity to have that conversation with each and every one of you. I was not given that opportunity. Finally, I would like to close by thanking every member who has served on the Planning and Zoning Commission over the past 40 years, particularly long-serving Chairman Robin Whitehurst, who was a mentor to me. I have seen few better than Robin, and I consider the opportunity to learn from him to be a privilege. I would also like to offer a huge thank you to those who have volunteered their time to other village commissions. Your dedication often goes unnoticed, but not by me. Thank you for your time and consideration.
John Brett.
Good evening, everyone. It's interesting that Jason went before me. Jason was, he coached my son in Little League. My son's now a senior down at the University of Illinois in Champaign, and I got to tell you, you're never going to meet a more dedicated person. And I did take an opportunity to read Manager Rivas's comments in quotations that basically heaped mounds of praise on Jason for the work that he did on that commission over all those years. So why don't we just get rid of him? Just get rid of him. Let's get rid of all of it. You guys don't know what you're doing. It's clear. I'm in my 15th year of senior leadership at a $90 billion corporation. What you don't understand, what you're doing here is you're throwing everyone out who came here because of their passion, their caring, their desire to make this a better place to live for them and their children and for generations to come. I don't understand it. I'm not sure that, I know at least two people up here that don't understand it. I can tell you that. And it reminds me a lot of the last time I was here when Chief Rivas was being promoted to village manager. And by the way, absolutely qualified, no questions about the chief's qualifications. I don't think anybody would have questions. But man, that process was messed up. It was already decided and shared with people before the meeting. So I spent 6 hours of my time in this room along with a bunch of other people. Of course, there weren't many people here because the agenda dropped on Memorial Day weekend when everybody was away, and then they had the meeting the day after Memorial Day so no one would show up. And that's how that worked. No one showed up. There were a few people here. The other thing that I want to say is, not to mention the amount of brain drain. You're throwing all these people out. They're not going to come back. I don't know who the new people are. You know, I've set up teams of hundreds of people to manage only automobile casualty. I may have a place on one of those committees, but hell, I didn't know they were taking applications. I know that the application online isn't still on there. If you guys want to fill it out, it's not going to do any good because these guys just pick their own people. So, and it's at the leisure of the president. Yeah, and you can say, President Patrick, that you're following the law, but look what you've created. You're following the law, but you did it in the wrong way. You did it in a way where you've angered some of your more vocal constituents, and now they're out here, and not many people are on your side, except maybe a couple that are on some of these new committees. I don't know. Hastily scheduled meetings, you really don't want them. And I'll say another thing about social media. I don't appreciate that. You're chiding your constituents on how they should behave on Facebook. Everybody knows about political discourse and some of the problems that can create. You wanted that position, you're going to have to put up with that. Okay? Thank you.
Michael Hess.
Hi, my name is Michael Hess. Well, because everybody's having a hard time hearing. I want to say I've learned a lot tonight by listening to everybody and how passionate. And one thing that I've learned already is that we all have one common goal, and that's we all want a better Villa Park. So I'm going to be the first to admit I am not on a commission. I appreciate your passion, what you just said. I don't know anything about the commission process, but I will say that the reason why I came here tonight, and I don't have a fancy speech, I'm very concerned, and I'm not speaking for any of the board members. I think that some of the concern about the social media post isn't about people in this room. It's coming from some of our elected officials. And I can tell you that it's concerning for me as a constituent when I see, a screenshot of a post, and Mr. Cordova, this isn't personal, you're an elected official. As a constituent, it's very concerning to me to see an elected official take to social media, and you're entitled to your opinion, and I respect that. Nothing gets solved without arguing. This country was founded by a bunch of pissed off American, patriots, and so I would strongly request that you take your concerns to the board. I think that posting things on social media, it takes on a life of its own. And I sat there and I read the comments, and I did some of my own research. Some of the comments are coming from people that don't even live in Villa Park. And I'm sorry, but I don't care that they were denied a gaming license or anything like that. If they start attacking certain trustees because they voted against their own agenda, too bad. That's not my problem. But what I care about, I don't think that a lot of people realize that the time served that the board puts in is not worth the return on investment. They do not get compensated. Like, what is it, $100 a meeting? Okay? I would never work for $100 a meeting if it's 2 meetings a month or whatever that is. So I've heard a lot of comments tonight about respect and appreciation for commissions, and I think that that's definitely to be considered and heard, but I don't think that our board is getting enough consideration and respect. So You know, I'm just a fireman. We always joke around every day that there's two things in the fire service that we hate: the way things are and change. I can tell you that we do not go out and put out a regular car fire the way that we fight an electric vehicle fire. And I'm just using that as an analogy because, again, I'm not sure why there's a lot of pissed off people in this room, and I respect that. But I think that everybody needs to just hear each other out, but also do it in a very formidable and respectful way. Thank you.
Frank Carlson. Frank Carlson.
Good evening. My name is Frank Carlson. I've lived in 719 South Monterey for 62 years. Raised 2 children, have 4 grandchildren, all graduated from Willowbrook, 3 of which have graduated from college. Ladies and gentlemen, our community has grown because of volunteers of every kind, saving our village time and money. The board can reject an appointment for joining a community committee, but removing current ones who have experience and replace inexperience sounds like autocracy, control against our knowledge. Why have we lost village managers? Whims or clashes of ideas? As a resident for 62 years, I have seen turbulence of village boards, but the last few years have been outstanding. Last few years has been overwhelming. Our elections should be run with no party affiliations, and let's keep it this way. What I think we need now is a vote of confidence. Thank you.
Richard Gonzalez. Richard Gonzalez. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I've been chosen to be one of those in a committee, so I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. I've lived here for 39 years, raised my 4 children. I think I've even had my children with your children, from Ardmore to Jackson to Willowbrook, and now they're in California being stars. What I do want to tell you about, that's the village that we did and we raised, and my children are great. 39 years, I decided to keep building my house. I added a kitchen, I added a second floor. I added everything because I was going to stay here. I'm staying here. I'm doing that because I don't need a home to go to Michigan, Wisconsin, or anywhere else. I'm staying here. I added a deck so I can sit on my front deck. And you guys are welcome to come by. I have my coffee with my beautiful wife. I sit there watching my neighbors go by, saluting them and saying, now what makes me good for this commission? I built elevators my whole life, 49 years. All the high rises, I was a foreman. So I dealt with all trades. I put in high rises from 100 stories down to 2 stories. That's a Dover elevator right there. That's what we put in. That's a toy. To me, that's a toy. Because I know about all this stuff. What I'm saying is I could bring to my community, our community, my knowledge in what I know in building, in prince, negotiation, because I had to deal with more than just my company and just my boss. Because I had to deal with everybody in the trade, from pipe fitters, sprinkler fitters, electricians, everybody. And I wasn't afraid to let them know what was safe. I could tell you in my career, there was nobody that got hurt as a result of me being a foreman. Nobody. In 49 years, nobody got hurt. And all I can tell you is, I don't know if my wife wants to come up here. She's in the other room, but
She's next.
I know. I don't know if she's going to come, but good luck. She's yelling at me again.
Mariana. Apparently you need no introduction. Mariana Gonzalez.
Just Marianne.
Marianne.
One name. My husband is a little excited. We were asked to be on some commissions. I am hearing a lot tonight, and I'm really having a lot of feelings. I understand where everyone's coming from. I worked on a lot of projects when I was young in Villa Park. We did raise our 4 children here. We moved here 39 years ago, and like he said, we had a little Cape Cod house and it turned into a bigger, because we were like, let's just keep on staying here. We love Villa Park. We were really involved with the not the VFW hall, a little bit there, but mostly the Villa Park Recreation Department. Richard was a volunteer soccer coach. I'm on it. Yeah, he was a fireman that paid on calls where I was having our children, and he would just leave. You know, Richard be just running to all the fire. That's when they still had the right here. I saw the firemen tonight, and I said, "Are they getting that position back right here?" This. Anyways, I was asked to be on a planning committee, which I was very excited to be asked to be on, because I look at the village, and I really love Villa Park. I've watched things, and our kids have gotten older, and we haven't been as involved anymore. We really haven't. But we really love, the Chamber of Commerce guy was up here. I was like, I love all of those events. Love those events. Took our kids to the Prairie Path for everything. Go watch the concerts. Do all those things. Look at new businesses coming. Look at new businesses failing. Those are the kind of things that I spoke about, and I was getting upset about, and was asked to be on a planning committee. And I said, I don't like all the in the bars, they all have those machines now. There's slots everywhere. I don't like that. I was actually 45 years I worked at Arlington Park Racetrack. I was the union steward there for about 19 years. I moved up in the ranks at the racetrack. I was just a kid when I started, and I finished when I was 65. And I worked with our union. I had to do a lot of arbitrations. I had to go and represent different characters that I did not like. Some of the people I worked with were not good characters, but I supported them, and I filed grievances for them, and I fought for them. And I truly believed in the process of how your contracts go. And if there's a contract and there's some way to fight for somebody that's being wronged, I'll fight for them. I'm only going to be on a committee, is what I was told to plan. And I would love to plan for this village some new projects. And I know that there's some very good projects already, and I really admire the people that have been volunteering all these years. I have been on a break from volunteering. I worked 45 years, and I was doing a lot of things. But at this point in our lives, we're interested in our village still. And I don't know how it's going to go, and I think I would appreciate everybody that's worked all these years in the planning and the committees and the hard work and volunteering. And I think that's something to really be commended for. I've been listening to you all, and I think, I just wanted to say that. And I would be glad to be on a committee, and I would appreciate any input from other people. I don't really know. I was just gonna try. So.
Ellen Leishman.
He's coming. He's coming.
Good evening. My name is Alan Leishman. I'm a commissioner on environmental concerns, but really I'm just here tonight as a resident. I don't have a lot to say that hasn't already been said many times over tonight. But frankly, I think it's extremely disrespectful how this board has chosen to treat its commissioners. These are people, neighbors even, that have been serving this community as volunteers for years, if not decades. And so to announce on a Friday afternoon with not even a courtesy email that you intend to can these people is, well, it'd be funny if it wasn't so cruel. And so, you know, I've been serving on environmental concerns for a couple years now, and during that time I've made some great friends. And when I see my friends being treated so poorly, it makes me furious. But that's not a good emotion for public speaking, so I won't dwell on it. The last thing that I want to say is, for those of you that have, you know, volunteered to serve on these new commissions, thank you. Legitimately, thank you. I appreciate that you share my compassion and excitement for making this village a better place. All I ask of you tonight is to pay attention. See how this board treats your predecessors. That way, next time around, you won't be blindsided like we were. Thank you.
Sarah Franklin Sirby? Sirby?
Hello, I'm Sarah Franklin Sirby. I've been a resident of Villa Park for 2 years now. Okay, thank you. How about that? Is that better? Okay. I've been a resident for 2 years. We have a house. We plan on staying here. And I am, like many other people, pretty upset with this pattern of behavior, with how these changes are being made. And I think that Junior Commission Figueroa said it best, that this is really kind of throwing out all the work that has been done by these volunteers and could be done. And I just wanted to start with some questions, kind of broad strokes. There is one particular commission I am particularly concerned about. Why is this being done so quickly? Whose timeline are we trying to meet? Because a lot of people seem to believe this is fast, so it's not their timeline that's being worked to. If we need new volunteers or a new process, why are we not adding people to commissions? They're volunteers, it's free. Why are we not just phasing out, you know, not reappointing people? That is how the process works. They're all appointed. So who is specifically benefiting from these upheavals? And I'm not saying that the newer people aren't good choices. I personally know at least 3 of them, and they're well picked for the commission they would be on. But that's not the point. The point is all the other surrounding issues with these changes. And specifically, I'm concerned about the removal of the Environmental Concerns Commission and the creation of the Garden Village Commission. I love the beauty of Villa Park. The Prairie Path and our various green spaces is wonderful, and it's a part of why we chose to live here. However, as Junior Commissioner Figueroa said, the new group, the Garden Village Commission, is very focused on beautification, and unfortunately, very specific policy types were called out, not giving the option to these commissioners to develop their own approaches or get involved with the community. They're specifically called on certain items like green building standards, waste reduction, energy conservation. Good things, but that's throwing away the other options they had before. And specifically the responsibilities that are being removed that I'm concerned about are their responsibility to make recommendations about the preservation of the quality of land, air, and water, them advising the board and its members and the village manager of any open threats to the quality of the environment of the village, possible or existing, and advising the board and trustees of any pollution or contamination. This leaves the village open to legal risk with the EPA. That's specifically missing from the new commission, and I think we need to step back and readdress these. Thank you.
Victor Martinez.
Good evening, I'm Victor. I've been a resident here for about 10 years now. I stand before you to bear witness to the death of transparency in Villa Park. What we see tonight is not governance. It is a violation, a wholesale dismantling of democratic safeguards under the false banner of efficiency. The facts are indisputable. 7 commissions are being dismantled or attempting to be dismantled. Public notice was given mere days before tonight. The second reading requirement may be waived to prevent scrutiny. All new appointments are pre-selected without public support. This violates every principle of representative government. The Traffic and Safety Commission, which can save lives, is being dissolved not for any real cause, but for control. Its duties are being handed to the Plan Commission, whose members likely lack traffic safety experience. This is not streamlining. This is sabotage of public safety. When governments fear sunlight and attention, and when they rush radical changes through cover of procedural darkness, when they replace independent voices with political loyalists, potentially. These are the death rattles of democracy, and I demand that this board cease this power grab and allow for proper public debate. You have shown your hand. You don't think we're watching, but I call on you, the residents, to demand that these items be separated, voted on individually, to require public interviews for any and all appointments, and prepare potentially for recall petitions. Furthermore, I ask that you consider that the proposed ordinance reportedly states that corporate authorities have determined it is necessary, desirable, and in the best interest of the village to dissolve the noted commissions. They are not even pretending to serve its citizens. Villa Park is not its businesses, it is its people. Furthermore, one of the core tenets of fascism is when the government represents the interests of businesses. Does this sound familiar to anyone? Thank you.
Jerry or Terry Shaw?
Jerry.
Jerry Shaw. Apologize, Jerry.
I hate microphones, but we want people to hear. I want to let you all know that I heard that all of this was going on by a friend of mine who was on a commission. And I'm like, I couldn't believe my ears. We've been talking about volunteers here. I bet this room has many volunteers in it, and I appreciate all your volunteerism. I'm a 45-year Villa Parkian. I plan to stay here. I haven't done all the building, but I plan to stay here. And maybe my kids will move here from Lombard. They grew up here. Ardmore School, Jackson Middle School, junior high, and then Willowbrook. You guys have heard from people. We're not happy. It's transparency. Needs to change. I voted for many of you because of transparency. I'm not going to say any more. I think one more thing. The Environmental Commission, I had a friend who used to be on that. She moved to Lombard. But I was hearing about what they were doing. Important, groundbreaking work for our environment. And we are known in Villa Park as a garden village. A lot of people know that we really take care of our environment. Many of us volunteer on the Prairie Path. I used to live on the Prairie Path before it was the Prairie Path. I grew up in the Aurora and Elgin line in Elmhurst. I remember when the trains were running. So please take care of our village. We want to take care of you, but we can't take care of you if you're not taking care of us.
Paul Hewitt. Is Paul coming?
That's not him.
That's not Paul. Paul. Wanda Ackerman? Wanda Ackerman?
People are leaving. People are leaving.
Let's call for Wanda Ackerman. No? Jack Corkery. Jack?
Jack Corkery. I am a 27-year Villa Park resident. I think it is deeply pathetic that a bunch of grown adults with children at home have nothing better to do with their limited time on this earth than put together a Stalinist purge of the Villa Park Parks and Recreation Commission. I do not think that is a good use of anyone's time. Trustee Patrick said this is normal procedure. Well, I was a trustee for 4 years. It absolutely isn't. None of this is normal. All the division, the constant infighting, the nastiness, the meanness, this doesn't happen in other towns. It's only Villa Park, and I believe it's because a lot of the members of the board are very thin-skinned and take offense very easily and put that over any kind of the good of the town or what's best for the residents of Villa Park. I know we were told not to get personal, so I will just thank Trustee Kumar and Trustee Cordova, and only those two, for their dedicated and open service to the town. Trustee Kozar made a remark to me when I signed in about the fact that I was upset meant that they were doing something right. I believe that, again, as a former trustee, if you have 35 members of the public come out and tell you that they disagree not just with the proposal, but with the procedure of how you're doing it, you did not do something right. You screwed up. Again, other towns are not like this. This is just Villa Park, and it doesn't have to be, and it's because people on the board are letting their personalities get in the way of good policy. I don't have anything else to say about the commissions, so I'd just like to draw everyone's attention to item 11A, which is the village using eminent domain to seize the Hawthorne property by the train station. And while I don't have any faith in Hawthorne getting the job done, I believe this is a gross misuse of eminent domain. It's going to cost the village thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of court fees, and it may not succeed even then. Seizing it will tie it up with red tape. Doubtless there's countless developers that would be happy to take that project on. There is absolutely no reason that the village needs to take possession of it. And the only reason it would is because this board is seeking to increase its own power in ways that are not good for the town. So I believe item 11A stinks. I believe all the commission business stinks. Any of you that vote for it should be ashamed of yourselves. Thank you. Have a good night.
Robert Wagner. Robert is here to talk about 9D, and then he would like me to make something else on another issue. So,
Good evening, Robert Wagner, 114 West Monroe. I'm here to talk about the issue with the dissolution of the commissions. And first, I just want to thank the members of my commission. We have a extremely dedicated, talented group of individuals that serve on our commission. As Commissioner Leishman mentioned, even though we knew that there was an imminent chance that we would be dissolved, we were out in the heat at Summerfest. Commissioner Leishman created a QR code. We learned about the publishing of the new lead service line policy. We wanted to educate residents about that. He created a QR code so that we could intelligently talk to residents about that. So we have a diverse, let me repeat that, because I heard some comments on social media that we don't have a diverse commission. We do. Equal number of men and women. Diverse ethnically. So some things that don't ring true to me is that there was no time to contact commissioners or commissioner chairs. I found that many folks were getting calls to ask them to be on a new commission. Where was there time for that and not a time to contact us? I think the process is flawed. If there would have been collaboration and reaching out to commissions to say, how can you improve your operation? I'll be the first to admit there are commissions that struggle to operate properly. Video Production Commission, we are struggling, but we've made some efforts to become a viable working commission. There's been criticism of traffic and safety. It's been a slow process. We've had to wait for information from staff, and I'm not faulting staff, 4 months. I understand that frustration. But if you would have taken the time to reach out to the commissions to say, how can we improve the process, that would have been so much better than what happened here. And I will just tell you that you've done some damage. You've done some damage. People don't trust you. They don't trust you. They feel like they've been betrayed. And I know some folks are getting ready to resign because you've broken the trust. So I ask you to don't move to a first and final reading, and carefully think about what you're doing. And I may be on there for a non-agenda item as well. Thank you.
Bob again here is going to talk about electrical.
Hold on, is that non-agenda?
Thank you. Bob Wagner once again.
We're not there yet. I'm sorry, Bob. Are we there?
Okay.
We're still on agenda items.
Is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak on agenda items? Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't sign up. I'm Kritika. I'm CFO of the Hawthorne Group. Sorry, I didn't sign up, but seeing all these comments, I just want to make one thing clear that we've been here since day one. Every other meeting we've shown up, unlike other developers who have just their attorneys come in. We principals, we people of Hawthorne World have shown up and have shown our commitments, but we've always been turned down. I don't know for what reason. I mean, we'll go through the process, but one thing is clear, that we were not given the due respect that should have been given to us during the process. And all we are asking this new board is to give us that give us the due respect and the benefit of the doubt. So whatever happened the last 18 months or 24 months with this project, I mean, we have every evidence. We have a timeline that's prepared. We are ready to hand it out to the public to see what has transpired and what has happened and how the previous administration mishandled the due process and how we were targeted. I mean, I'm not saying how we were targeted, but we were targeted in a certain angle. And all we asked for the new board when they came in is to give us the time to go through the facts and help us to get through this and to make this happen. I mean, Hawthorne World is not here just 5 years or 10 years back. Dr. Wish has been around for more than 40 years and having successfully completed $1 billion in transactions. It's not easy. His track record speaks for himself. Please go into Chicago, city of Chicago, and look at our projects. So he's not new. He wants to make a difference in this town, and people are not letting him do it. And I'm sorry to say this, if the village wants to fight us, we are up for the fight. But we don't want to do that. We want to transform this village and to make sure that all the residents here get what they want, get what they deserve. A vibrant and an economically developed and a very sustainable community. And that's what we hope to accomplish, and that's what we are here for. We don't want to fight, we don't want to do anything, but if we are not given the opportunity, we have no other option but to fight. Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Tammy Henderson, 537 North Harvard. And I'm just here because I was asked to be a part of a commission. And when I got the call, I was kind of excited about it. I thought it was a good match for me. I was tentative because I was a volunteer to the nth degree for almost my entire life. The past 10 years, I've taken a back road, and I've just kind of like let go of some of that stuff. So the chance to come back and volunteer kind of got me a little bit excited and enthusiastic, and I wanted to give back to my town again because I did for so long, and then I stopped. And I was literally sitting at home listening to these public comments, and I felt like I needed to come here tonight and talk to you because all of you that are speaking, and you have broken my heart. And I am so sad. You are my community. Some of you are my acquaintances. Some of you have been my friends. Some of you have just been people that I've been involved with over the years. And my heart is breaking for you. But I hope you're still, I don't want to say I hope you're still excited for me because I don't know if I'm excited anymore. And that's kind of sad. So I want to tell you I appreciate all the time that you have given. And I don't know if I'm out of line by saying this. I've not been appointed yet, so I can't like speak out of turn, but I want to work with all of you. And if you were on the committee that I've been appointed to, I want to hear you, and I want to speak with you, and I want to work with you, and maybe we can bridge this somehow. I don't know how to make it better, but I feel real bad right now. And that's not how I want to start becoming a volunteer for this community again. And I came here because I heard all of you when I was sitting at home. And it hurts. And I know how you're feeling, and I would feel that way too. And I guess that's all I have to say.
I was actually on the list, but I had to take a call for work. Can I give my I'll make it 2 minutes or less.
Identify yourself and go for it.
All right. My name is John McCarthy. I live 249 South Oakland. I've been a resident of Villa Park for 33 years now. I'll try to keep this really short and simple. I think everybody's already said everything that I was going to say earlier. But I think really the whole point here is I'm not upset about anybody who got a position offered to them for these new committees. There's no upset there, right? They should be excited if they got asked. The process is the problem. And the process was if the committee that you're on, you don't even have the respect to tell them that they're gone before you've already talked about, who's replacing them. That's just not right. And, we started this meeting with actually saying that no decisions have been made, but that's just not true because all these people who are on the commissions have already been told they're gone. So decisions have been made, and that's part of the problem. And then just the whole way of going on and putting down that we're going to go through all these different changes that need to be made to our bylaws in order to make all this stuff happen, that's kind of dangerous as well, right? Because now we got all kinds of things that have been changed to make it easier to make other changes down the line without having to go through all the proper public notice and getting people up here to talk before it's too late. This one just happens to be lucky that everybody, it kind of hits home because there's a lot of people that were affected, and these are all people that are given their time for free to do this. So, this hits home. But what happens like a month from now, 2 months from now, when the agenda comes out on Monday afternoon and the meeting's on Tuesday, and it's something significant else that gets pushed through without any of the proper process, which is basically what it sounds to me we just put through on all these things to happen tonight. In order for this to happen, we got to make all these changes to our bylaws, and that just doesn't seem right. That's all I got to say.
Um,
All right, one more.
Identify yourself and go for it.
My name is Christina Bastian. I live at 11 West Jackson Street in Villa Park. I will say, not to make this a lot about myself, but I have served on the board at St. Paul Lutheran Church. I have been vice president of the youth baseball board. I have been on the Villa Park youth football board. I have been PTA president of Jackson Middle School. I'm currently avoiding Dr. Kraus at Willowbrook, so I do not get appointed to anything. But the best way to ensure you do not have volunteers is to treat your volunteers the way you did. I know that there are processes, there are Robert's laws, there are things you cannot do. You can pick up the phone and say thank you. It takes a lot for senior citizens to come to their board meetings crying because you have undervalued and underappreciated their time and their ability. You have made these people feel useless in their retirement. They're spending their time on my own experience. I spent a lot of my own money when I was on committees. You are devaluating these people, their time, and their efforts. You didn't ask for their opinion. You didn't ask for their input. You just said, thanks, but no thanks. You didn't even say thanks. You just said no thanks, and via an agenda. And maybe the way that Jorge did,
You got it.
whatever I'm supposed to call you, posted it on Facebook is maybe the wrong way. But if not for that, I would not have been here. Many of us would not have been here. And the civility happens on both sides. There are people from many political parties here. You have rallied more of a diverse group of people in the same room than I have seen in a very long time. I know a lot of people's political affiliations in this room, and a lot have spoken to the way that you did things, and it was wrong. All you had to do to make this better was to pick up the phone and not only ask people to be on your committees, but tell people to stick around. Please, thank you for your service. Please stick around to help us transition, help us determine what makes it efficient, what makes it inefficient. And now you've probably lost a giant chunk of volunteers. And what you've also lost is people's willingness to, I haven't volunteered, but I'm not going to now because of how you treated these people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leslie Allison CI, and I'm going to start by saying I'm a little confused because I don't know when this discussion would have taken place, if not today and now, in an open meeting. Nothing has been decided. We're talking about honesty and integrity. Kevin, President Patrick, you are a leader because you're sitting here and you're listening to everyone coming and sharing all of their feelings and their thoughts and their concerns. To me, that's what a leader is. There is a book by my mentor, Tom Feltenstein, who is a speaker, an author, and the CEO of Burger King back in the 70s. One of his books was called Change is Good, You Go First, because nobody wants to be first. What you're doing here today is you're dismantling somebody who talked about no kings. I was at that protest. You are not a king. You are the exact opposite. You are dismantling, this whole board is dismantling the kingdom that was here before. That takes work. And you're going to get a lot of complaints from those that were in the kingdom and worked for the kings. There are some people here that are saying they didn't have their say, or they're not having their say, that this is a done deal. No one on this board gets to make that decision alone. Not the president, not the trustee. It has to be it has to be a decision that's made by the majority. The way that things are going tonight, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a second reading, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be plenty of time for more discussion about this. So I think everybody needs to calm down a little bit and let this process happen, because again, would these people that are here tonight want to sit in all the different commission meetings while you talk to the chairperson and all of those people? I don't think so. And quite honestly, I don't think they would. I think they're here tonight because of social media. I've been to many meetings over the years, as you all know. I see a lot of faces here that I haven't seen before. So I think maybe a little education about how our village government works maybe needs to be in order. Maybe that's something that can be discussed more. Agendas have to be posted 48 hours in advance, not the day before a meeting. That never happens. All I'm going to say to finish up here is you're not picking anyone. You need a board vote. And who says there won't be more commissions in the future? No one said that. There is no dissolution date on the agenda as to when that's happening. These are all things. I'm hearing a lot of people coming up here tonight with stating their problems and no solutions. Hang around, folks. There's going to be solutions coming, and it's coming from this board. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Douglas Giese. I'm a 23-year resident, live on Highland Avenue. I'll try and make this brief. Everyone's had some very, very strong opinions, and I respect everyone's here. First of all, I'd like to thank all of the members of the commissions that may be disbanded. You've all done a great job. We respect and thank you for your service. For those people who may be coming on to new commissions, beware, because this is the amount of notice you're going to get if you don't do what you're told to do. And finally, as a board, some of you I voted for, some of you I didn't, but I expect and demand that you serve every resident, whether we voted for you or against you, because you are our voice. And without having you representing us, why are you here? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Danielle Weiss. I am a resident of Villa Park. I want to say for the last 10 years I've owned a home here, but I've been, I'm on my my son's the fourth generation of our family to be born and raised here, participate in the school districts. I'm just kind of, this whole thing is just kind of out of control. First of all, thank you all for serving, because just sitting here tonight, like I couldn't even imagine doing it myself. All the scrutiny that you have to face for trying. I know many of you firsthand just trying to do what's right for our village. And I know some people have said in the past that, no village is like this. That's not true. Watch other villages, okay? And prior to today, there were a lot of issues with with our village, okay? Our last president made errors. The president before that made errors. I don't think anybody here is vengefully trying to change anything. I understand maybe the process was not done well, and I can respect that completely. But just to assume that those who were asked are not as dedicated or don't want to do it, it's just not fair. Okay. I have a right to speak, but some people did, saying that this is another king. I mean, a lot of us who who were asked to do this, it's fearful now to do it, or the backlash that we're going to receive for accepting a position that we were asked to do and we were excited to do. And again, I understand you're upset about the process. That's fine. But what about all the other issues in the village? We need to focus on that too. So again, thank you for your service. Appreciate your time.
Are there any other comments on agenda items? Any other comments?
Sir? I have, go ahead.
Debbie DeMito.
Hello, everybody. Well, I wasn't going to speak, but I wouldn't
Could you
forgive
identify
myself.
yourself, please?
I'm Debbie DeMito. I've lived in this town for 60 years. I've seen a lot of presidents and a lot of boards. I try not to get politically involved, usually because I'm very busy with my jobs. And now I'm a grandma of 5. First of all, I'm hearing a lot of stuff. Again, I'm not politically involved, but I find myself getting more and more politically involved because I love this town. I have been raised here. I have raised my family here. I'm now raising my grandchildren here. I have started businesses here. I have customers that have met and had children here and many anniversaries. I love this town. I'm willing to bet I've been here longer than any of you sitting at that board. It's not a prize, it's just a fact. Now, I'm hearing there's been a lot of people that have done a lot of volunteer work here for a long time. Hi. Hi, Lynn, how are you? Good. Forgive me for my ignorance, but isn't a volunteer somebody that donates their time to help the better for our community? So why would we want to lose anybody volunteering? If you would like to add more people to volunteer, why not do that? Number 2, the way it's been done, again, I'm not a politician. Please, I implore you, I beg you, listen to your residents. You are representing us, all of you. We are speaking up. You know how often I show up at one of these meetings unless I need another license or something. So please listen to them. Number 3, you have to thank these people. Years they have donated their time and their energy. Number 4, this is not over with. You haven't voted on this. I don't know what backroom deals you've made, but you can fix it now. You want to regain our trust? Do it now. You have heard over and over that these people in your community that you are representing love our community. They are willing to donate their time. Appreciate it, accept it. And if we want to take on more people to help donate, why not? We are a great community. I expect to see you behave that way. You're better than this. Don't divide us. Don't divide yourselves. We are better together. I heard that somewhere. Anyways, I don't know what else to tell you other than I hope you guys do great things for our community. You all know how much I love our community. I love our next generations. I look out for them. Yes, there's always something going on, but I do it because I love seeing our community have good people, a safe community, and it's come a long way since I've been here, baby. And I want to see it go farther. You guys have the torch right now. Use it. I have been through a lot of presidents. I want to see you take that torch and I want you to run with it. You've got a really good head start. Our last board was a good board. I want you guys to be better. Thank you. Please do the right thing.
Are there any more comments?
Hello, everybody. My name is Matthew D'Alessandro, 843 South Michigan Avenue. I was asked to be on the Plan Commission. I love to serve. I love to be part of the community. I ran for trustee in 2021, if anybody remembers the signs. So I was honored to get asked to be on the Plan Commission, and it was just something, service has been a big part of my life. Boy Scout, Eagle Scout, joined a fraternity because of the service components. So I was, again, honored to be a part of that. I have strategic planning background and leadership background. I've been leading teams since I was 11. Thank you, Boy Scouts. So with that being said, I also I know a lot of the people that are on the commissions. Some of them are my neighbors. And so I was just upset to see some of the people that were let go. All the people, everybody's dedicated. I served on the Traffic and Safety Commission for 2 years, from 2021 to 2023. A lot of hard work goes in. There are some changes that can be made, and I'm open to change, and I think we do need to do that. And there can be, and we can do it together. So that's all I just wanted to say. Again, I just want to say thank you to all the commissions after serving myself and knowing the hard work and seeing the hard work. I just want to say thank you to everybody that has served and to everybody serving. So thank you very much.
Would anybody else like to talk? I have 2 letters that have come in here that need to be read into the record. So the first one here is, Dear Village Clerk, I would appreciate if the following message could be read aloud during public comments at the upcoming Village Board meeting on 6/23/25, as I will not be able to attend in person. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tanya. I apologize to her already. Boigues. Boigues? There you go. And I want to take a moment to thank the current Village Board for the direction in which Villa Park is moving. I lived here long enough to see the evolution of the leadership over time, and there is now a clearer sense of purpose and direction in how the board is approaching its work with real follow-through, thoughtful planning, and a focus on meaningful progress. It's refreshing to see the board that this is not only professional and goal-oriented, but also inclusive, bringing in residents from diverse backgrounds and perspectives that better reflect the community we live in today. The representation matters, and I'm grateful to see it finally taking shape in a real and visible way. I also want to acknowledge the shift towards a more task-focused and accountable leadership style. It's encouraging to see a team that values action, structure, and progress, not just conversation. The tone of the meetings has changed in a way that feels more productive and forward-moving, and as a resident, I deeply appreciate that. I totally understand that the change can bring about strong emotions, especially when people have poured years into the community. But from what I've seen, nothing here has been done improperly, just differently. And sometimes different is exactly what progress looks like. Thank you to the board members and to President Patrick for your commitment to building a stronger, more inclusive Villa Park. I'm hopeful for the future. I look forward to seeing you continued growth and collaboration. Sincerely, Tanya. The second one that was submitted here is from Angie Rojek, R-O-J-E-K. I apologize, Angie, already. Dear Villa Park Board, I'm writing to put on the record my opposition to the proposal to dissolve Villa Park's village commissions. While I understand that change may be necessary, it must be done with the people who are willing to help, not by disregarding them entirely. These are residents who are actively participating in our civic life, something we should be encouraging, not eliminating. Removing these structures sends the wrong message. that the input of your constituents is neither wanted or valued. The commissions represent a vital connection between the board and the residents, a way for ideas to be shared and concerns raised. Thank you to the trustees who have taken the time to listen to a range of voices in this town. We need leadership that lifts up participation, not shuts it down. Please reconsider this course of action and choose transparency, collaboration, and respect for civic engagement. Sincerely, Angie Rojek, former Parks and Rec Commissioner.
This one, too?
Are there any other
Mr.
comments?
King has already talked.
Okay.
Is that correct? Yes, Mr. King.
Moving along to public comments on non-agenda items.
I have one public comment.
Trustee Wagner? Bob? Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Kumar.
Okay.
Do you have something to read in?
I have something.
Okay,
to
go ahead. I
read.
apologize.
Yeah, I don't know if I should wait as procedure to my trustee report or read it in here, as there is not a signature, but this was delivered to my doorstep.
I would.
I do not know if by procedure I should read this. I should read this in at this point because last time the president said that we must read comments during the trustee comments, and I'm trying to follow procedure properly. But if it's okay to read that message that was delivered to my doorstep, I will do that.
Trustee Kumar, let's ask the advice of the village attorney.
Trustee, since there is no name attached to that comment that was given to you,
There is a name.
I thought you said it was unsigned. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No, it is signed. It's just was delivered to my doorstep.
If there is an identity of the person who submitted the comment, given the precedent of how public comments have gone on this board, then I would say you have the ability to read that now.
Okay. VP board meeting. I am unable to attend the meeting due to being out of town, but wanted to convey my thoughts on the proposed change in commission structure and commissioners that is on the agenda. Having served as both a trustee and a commissioner on the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission, it is distressing to me to see what is being proposed. Commissioners with years of experience are being tossed aside in favor of people who are loyal to President Patrick. People who are experts in their area will no longer be freely giving their time to the citizens of Villa Park. The commissions are almost all being changed so the board can have more control over the recommendations it receives. It is true one of the president's duties is recommending replacement commissioners, but this is a commission coup. If this goes through, nearly every commissioner will have to be appointed by this board. There will be no dissenters allowed. Even the chair people are being appointed instead of the past practice of having each commission elect its own chairperson. I am sad to see what is happening in Villa Park. The variety of people, voices, and opinions is what makes this village a great place. But this board wants to silence all the voices that don't agree with them. I am using my voice to encourage the board to vote no to these commission changes and leave the current commissioners in place. Christine Murphy, 523 South Yale.
Are there any more comments on agenda items? Any more comments on agenda items? Are there any more comments on agenda items? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to comments on non-agenda items. Bob Wagner, please.
Thank you. Bob Wagner, 114 West Monroe. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read a letter that was well written based upon a special meeting that the Environmental Concerns Commission had on Thursday, June 19th. Our special meeting had to do with electrical aggregation and community solar. And as you may know, 2 years ago, we embarked on a plan through MC Squared, and there was some bumps in the road with that. There were some people who opted out of that program. So we had a presentation made before the commission a couple of months ago by Adam Hoover from the Northern Illinois Municipal Energy Cooperative, and he presented alternatives to us. After some discussion and research by commissioners, our recommendation is to go with either 100% green renewable energy credits, or RECs, or to go with another program. It's called the price match program, price match being matching ComEd, that has a civic grant component where over a year the village would get $18,000. Our recommendation is that there be a very robust public education process, and that if the village board does choose the price match program with the civic grant, that money be devoted to a environmental project, like more parkway trees or something like that. We also strongly recommend a community solar program that's being promoted by DuPage County that is a subscription to an actual solar array that's going to be put in place in Aurora. So in the interest of time, I'm making it short, but if it pleases the board, willing to come back on July 14th, because a decision has to be made by mid-July, because our program expires in October. So happy to come back, happy to read the very thorough letter that was written, and to kind of explain our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Are there... Thank you, Bob. Are there any more comments on non-agenda items? Cheryl Tucker.
Cheryl Tucker. I originally was going to discuss, I originally was going to talk about changes for a coffee with the board, but due to Friday's thing and the agenda kind of had me in a different direction. Because of my passion of the village, I couldn't speak on the agenda item because it was very upsetting to me. But what I do want to speak on is that thank the board for finally getting the budget listed on June 9th, which was a big firing point for our previous president. But what concerns me is this meeting alone is adding 6 items, legal item changes to the board, which will be added to that budget if you possibly make those changes for commissions. And I was very proud as being part of the Park and Rec Committee on helping get the Park and Rec building together and working with you as a board, some of you members, on keeping the budget in line when we had a difficult time with cuts and pricing and stuff going up. So I'm a little concerned with where this budget is going now that we finally got it in print. But what concerns me is this new budget now, as we're going along, if the paper it's written on may be worthless if you keep going in the order you're going in that direction and keep adding things to our budget that isn't already listed by having more legal fees going up and other special contracts being made due to your changes and your new direction. So keep that in mind, that some of you had a very hard time passing our budget in the first place because you said the residents was important and that you didn't want to have high prices and taxes going the wrong way. So as you're going through these decisions you're now making progress forward, please keep in mind that we're the taxpayers. It's going to affect us. It's going to affect the trees not being done, our streets not being done, our sewers not being done, and other items in this if you keep going in the direction of adding more and more legal decisions that have to be made as you change bylaws and ordinances and codes in here. Every time you do that, it's an additional legal fee that we're going to be paying. Thank you.
Are there any more comments on non-agenda items? Any more comments on non-agenda items? Any more comments on non-agenda items? If you want to, go ahead. Non-agenda items. Okay. Well, if there are no more comments, I would like to make a comment as well. Speaking candidly here, first of all, I know it might not show now, but I do value and respect all of our volunteers. You are the bloodline of Villa Park. You always will be. I do have a lot of conversations to have and trust to earn moving forward as your village president. I do hope you stick around for the conversations that are to be had about the reasons for this, and hopefully some of your questions will be answered. I am a disabled veteran. I was diagnosed with PTSD from my time in service, and you might be able to say I've seen some things, all right? But I'm proud of my service to my country. I'm proud of my service, and I'm proud of my service here in Villa Park. My tenure on this board for the last 6 years, I am very proud of that. I've lived here for over 30 years. I grew up here. I raised my kids here now. I've coached some of your kids. They know me, parents. Ask them. Ask them about me. Ask them about my commitment to Villa Park. And you've probably seen me around town, maybe more so than some of the others on this board. I am committed to Villa Park. I make $100.87 every 2 weeks for this position. I don't do it for the money. I do it because I care. I care about Villa Park. I am responsible for these proposals that are before you tonight, me. So please, don't blame this Board of Trustees up here for this. This is my way, my idea, my proposals that I brought forth to this board in an attempt to try to be as transparent as I could be. Okay? But don't blame these trustees for these proposals. I brought these proposals to the table for discussion and for the opportunity for new people, new ideas, fresh perspectives, and diversity. Please, give me the opportunity to lead, to do what I was elected to do. And I hope to earn your trust. But there is work to be done, and I do plan on doing that for all of you. I am always available. I am here to answer your questions and your concerns moving forward with some of these processes. You know me. A majority of you out there know me and know who I am and know my commitment to Villa Park. I ask that you give me that opportunity to earn your trust back and to make Villa Park a place that's better for everyone. Deb DeMito talked about a challenge. I accept your challenge. I accept your challenge to run with that torch and make Villa Park a better place. And I will do so. This board will do so. I do value our volunteers, and I will have those conversations, and I do hope to earn that trust back. But moving forward, we have work to do, and you should be excited because this is a new time in Villa Park. Exciting things are coming our ways. Be here for us, and we will be here for you. Thank you. So moving forward, we are going to go to item 8 with the consent agenda for the bill listings for June 2nd, 2025 in the amount of $53,404.67 and June 9th, 2025 in the amount of $112,326.96. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda? Trustee Constados.
I'd like to make that motion, please.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Kumar. Second.
I will make that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion?
No.
Clerk Lautkin, roll call, please.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constanzos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward, the amendment to the agenda brought item 10A before our ordinance of first reading. 10A is an ordinance for a second reading. An ordinance amending section 3-313A of chapter 3 of the Villa Park Municipal Code in order to increase by 1 the maximum number of licenses permitted under the Class D liquor license classification. Manager Rivas.
Thank you, Mr. President. This ordinance will add a Class D license, increasing the total to 8 Class D licenses. The Liquor Commissioner has approved the issuance of this license at 54 South Villa Avenue, 711. This item was last discussed on the June 9, 2025 Village Board meeting, where the ordinance was unanimously accepted to move to second read.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for the ordinance? Trustee Kumar, a second? Trustee Constados.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Lautkin.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constantos.
Yes.
Trustee, I'm sorry. Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
All right, moving along. Now we will go to agenda item 9, ordinance for a first reading. An ordinance of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, amending Article 3 of Chapter 2 of the Villa Park Municipal Code. I apologize, Article 4 of Chapter 2 of the Villa Park Municipal Code, creating the office of Deputy Village President. Manager Rivas.
Thank you, sir. This ordinance amends Section 2-422 and 2-427 of Chapter 2 of the Villa Park Municipal Code. This ordinance amends the Villa Park Municipal Code so it requires a second reading, though that requirement can be waived by motion. If a second reading is waived, the village president's related appointment is also on the agenda for the village board's consent.
Do I have a motion for the ordinance? Trustee Constados.
I'd like to make that motion.
Do I have a second? Okay, seeing none. Okay. The item, believe, stays on.
You know what?
Oh,
I'll
we can
second
still
that
have
motion.
discussion, right?
Kevin.
Excuse me.
Discussion.
I'll second it.
Okay. Trustee Kumar, you're going to second that?
Yes.
Okay. Now we can open it up for discussion. First of all, I know that there is a lot of confusion about what a deputy village president is and acts. And this is of my request to be on this agenda in preparation for anything that might come down the pipeline if I'm not able to make a meeting or be here due to anything. This is more or less a ceremonial thing that many other municipalities do. Council, can you please give a description of that?
Certainly. So what differs from deputy village president from other types of temporary village presidents, you could say, the acting village president or the president pro tempore? This idea of the deputy village president creates stability without any future board action. The board can, of course, change that action at some point. But if you have an acting village, just to make it clear for everyone, an acting village president is when there is a vacancy in the office of village president. So that's not what we're talking about here. If there's a vacancy, that can then be filled by the board of trustees at that time. A president pro tempore would be if suddenly at a meeting there's no one to chair the board, then the trustees would make a decision as to who's going to chair the board at that meeting. By having the deputy village president, that's not just at a meeting if the village president isn't there, but also if there are other occasions where the village president might need to sign something or be present at an event or a meeting, and he's unable to be there, the deputy village president could step in and take his place just as a placeholder.
Thank you. Trustee Constados.
Yes, I have a question for council, please. My question is appointing a deputy village president a method that other villages use?
Yes, there are several other villages that I know of, that some that our firm represents, that have a deputy village president.
Thank you.
Trustee Kumar.
I would like to ask, and I wanted to make a motion here, but I don't know when I make that motion because it was supposed to be before her questions. I wanted to make a motion to table this particular item to a month from now. There is no rush, I think, to assign a deputy village president. I think from how the vote turned out and how nobody was actually willing to second it, we need time to make that decision. I hope President Kevin Patrick is not planning on disappearing in the next couple of meetings. I expect you to be around for some long time. I voted for you, so I expect you to be there, just so you know.
Trustee Kumar, may I just, as a point of order, just if that's your motion, if we could get a second to that motion before discussion of
Yes.
it?
I would like to get a second if someone would second that motion.
So the motion on the table is to table this until a month from now. Do you have a date?
You can, at least a month from now, whenever the date you want to put on it, I'm fine.
Do you want that to be our second meeting in July?
That seems okay.
July 28th?
July 28th.
I'll second that.
We have a second of that motion by Trustee Cordova.
I would like to ask a question, too.
Do we have discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes. What does the current code say about who runs the meeting if you are not present? I would like legal counsel to answer that.
The code does not provide for what happens if the village president is not present at a meeting. There is something in the code that authorizes signature on documents in certain situations, but it doesn't govern the running of the meeting.
And what was the practice in prior time when the president was not available in terms of a meeting?
Can you repeat your question?
What was the practice generally in prior times for when the president was not available?
So if you recall, not too long ago, I actually was president pro tem in the absence of our previous village president. And the process was he would not be present. So the board needed to convene and to have a consensus of an individual, which was myself at the time, who would stay in their place.
So I would like to make a change to possibility in when we come to the month. So let's wait till that point, and then we can have this discussion again. Let's vote on the roll call.
Trustee Kozar.
I don't think we need to continue this for a month. It's up for a first reading, and it's going to be back on the agenda on the 14th. If you haven't had your questions answered in 21 days, I don't hear any questions that you have. So if you can't figure it out in 21 days, then at that point, make a motion to move it to the next meeting. Leave it
I can
as it is.
I can ask the questions right now.
Leave it till the 14th. Leave it as it sits. Go to the 14th, which is where it's supposed to be. This is only a first reading. And then if you haven't figured it out by the 14th in 21 days, then make that motion.
Is there not a motion on the table to table this?
Yeah, hold on, really quick. Trustee Kumar, the motion that you made was to table this for a month.
Right.
Until our July 28th meeting.
Yeah, and
So
that's
that is
to
the motion.
table the first reading, not to table the second reading.
The motion that's at hand right now is are we tabling this until July 28th?
Yeah, and that's exactly the first reading.
What I would like to say really quick here too is that we can talk about this all we want. We could wait as long as we want. I am not opposed to this. I brought this to the board because preparation is leadership. I cannot tell the future. I don't know what things might happen. But in today's age, again, preparation is key. And I put this on the table for the discussion to happen for our board members. You can take as much time as you need. That's okay. I'm doing this to be proactive rather than reactive and be a good leader by preparing. So if you want to table this until July 28th, that's fine. This is ceremonial. This is preparation. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that, board, if that's what has happened. I don't have any plans on going anywhere or, knock on wood, anything happening. But again, this is just in preparation for. I did this because of that, and the reason why I chose Trustee Alfano is because I believe that she does represent our residents very well. She has a lot of good ideas, a lot of good things to offer Villa Park. When I first was a trustee and Trustee Alfano first came to this board.
Am I allowed to have a point of order?
No.
Okay.
Am I correct with that? When I first came to this board 6 years ago, there's been a lot of dynamics. But when Trustee Alfano was elected, out of all the other trustees that I worked with, she was one that would constantly call me, would constantly ask me questions. She was invested in learning about what Villa Park is all about. And this is part of the reason why I chose her as acting deputy village president. That's okay if we wait. There's nothing wrong with that. Trustee Alfano, do you have anything?
Oh, yes, I did. I just wanted to know, Trustee Kumar said that she had a question or an edit that she wanted, and I just wanted to know if she wanted to make that edit now or if she wanted to wait. But it sounds like we want to wait, and that's okay.
No, I don't need to make an edit now. I just want to clarify with legal that the first reading is the one that's being tabled. And that's all I wanted, Trustee Kevin Patrick, because this is the first reading, and the first reading would again be on the 21st, and so that's what we're tabling.
The 28th, trustee, would be.
28th, yeah,
Yes, the
28th,
motion is to.
That's
to
all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Table what's written on the agenda, which is a first reading.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Clerk Lauken, roll call vote.
Absolutely, sir. Trustee Alfano.
What is the motion again?
Yeah.
The motion is to table 9A
Got it.
until July 28th.
You got it. Yes.
Trustee Cordova. Yes. Trustee Constantos.
No.
Trustee Kozar.
No.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
No.
In the event of a tie as we have, I will vote, and I will also vote no. We will table this until July 28th.
You have to
Oh,
vote.
I apologize. I apologize. The other way around. It's been a long night already, and we're halfway through, so I apologize. So just to clarify, I will vote yes, so that way we can table this item till July 28th. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Moving along to item 9B. An ordinance of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, amending Chapter 23 of the Villa Park Municipal Code to implement a municipal grocery retailer's occupation tax and a municipal grocery service occupation tax. Manager Rivas.
Thank you, sir. This ordinance amends Chapter 23 to create sections 23-1301, 23-1302, and 23-1303 municipal grocery tax. This ordinance amends the Villa Park Municipal Code, so it requires a second reading, though that requirement can be waived by motion. Staff recommends approval, and we have Finance Director Susie Micah somewhere in the back.
Do we have a motion for the ordinance? Trustee Constados, do I have a second?
Yes, I'd like to make that motion.
Trustee Alfano, second.
I'll make that second, yes.
Any discussion? Trustee Cordova.
I would like the finance director to come up and kind of walk us through that, if that's okay. It'd be nice if we have the finance director come up and walk us through that. She's coming up.
I didn't hear your question.
I don't know why I can't hear. Sorry, I it's like stuck on that thing. Sorry, I don't know. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, Tina. No, just walk us through what it is, what it means. Any kind of burden on the current taxpayer. What a grocery tax is. Just kind of give us a little bit of background. We have a memo, but I don't think a lot of people do know what it is.
So the burden on the taxpayers at this point is moot, which means there is no burden. What the taxpayers are paying on their groceries right now is 1%. And so this ordinance that's in front of you is to continue that to move forward as of January 1st of 2026, of which Governor Pritzker for the state of Illinois rescinded. As most municipalities in the state of Illinois, right now the number is up to 212 municipalities are moving forward with this. And sorry, I don't know how much more to elaborate. My apologies.
Trustee Constados.
Yes, I have a question. Can you just explain to the residents the amount we would stand to lose if we did not vote to keep this tax, please?
So the state of Illinois posted on their website for the fiscal year of 2024, which means January through December of 2024, the amount of food taxes that was collected amongst all the taxing bodies within DuPage County, within Villa Park, was $2.9 million. It's exactly $2,913,604.99. Of that dollar amount, the amount that the village of Villa Park, provided that we don't move forward with this, we would lose $1,146,649.28. So $1.2 million. What that translates to is that's, in my opinion, from a financial perspective, is an impact, because then you're going to need to take a look at your budget for the upcoming year and decide what you're going to cut, because you're going to be a service detrimental to some sort of service that you're going to have to decide that's going to have to cut or scale back on moving forward. That's just the hard reality of it.
Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll. Clerk Lauken.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova. Yes. Trustee
I'm sorry. We need to, this is a first reading, so is there a motion to waive the first reading and approve, or and approve on second reading?
Okay. So again, first reading, my apologies.
There already is a motion, if I may, Village President. There's a motion. If you wanted to amend that motion, it was Trustee Constados who made it, to waive it, you could do that. To waive the...
No, I don't want to waive the second reading.
Okay. And just this grocery tax also, we have until October to really make a decision by this. If we don't submit by October, we don't necessarily lose out on anything. We still have extra time to submit, but then that takes longer for us to actually collect those funds. So it's perfectly reasonable to not waive a second reading for this, to give opportunity for further discussion and thought on this. But again, we have until October to really make a decision on this. Is there any other further discussion? Okay, moving along. Item 9C, an ordinance of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, amending Articles 16 and 17 of Chapter 2 of the Villa Park Municipal Code, dissolving Planning and Zoning Commission and creating the Plan Commission and the Zoning Board of Appeals, and amending Chapter 18 regarding planning and development. Is there a motion for the ordinance? Trustee Kozar?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? Trustee Khalid. Now, discussion. Trustee Kumar.
I put together an organizational packet to review different aspects of this whole set of ordinances about planning and zoning. And I wanted to go through the new procedures before we went to that, but that was not waived, so we will go straight. The Plan Commission, I'd like to ask why these commissions, some of them have 5 commissioners, others have 7 commissioners. And actually, I feel like I would like to table B, C, D, E, F to another meeting to actually discuss all the changes, to discuss all the aspects of the commissions, to think about having old commissioners with new commissioners. Let me say I am not against changing the commission structure, but I am against the process in which it has been brought forth to the board. We are rushing all decisions lately. I do not understand why. The excuse seems to be that we are allowed by law to rush decisions. The law allows us to do many things, many of which we choose not to do or exercise. Being allowed to do something does not mean you should do it. Now, I'll give an example. We heard from a man last
Trustee
week.
Kumar. Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt really quick. Council, can you?
Sure. I just need some clarification, Trustee Kumar. The last one where this on agenda 9A, you had picked a date certain that you wanted to postpone the item to. That's a different type of motion than a table motion. If you're moving to table this item, there's no discussion then.
Okay, I will move to table it. Can we table it to a cow session?
That it tables it to, it's on the table, and then the board can decide whether they want to bring something to a cow.
Point of clarification, does that mean we can't discuss that now?
If you're tabling it, then the motion is just to table it right now.
Trustee Constados.
So then we can't even ask questions that we were prepared to ask for the residents who've been sitting here since 7 o'clock to hear some answers?
I'm sorry, if a motion was made to table,
I
correct,
would like to
Trustee?
correct the motion to table it to a meeting certain. I do not know which meeting certain that the residents and the ones that are on the commissions and the commission not on the commissions will be willing to participate in. So I am expecting this to come to a cow session, the next available cow session, and then from there, we go to this discussion. I have given a lot of information to the trustees. It is in need. We need to discuss this further. It's to give us the time to discuss it further, and so I'm wondering if I can table it to the next cow session.
If I may, and this is all procedural, I believe the motion you're asking for then is to simply a motion to send this item to the next cow meeting.
Exactly.
And then you can discuss that prior to the vote on that, assuming you get a second on that motion.
Absolutely.
Okay, so just to clarify, Trustee Kumar, you're making a motion to send items.
All the
Nine-
items
nine-
dealing with the commission, so.
Okay, again, so just to clarify, you are making a motion to table, or not to table, to move 9B, C, D, and F.
Not B. C, D, E, and F.
C, D, E, and F to a cow meeting.
Absolutely.
Do I have a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
A second on that motion. Is there any discussion?
Oh, yep.
Trustee Trustee Alfano.
Yes, I don't think that that's an appropriate use of the table at this moment. I think that we should have discussion here now. I don't disagree that we should have a cow. I think that, right, we should have a cow. I don't disagree that we should put this on a cow, but I do believe that we shouldn't just have the first person whose hand is up table this and not allow other people to have the discussion that we need to have tonight.
Trustee Constados.
All right, I need a little clarification because this is a lot to absorb. So are we in discussion where I can ask questions right now? Or are we not?
The motion on the table is whether to push this to cow. You can discuss pushing this item to the next cow meeting.
And that's it. That's all we can discuss.
For now.
All right, so I have a motion. Trustee Kozar.
After everything I've heard tonight from Trustee Kumar and Trustee Cordova, it doesn't even make sense to move this because everybody's here tonight to talk about this. And now the two proponents that were rallying people to come here tonight to have discussion on this topic don't want to hear any discussion on this topic tonight. Doesn't make sense to me. So it doesn't make sense to move this. If we're going to have some talk about it, let's talk about it. This is only a first reading. It's going to come back on the 14th. If we haven't had enough discussion in that time and there hasn't been enough feedback or whatever it is that fellow trustees need to make their decision, then on the 14th, we move it to the next meeting. And then we move it to the next meeting. And we move it to the next meeting until there's a thorough vetting and everybody is comfortable and there's a time for a vote. But it makes no sense to, at 10:30, after basically 3 hours of comments from our residents, that now the two trustees that wanted all those comments don't want to talk about it anymore. I yield.
Trustee Cordova.
So you're absolutely right. The conversation from what we've heard from people is we actually should take this back and rearrange and rethink the way that we roll this out. So I'm still okay with tabling it, but having a plan of saying when we come back to this is how we're going to take the feedback from the 35 people, a majority, talking about how they were not happy with this process, and then we come back with a better rollout, a better process of this. We can talk about it now, it's fine. I'm just going to reiterate a lot of what people said. So we can do it now, push it to the next one, and then keep pushing it like Trustee Kozar said. I'm okay with either one. So if I need to take my second, I can do that, and then we can talk about it. But the overwhelming response today for the last 3 hours has been, we kind of fumbled this one. We need to take it back and then re-roll it out.
Trustee Alfano.
Thank you. And I have heard that too, but I've also heard this criticism of transparency. And it's not like we have a chance to have a conversation on a group call. This is where the conversation happens, and this is where we get to have the dialogue in front of you. So if you want to hear the transparency, this is how we fight to get you to hear the conversations that are going on, is to not table it, but to have the discussion right now, put it onto a cow. We can still do that, but we can still have that conversation here so that we can hear what everybody has to say about it.
And that is exactly why I've made these proposals and brought them to this meeting for discussion. That is transparency, and this is what we're here to do. Trustee Kumar.
If you realize, I handed an organizational chart with ideas to each of the trustees at 7 p.m., of which certain trustees complained they did not have enough time to assess my ideas. And as I did that, and I put everything in an organizational chart with suggestions, I figured that some of the trustees would have enough time if we moved this to a tabling session down the road to look through this and assess those ideas as well. It was in deference to all the trustees on this board. I can sit here till 3:30 in the morning. I was writing this till 3:30 in the morning. So, and I was finishing it up at 7, maybe 6:15 when the trustee Carrie Alfano said, we need to take pictures. So I printed it out and brought it here. The point is not to have discussion, it's to give all the trustees time to look over what I took a lot of effort to put into, which Trustee Alfano already said that she appreciates my effort at the beginning of this meeting. So it is not meant to keep people coming back to our meetings to complain. I did not solicit even one person to come out to this meeting. On Facebook, I did not make one post. So I find it absolutely wrong, Trustee Kozar, to accuse people who were not involved in that process at all. I did not make one comment on Facebook. I did not reply to any comments on Facebook. I did not ask anybody to come out to this meeting. All the people out here came out by their own volition to make their comments, and I appreciate every one of them. Also being said, I do not have any problem with the list of people who have been chosen to be volunteers. Absolutely none. Most of them are District 48 people that I know and love and probably voted for me. So I have no problem with the people who
Trustee
are
Kumar,
coming
can I
out.
pause you
Wait,
just for
let
a
me-
second so that way council could.
I just wanted to reiterate again, the discussion on this agenda, on this motion, is whether to put this onto the cow rather than the substance of the committees. Just
Okay, thank
pointing
you.
that out.
So,
Trustee Constados.
I was just going to say we're getting off track. That's all.
Okay.
But
I
I'm
will.
good now.
I agree with Trustee Kumar a little bit on some of this. We differ on some other things. She did put together this lengthy packet at the last minute, but I'm guilty of kind of doing the same thing by putting a 2-page memo up here that differentiates the differences between the potential dissolved commissions and the potentially new commissions. So with that being said, I think it is appropriate for us to table this. I don't necessarily think it needs to go to a cow, but I do believe that Trustee Kozar brings up a good point where we could table this to our next meeting. If more discussion is needed by our trustees and our board, we can then table it again and again if necessary. I do believe that 2 weeks is plenty of time to look over this and the 2-page memo that I put out there. But we can move forward with this. Trustee Constados.
I'm sorry, I just need to ask a question. So if we can table this and keep tabling it to continue to have discussions, but we can't discuss it today and table it to discuss it again, table it to discuss it again.
So-
I just need to be clear on that, because I feel like we can't discuss it today, but we can table it later to keep discussing it for more and more and more meetings. And all of these people came out here and took their time to talk to us, so I mean, I would assume they're still here because they might want to hear what some of us want to say. So I'm just confused as to why.
All right, so what we're going to do, Council, if you
Okay,
could
then.
please address that question, and then we're going to move forward with a roll call vote.
It is the prerogative of the board, if a majority of the board wants to postpone discussion and continue to postpone discussion, that's something that can happen, but a majority of the board can also force a vote on any time. So there isn't a strict process in terms of you only have so many meetings to discuss it. It can be tabled indefinitely. But that is not the motion that's on the table right now, which is to send it to the cow, which is the second Monday of July.
All right, so right now we have a motion to send 9 C, D, E, and F to a cow. Is there a date certain for a cow?
the next.
July 14th.
July 14th.
To the July 14th cow. So that is the motion made by Trustee Kumar, seconded by Trustee Cordova. Roll call vote.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constantos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
No.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. That will be sent to account.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the date on that, please?
14th.
Thank you.
Next meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Save my questions till then.
Thank you. Moving along, we have...
Point of clarification, is there anything that is needed from anybody here? Because I know that trustee Kumar had said that she had a list of some things. Is
Yes.
there anything else that you wanted us
I
to
will.
prepare for the cow?
I will definitely send you a whole list, and you can read my packet to read my suggestions, see how you feel about it, come back. It is meant to include all the volunteers rather than disenfranchise a set of volunteers, which I'm extremely against. We need to use all our volunteers. I actually suggested Matt over there a couple years ago. And this is not that, and that's, you can read the packet. That's all I will say.
Trustee Alfano.
Can council also weigh in on that to us as well?
Trustee, could you reiterate what the question is? That you're
Yes,
asking?
would you be able to weigh in on the draft?
Oh, that Trustee Kumar provided?
Yes.
Certainly.
Thank you.
I would also like to see that Trustee Kumar's packet and my memo be presented to the public for review before the COW meeting.
Trustee Patrick, along with that, I will also be spelling out some other Excel spreadsheets. If you're willing for me to send all those to the public, I would be willing to send all the information I have. Thank you.
Okay, moving along to item 9G, an ordinance of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, amending Article 2 of Chapter 3 of the Villa Park Municipal Code regarding the Local Liquor Control Commission. So before you, again, I have made a proposal to change our Liquor Control Commission to accommodate a few things. First of all, in the past, the local Liquor Control Commission has consisted of the village president and 2 appointees. Those previously were President Kazone, Ray Rupsearch, and Al Bolthice, all previous village presidents. Part of the reason why I believe that this change is necessary is for transparency reasons. Most recently in the past, we have had issues where the board found out through a developer email to the board that the previous president had guaranteed something that he could not to a developer, including a liquor licensing and gaming. That has to come to the board for approval for those licenses to be opened, and that had not. This was a big discussion that took place with the previous board. And what I would like to do with this is I would like to make a more transparent process. What I would like to do is I would like to have the Local Liquor Control Commission be of 5 members, 1 including myself acting as the Local Liquor Control Commission as mandated by state. Having the other members on this commission will allow us to be able to properly vet applications and processes moving forward. So that way things like guaranteeing liquor licenses or gaming do not become a surprise to this board or something that we cannot do. This is an opportunity for more eyes to be on the applications that come forward. So that way we could make the right choices to make sure if some of these establishments are best for Villa Park. As you already know, gaming has been a topic of controversy here in Villa Park for quite a while. Now, the state regulates gaming and the village does not. However, part of the requirements for obtaining your gaming license lies with the issuance of a liquor license issued by the Village of Villa Park. That is our sole tool at our disposal to try to establish where gaming should or should not be in the Village of Villa Park. Having more eyes on this to vet these processes is going to be beneficial and more transparent in the process. I'm also recommending that the Liquor Control Commission meet monthly to discuss things, to also look at our current liquor codes and whether or not they apply, if anything needs to be changed, or what makes most sense for the village moving forward. We have a lot of different liquor licenses out there right now currently. We need to have sets of eyes making sure that these are appropriate for Village of Villa Park, and that's what I'm presenting here tonight. So, do I have a motion for the ordinance? Trustee Constados, do I have a second?
That motion.
Trustee Khalid. Sabri, I apologize. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Trustee Cordova.
You know, on the bottom of the memo, it says, per the Liquor Control Act of 1934, these appointments do not require village board approval. So this memo is solely for information. Each appointment will be for 1-year term. Is that, am I reading that correctly? So we're not even going to vote?
Council, would you?
There is a vote on changing the ordinance. Your code of ordinances doesn't provide for this structure for the Liquor Control Commission with the 5 members, et cetera. The actual appointments, whether it be 2 appointments or 4 appointments, depending on how the board decides on the ordinance, the appointments themselves are up to the Liquor Control Commissioner.
So for everybody out there, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just one more question. When we talk about vetting and whatnot, I know a couple of these people. They're all wonderful humans. But is there, you know, with being a village president, a former one, and being on the liquor commission, you know, you have a little bit of history, right? Do we do background checks on these folks just to see if, you know, like what kind of vetting process do we have in general for this?
Counselor, what's the legal response to that?
There is no requirement to vet members of commissions, and there's nothing in your ordinances to do so. There's also would be questions of, I mean, if they submit to it, that's one thing, but to do it without their consent for serving in this position, I'm not confident that we would have a legal footing to do that. If I may clarify one thing, though, because you mentioned other people who have served on the commission, currently the commission is empty. Those terms are all vacant, so.
So really quick, what I would like to just kind of give a breakdown of the differences. The current Liquor Control Commission code allows for 3 members. The village president serves as a chair and voting members with 2 additional appointed residents. What I'm proposing is that we have a 5 members total. The village president serves as the Liquor Control Commissioner as mandated by state law and is the only member authorized to take official action. The 4 additional members serve in an advisory capacity as the Liquor Control Commissioners and must be residents of Villa Park for at least 1 year. Term lengths are both still at 1 year. The current commission is primarily focused on discipline hearings involving liquor licenses. That's it. I'm proposing that we expand the scope. They review license applications, background checks, license classifications, and disciplinary hearings. The duties and authority of the current commission are they hold hearings, issued fines or suspensions, and provide legal findings. They could subpoena and retain counsel. In addition to this, what I'm proposing is that in addition to prior duties, they can investigate applicants, recommend license issuances or denials, and advise on ordinance changes. They can still subpoena, retain counsel, and request transcripts. As far as public accountability, currently the commission meets as needed for formal complaints. And I believe that the last time that the Liquor Control Commission met was when they were inspecting Jack Kozar's business Fuel and Creme when he owned that position years ago. What I'm proposing is that the new commission meets at least monthly with notice provided like any other meeting for the Open Meetings Act. Now, we talk about operational transparency. With currently the way it is there's limited oversight of licensing beyond just disciplinary action. What I'm proposing is that we enhance transparency and consistency. Commissions recommends actions to the village board and the commissioner, improving that governance. So those members are essentially providing their recommendations to me after properly vetting these people. I believe that the key advantage for the current commission is that it's a lean structure, but it's a limited oversight role. What I'm proposing is that we modernize structure and allowing broader input, consistency in licensing, and alignment with state laws and best practices. That is what I'm proposing as far as the changes to the Liquor Control Commission. Trustee Kumar.
I have a question about state law. What is the state law with respect to the Liquor Control Commissioner and these commissions? Is there any state law pertaining to it? I just don't know the state law. It's not my forte.
If I may?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The Liquor Control Act of 1934, I know it seems like it's very old then if that's what we're citing to. They just keep amending it from there. So it's always referred to with the year of its origination, which of course came after Prohibition. The Liquor Control Act talks about the Liquor Control Commissioner having local control of everything. However, he or she may also appoint anyone else to help. And what that typically takes the shape of then is a Liquor Control Commission that does just what President Patrick laid out and what has been done historically here, which is to hold hearings and consider revocation and suspension. There is broad latitude given to the local Liquor Control Commissioner and the village creating the ordinances to shape those helpers, those assistants, in whatever way they think appropriate.
So can anyone choose to be on the Liquor Commission? Anyone choose to apply and anyone decide to be a Liquor Commissioner? Be a support for our President Patrick?
Within this code, the change that's being proposed, they would have to be a resident for a year. Within the Liquor Control Act, I'm not aware of another requirement for what a commissioner must have in terms of their background or qualifications.
Can we first vet all that out and get full legal opinion, or this is your full legal opinion?
I mean, I could double check that, but
Yes, I would prefer to double check that fact. Clearly, the Liquor Control Commission is a little bit more restrictive than the other commissions that we talked about today. So I would appreciate the chance to double check that. Thank you.
Trustee Kumar, what would you like to see out of this commission?
I just want information from our legal counsel.
Well, I'm just opening up this part for discussion to ask you what you would like to see regarding
I'm not
our
concerned about the 5-people commission.
Trustee Kumar?
Yeah.
Let me finish asking my
Okay.
question, please. I'm sorry. I'm just asking you what you would like to see out of the local Liquor Control Commission based off of what you know and your experience as a trustee and how that commission operates, and compared to the revisions that I've just proposed, what would you like to see?
I spelled it out. Powers and duties included have the jurisdiction to impose suspension, revocation, or fines. We talked about that. That's been true forever. Conduct disciplinary hearings. That's been true forever. Making sure the local laws on liquor licenses are monitored by the board and in turn staff. I'd like to see that. Complying with state law and ensuring it is followed through with consistent monitoring. I'd like to see that, sorry. Suggestions for liquor classes and fees that are clear. I'd like the Liquor Commission to work on those aspects of things. I am not against this 5-person commission. I am for it. I agree with you on that aspect. I will vote on this. I just want to make sure that whoever is on the Liquor Commission follows what is applicable to state law so that we have state law being addressed. I don't know what the state law is. I'm asking for our legal counsel to give us that information. That's all.
Counsel.
Trustee, I've confirmed that there are no other requirements beyond, it's just someone that the Liquor Control Commissioner appoints. The board can create requirements, but there are none statutorily beyond that. And the rest of the memo that was provided, that is the legal opinion of our office.
Okay.
Trustee Alfano.
I would like just to get an idea of what it looked like in the past when we had a different liquor commissioner. How did they choose who was on the commission? Does anybody on the board have that knowledge? I would assume, President Patrick, you do because you have been here the longest out of all of us, but perhaps other people are privy to that. Did they answer questions? Did they fill out a form, or were they just like, it's you?
So I have served under two previous presidents, President Nick Gazone and President Al Bolthice, and both presidents made those selections on their own, and it came to the board for a approval, just like any other commission member is appointed to commissions. Trustee Alfano?
Do you know if they filled out an application?
I do not believe they did.
Okay, because I know that in the past I have asked for applications when we have people come up for renewal or reappointment, and I have never received any that I have asked for. So,
the process, and this is part of the reason why I've been bringing these proposals forward with all of the commissions, is because the process hasn't always worked correctly, is that not all applications have ever been filled out. Retention of those are almost non-existent as well. We need to create transparency by following through with applications for all of our commissions. But in particular, regarding the Liquor Control Commission, no applicant has filled out an application to be a part of this.
thank you.
Trustee Constados.
My question is for council. So just to be clear, the only thing that this is changing is we're going from 3 people to 5?
So,
Or if you'd like to answer that, President Patrick or council, whomever.
The structure of the commission is changing in terms of the number, but the responsibilities of the commission is also changing. It's expanding to include more oversight into other areas around liquor control that previously were just under the Liquor Control Commissioner's purview.
Okay, so wait, I still have more questions then. So basically, in giving others these responsibilities, it's, as far as I'm seeing this, is making the process then to where what does finally come to us as a board has pretty much been very much vetted and almost signed, sealed, and delivered then, almost. And of course, we have to vote on it, but what I'm saying is we're not going to get all this miscellaneous stuff that we're going to have to keep tabling and
yes,
and
that's correct.
the reason for, okay, thank you.
One of the other things that I would like to see is that if this proposed commission does go through, is that they meet monthly and that they sit up here on the dais and it is broadcast on YouTube monthly. That way, all of our residents are aware of everything that is happening in town regarding liquor licensing and gambling. They could also see the vision and the ideas that are brought forth by the new local Liquor Control Commission, and that will all be on YouTube and transparent for people to see why this board makes those decisions that they do. And ultimately, when it comes to the Liquor Control Commission, I am solely the one responsible for issuing those licenses. That is mandated by state. So what this means is that by having this commission and all of this legwork being done by these extra commissioners and vetting all of these things, when it does come to the table here for me to issue those licenses, if I go against those recommendations, the general public will be able to see that I did so without taking into consideration the recommendation from the Liquor Control Commission. So this ultimately is another mechanism in which it's checks and balances for the liquor control.
And then
Trustee
one
Constados.
last question, if I may, I'm sorry. And at any, because it doesn't specifically state in here, it's at any time, let's say any of the appointed people for whatever reason become somebody that you no longer want to be on the commission, can you relieve that person and pick somebody else, or is it a locked-in term?
According to state statute, yes, I have that authority to be able to remove appointments as well. But again, a lot of this is with board approval. So again, this is not just me making these decisions. It all has to come to the board, regardless of who I want to appoint or not. And that goes for all commissions.
Thank you.
Trustee Kumar.
Well, for any commission, and I've been saying this irrespective of the commission, whether it's the Liquor Commission or any other commission, I personally think that an application has to be on file, just so for full transparency that people know who we're allowing to make these decisions. The choice comes to the board, an application on file. It can be as simple as a letter of intent. It does not have to be a full-fledged resume, but I think we need to know why they want to be on this particular commission, whether it's the Liquor Commission, whether it's any other commission. And that's all. And I understand that in the past, we have not done that, but we're trying to be a better board. You said you wanted to be a better board. Let's be a better board. Let's do this in the best manner possible. Let's make sure that whoever we put in is someone that everybody at least knows about. There were some great individuals who came out for the other commissions who have some skills I would love to see on commissions, for sure. And we need to know about them. So that's all I'm saying.
So regarding the issue at hand right now, we are talking about the changes to the local Liquor Control Commission. And regarding this commission in particular, yes, I agree with you, as I do with all the other commissions, is that we do need to be more standardized. We need to follow the processes that are in our ordinances that state law does require, and this is part of the reason why I'm making these proposals. Manager Rivas.
For clarification, Trustee Kumar, we do have an electronic registry of all commissioners of all commissions. Moving forward, we would go ahead and keep doing that, whatever the commissions evolve into.
We did discussion on this one, a motion. Okay, so this is a first reading here, unless the board wants to vote to waive a second reading. Again, it doesn't matter to me personally. We're here for discussion to talk about this. So, any more discussion? Any more discussion? Any more discussion? Okay. Seeing none, moving along to 9H. An ordinance of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, amending Article 3 of Chapter 3 of the Villa Park Municipal Code regarding Class G liquor licenses fees for village-sponsored events. Manager Rivas.
Thank you, sir. This ordinance amends Sections 3-303, 3-314, and 3-316 of Article 3, Licenses of Chapter 3, Alcoholic Liquor of the Villa Park Municipal Code. This ordinance amends the Villa Park Municipal Code, so it requires a second reading. Though that requirement can be waived by motion, staff recommends approval.
Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. We have to make a motion for the ordinance. Is there a motion for the ordinance?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Kozar, second. Trustee Alfano. Now, is there any discussion? Any discussion? Trustee Kozar.
So I think this came about because there would be different events like music in the park, and the VA or the VFW rather would be allowed to sell liquor, beer and whatnot in the park and have their hamburger stand. But then the last administration would then come to them after it was all said and done and ask them for money. There was no contract. There was nothing in writing that said, you're going to pay us 10% or whatever the agreed upon term is. And I thought that it was very hard-handed that after the event, they would go to the VFW and say, cough up a couple $1,000. You had a good night. That's like other businesses I've experienced, and it's not allowed. And I don't see why this would be allowed in our village, especially the VFW. So that's what I see the reason for this being put in there, so we can formalize it.
Any other discussion? Kind of piggyback off of Trustee Kozar said, is that I put this on the agenda because of specific reasons like that, is when the village is hosting its own events and we're reaching out to civic organizations like the VFW, Kiwanis, or Rotary Club, my personal belief, I don't think we should be asking them for money to enhance our events, especially as a charitable organization. So this is the change that I saw that we could make moving forward that would help alleviate some of those costs to some of those organizations that don't have enough money to begin with. But we are asking them to do us a favor for the village by enhancing our events like Concert in the Park, like the Kiwanis concerts, and other events like that. So this is why I've put this on the agenda. Seeing no more discussion, Clerk Lauken.
Trustee Alfano.
Hold on one second.
Trustee Kozar, can we clarify, was your motion to waive first reading?
No, I never made such motion. I was just discussing it.
Okay, so no motion has been made. Then we can move along then. Okay, to 11A. Ordinances. An ordinance authorizing the acquisition through condemnation of certain property commonly known as the Hawthorne World property by the Village of Villa Park. This is an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of property through condemnation commonly known as 405 North Ardmore Avenue, owned by Hawthorne World Villa Park LP. Do I have a motion for the ordinance? Trustee Kozar first. Do I have a second?
I would like to make that motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second for the motion? I have a second for the motion. Trustee Alfano, thank you. Is there discussion? Trustee Cordova.
So we had Dr. Vish that was here and kind of talking some numbers. If we can kind of run through real quickly what the cost would be for us to go through condemnation, just to kind of get some very clear points of what that looks like.
If we could ask Community Development Director Mark McLaughlin to step forward.
Come on down.
Good evening. Oh, it is full. Yes, thank you.
It was more full before.
Yeah. 11. Yeah. So yes, the point from this point forward, it would be all legal fees, and then if ultimately in front of a court they decide that eminent domain or condemnation goes forward, it would be the price for the property, which is unknown at this time. We, as you guys know, we made an offer of $1.85 million. That was not accepted, but that is our starting point And as you also know, we believe that that price is a little high based on the additional environmental contaminants that are on site. But it is legal fees from here on out, if you vote to approve yes.
Council?
Just to clarify, and Mr. McLaughlin, I don't think you were aware of this yet, but the ordinance that was provided to you before the meeting today updated the version that was in your packets. I've been talking to the attorney who's been handling this for the village, and based on some discussions that had occurred with the property owner's attorney, there were changes made to this ordinance. And I specifically direct you to page 3, paragraph 3, which would extend the deadline to accept the offer to June 30th before actually proceeding with this condemnation action. Beyond that, though, I would recommend, just as advice, that if there are additional questions concerning this, that they would be better discussed in executive session.
Trustee Alfano.
So then my one question is, we don't need to make a decision then, since we have through end of business on June 30th?
There would still need to be an action now, because an action needs to be taken at a village board meeting. So after June 30th, if you don't take action on this ordinance today, you would either need to hold a special meeting or wait until your meeting on July 14th.
Follow-up question, is there any reason why we wouldn't wait until the next board meeting?
The reason would be to initiate the proceedings as soon as possible.
Okay.
Trustee Kumar.
What is your recommendation on this as legal counsel?
So my recommendation, as I am not involved in this matter, is the recommendation of your attorney on the condemnation proceedings. And I have been in contact with him, and he had offered to be here tonight, but it didn't seem necessary to, because there have not been significant changes. His recommendation is to approve this ordinance as has been presented to you tonight.
Trustee Kozar.
Counsel, you suggested not talk. I just want you to repeat what you said about not talking about it except for an executive session, because what I'd like to ask our community development director is maybe to talk about some of the things that Dr. Vish had made allegations of that just, according to my memory, simply weren't true. And that's what I wanted to speak about.
Respectfully, Trustee Kozar, it's up to the board's prerogative, but my recommendation would be any specifics of what was alleged against the village should be discussed in executive session as potential or pending or probable litigation.
So, okay, and I appreciate that. And this is an example of how sometimes the boards, if not hands, their voice is tied, because we have different things going on and that we have to talk about in executive session and can't just be out there to the general public, and we risk potential litigation. We put ourselves in certain legal jeopardy. The same question came up where there were questions about transparency with the previous village manager, but we had long discussions in executive session. We can't disclose all that, and we can't put it out there on TV for everybody to see. There were certain things that Dr. Vish said here tonight that, in my opinion, quite simply weren't true. The timeline, different, without going into detail, based on the advice of counsel. If you go back and listen to what he said, and then you do some homework as to what actually happened, I think you will find some disparities there. And I welcome that discussion in executive session. So I won't ask those questions of you. I think I know the answers to all of them, but we won't put them out there because we don't want to put our village in some sort of legal jeopardy. I think that as far as passing this today, we've all discussed it many, many times in executive session. the right thing to do is give that authorization. And there are benefits to our village, because right now, everybody's driven past Hawthorne development. The train wreck next to the train station is what I've heard this called. And if the village doesn't take some sort of bold action, it's going to sit just like it has for the last couple of years. So we've given multiple opportunities. We are still at the train wreck by the train station stage. We need to take bold action, and we need to do it now. And it doesn't mean that if we take bold action today, circumstances can't change. Dr. Vish, I don't know, comes into a pile of money and is able to do this, that we can't change direction. But if we sit and we do nothing, so will that property. So I encourage everybody on this board to vote to allow the good advice of counsel that we've all heard in executive session, to follow the advice of our experts.
Trustee Constados.
I would just like to say that for quite some time, our residents have been asking us, and even the board members before us, to please do something about, as we all call it now, the rumble by the train station. I would love nothing more than to see this development happen. However, we do have to look at this from a couple different standpoints. One, listening to our residents who are saying, please, let's do something about this situation. And two, hoping that something could come of this to where the development happens. But we have to look at this for our village, what's best for our village. Would I love to see the development happen? Absolutely, I would. But my responsibility is not to the developer, it's to our village and to the people. So we have been talking about this for a long time, and so I'm prepared to do what we need to do today.
Is there any more conversation?
Yeah, just a quick question.
Trustee Cordova.
So my worry is that we're going to be asking, our taxpayers to kind of agree with this, where we have to make further attempts to reasonably agree with the owner on the offer previously made on or about June 9th. There's a range, and we probably can't talk about it out here. So that's my worry is, I don't know. We just got this at 7.
One of the options that we do have available to us tonight is that if you would like answers to those questions, we absolutely have the opportunity to move this into executive session, to discuss it there, come out of executive session, and vote on it again after this meeting. That is available to us as an option. Trustee Kumar.
Yeah, I actually would like to go into executive session, have the discussion in executive session. I asked for some documents. Were there any documents submitted? I sent an email about that recently from this builder.
From the developer?
From the developer.
Yeah, they have made a formal application for the project. Remember, all rights, zoning, RDA, everything has been rescinded or null and void or expired. The new application was submitted. I informed the board that it was an incomplete application, its initial application. They then resubmitted, missing their initial deadline to stay on the track that they wanted. And we actually issued a staff review letter this afternoon regarding their next application submittal. It's still incomplete, but we still gave it the full review. It's not ready for public consumption at all. We would never put this in front of the Planning and Zoning or ZBA at this moment. It is not in complete, ready to go submittal.
Trustee Kumar, are you making a motion to go into executive session with this ordinance?
I would like to make that motion to go into executive session, yes.
Is there a second?
I would second.
I have a
There's a second by Trustee Alfano. Is there
quick-
discussion now?
Yeah, quick question. What else is left on this agenda? Wait.
Reports. Reports.
Just the reports? Okay. Then, yes, I will be okay. Is it possible to make a motion to finish the reports first before we go into executive session? Especially since the financial person has been waiting to give us a report for a very long time, and I value her time.
All right, so there is a motion to go into executive session and a seconded by trustee Alfano. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Laukent, roll call.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constantas.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay. We are now going into executive session, and we will recess afterwards back in open session.
Let's go quick.
We take a
session into open session at 11:59. We are discussing item 11, ordinances, an ordinance authorizing the acquisition through condemnation of certain property commonly known as Hawthorne property by Park. Clerk Laukent, can we get a roll call, please? Clerk Laukent, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constantos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, so we are now open. And again, just to reiterate, we are talking on agenda item 11, an ordinance authorizing the acquisition through condemnation of certain property commonly known as the Hawthorne World property by the Park. Manager Rivas.
Thank you, sir. This is an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of property through condemnation, commonly known as 405 North Ardmore, owned by Hawthorne World Villa Park LP.
Do we have a motion for the ordinance? Trustee Constados, a
I'd
second.
like to make that a motion.
Trustee Kozar, second. Do we have any discussion?
If I may, just, the motion was actually made prior to going into executive session by whoever Clerk Laukent has.
All right, so we currently have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any discussion moving forward? Seeing none, roll call vote. Clerk Laukent.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constantos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, that motion, that ordinance passes. Moving along to 12A, resolutions. Resolution of Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, approving a contract with Moreau Sewer Construction Incorporated of Des Plaines, Illinois, for construction of the Ridge Road drain improvements in an amount not to exceed $399,771. Manager Rivas.
Thank you, sir. This resolution authorizes the village president to execute a contract for the construction of the Ridge Road drainage improvements. The project was publicly advertised and competitively bid, with a bid opening held on May 20th, 2025. The village received 3 bids, with the lowest responsible bid submitted by Morrow Sewer Construction Incorporated of Des Plaines, Illinois, in the amount of $399,771 and no cents. Staff recommends approval of a resolution to award a contract to Morrow Sewer Construction Incorporated for the construction of the Ridge Road drainage improvements, and we have Public Works Director Mike Ware in attendance.
Do I have a motion for the resolution? Trustee Sabri. Do I have a second? Trustee Constados. Is there any discussion? Trustee Alfano.
Yes, I would like for Director Guerrera to come up and just address some of the emails that were directed towards you that we received from residents.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor, and the board. As presented in the agenda, we did receive 3 bids. Morrow was a qualified and responsible bid. And the lowest bidder, so that's usually our recommendation. We did receive an email concerning some engagements with OSHA. We did verify those, but however, those weren't any requirements of our bids at this time. So we are aware of those situations. We as staff, and to ensure that we have a safe and quality product, we'll be staffing it with both internal and external engineering consultants, just to make sure we have oversight. We do, as a village, we don't have control their means and methods. What that means is how they choose to construct that project, as long as it meets our specifications. But we do have control if there is unsafe work being performed in our right-of-way, that we can protect our village infrastructure and our public and can shut that down. We do plan to address some of those concerns with the contractor if awarded during our pre-construction, to ensure that they are aware of the conditions, and so that we can have a quality product for the village while maintaining and getting a drainage and flooding issue kind of resolved in the village.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, Clerk Laukent.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constantos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, that resolution passes. Moving along to 12B, resolution of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, confirming the appointment of Susan Micah as village treasurer, IMRF authorized agent, and IRMA authorized agent, and IRMA alternate delegate. Manager Rivas.
Thank you, sir. This resolution will confirm the appointment of Susan Micah as village treasurer, IMRF authorized agent, and IRMA authorized agent, and IRMA alternate delegate. Staff recommends the appointment of Susan Micah.
Do I have a motion for the resolution?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Cordova, do I have a second? Trustee Alfano, any discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Lauken.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constatos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, moving along to 12C, a resolution of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, appointing Bill Eisner to the Board of Fire and Police Commissioners. Do I have a motion for the resolution? Trustee Constatos?
Yes.
Second?
Second.
Trustee Kozar, any discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Lauken.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constatos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay. Moving along to 12D, a resolution adopting a paid paternal leave policy for employees of the Village of Villa Park. Manager Rivas.
Thank you, sir. This resolution adopts a parental leave policy for the employees of the Village of Villa Park. The corporate authorities of the Village of Villa Park have determined that it is advisable, necessary, and it is in the best interest of the village to adopt a paid parental leave policy applicable to employees of the village staff. Staff recommends approval, and we have HR Manager Liz Scott in attendance.
Do I have a motion for the resolution? Trustee Alfano?
I will make that motion.
Second? Trustee Constatos? Discussion. Trustee Alfano?
I do have some discussion because this, I believe, was left off of our, out of our packet inadvertently. I was wondering if someone could address what, we did not talk about what conditions we have for when new mothers return. Are there places where they could pump if they are breastfeeding?
So that was something that I was looking into, and I was told that in the past, what has been used as the pumping room has been the offices, some of the offices that we have up here.
So I'm sorry, because I had some trouble hearing you. It was the offices? So if they have an office, what happens if they don't have an office?
No, I'm sorry. I was told that the offices up here were the
Oh,
rooms
the
that they were
offices up
using in
here.
this building and for the staff here. But it would have to be, we'd have to look at building by building to
Okay.
see what resources are available and what office spaces are available to be used.
Okay. Also, I'm wondering with not knowing that, I would like to have a little bit of a discussion on returning workers who are breastfeeding and pumping, coming back maybe half-time at half pay for a few weeks, just because we don't know where some of them might be going to pump, and that is incredibly important, I think. I know my experience has been, I was told you can go into a bathroom or you can go into your car.
Going to a bathroom.
You can't anymore, but when I was experiencing that, that was what I was told I could do. So I would be concerned that we would still want to support that, but also if they wanted that ability and they wanted to take that choice, if we could offer something that said, well, you can come back half-time for a week or two to be able to get used to doing, going through that whole process. I don't know what that might look like, but I do think that that's something that a struggling new mother in particular, because it is kind of exclusive to moms.
Yes, yes.
But I think that that's something to consider. I don't know what the rest of the board feels about that.
Well, I know how I feel about it. We would make every accommodation. And definitely, we would work that out with the employee. It doesn't even have to be memorialized. It would be everything to satisfy the employee's desires and wishes. And you have my guarantee on that.
Thank you on that.
Any more discussion?
I'm just trying to read this here.
Or Trustee Alfano?
Yes, I also see that we have 6 weeks. That is what is currently allowed, I think. And I don't know if that was where we left the discussion or if we said 8 weeks. Can somebody refresh my memory from our last discussion? I think we even wanted more than that, but I think it was more, I think we said 8 weeks. Am I wrong?
Manager Rivas?
I keep suggesting 6 weeks as a baseline, and suggesting that we at least put this out for a year, see what unintended consequences come out of this, and then come back with a report in a year to see, do we up it? We're not going backwards, we know that. But would we go up or will we stay as is?
Okay. Thank you. May I ask a question of the board then, and how the rest of the board feels about 6 weeks versus a different time?
Sure. Trustee
So
Cordova.
I've been on board with 8 from the jump, right? I'd still like to see 8. 6 weeks is quick, and I think we still have a little bit of work to do on being able to, number one, retain, attract, especially we're a little swirly right now. So if we can have an extra 2 weeks, I'd love that. I know we're not going to get 12, but 8 would be I think would be a better starting point.
Trustee Kumar.
Yeah, I will have to get on board with the 8. I'm okay with the 8. I think, it's a little bit more. It keeps women in our, staying within our group, rehiring. The HR aspect of that is a nightmare, as you know, and so I would rather that people have their extra 2 weeks and then come back and work for the Village of Little Park. So, yes, I'm good with 8 too.
So far, the consensus seems like 8 weeks. Do we want to entertain a motion to amend the resolution adopting 8 weeks instead of 6? Trustee Alfano?
Mr. President, I would make that motion to amend the 6 weeks to 8 weeks for a total of 8 work weeks of paid parental leave.
Okay, you have a second? Trustee Kumar, a second on that?
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Okay, Clerk Lauken, a motion to amend.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Motion to amend the resolution from 6 to 8 weeks. Roll call vote.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constatos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, so we still have the resolution now on the table. Is there any more discussion moving forward? Trustee Alfano?
Yes, is there, because we did just receive this before the meeting, is there anything that says that they do need to stay when they come back? Is there a certain amount of time?
That was not inputted in.
Okay.
If we have more direction as to what the board would like to do for that moving forward, we can put that in, if there is that period of time.
So I'm thinking if this is something that we want to use as retention, then I feel like if we are going to offer 8 weeks, then we would want to ask for some retention after when they return. I don't know what everybody else feels about that.
Trustee Constatos?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first draft that we looked at prior to this, I thought it stated retention.
No, I'm sorry, it didn't. The highlighted parts are the only parts that have been adjusted during the discussion, but that was something that was brought up during one of the meetings to look at.
So is this paper we received today the full, or is this just an add-on to what we originally were looking at
No, that's the
previously?
entirety of the policy.
This is the entire policy.
Mhm.
We just
Yep.
got this.
Manager Rivas?
Thank you, sir. We would probably need some sort of legal precedent to see if we could put a clause like that in. I don't want to see us get into a trick bag legally if it's not binding and it's not enforceable.
Can we get clarification from the attorney on that?
Yes, I would agree with Manager Rivas. I would not be comfortable with, at the board tonight, adding in language without further review of the implications of that. I'm not suggesting you would have to table this. It can be amended again, but I do think that that requires more legal research.
Trustee Kozar.
I'd like to make a motion to move this to July 14th.
There's been a motion on the table to move this resolution to July 14th. Is there a second? Trustee Alfano?
I will second that.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Trustee Kumar?
I am really in favor of this, but I do agree that there should be a retention clause. I feel that moving it, we're getting closer, and so I'm very happy we're getting there, but we need to do it right, as I said, with any of our legal stuff, so let's do it right.
Any other discussion?
There was one other item.
Oh, Manager Rivas.
Did you want to discuss the update we also added on the, how the frequency? Do you want to add also about the frequency from 36 months?
Yeah, so in terms of the frequency, originally it was added that it could only, this paid leave could only be used once every 36 months. The direction was then to move it to 24 months, so that's where it was landed as to how long it can be used.
Manager Rivas.
Thank you. We had staff input requesting that we lower the 36 months to 24. Or actually just to lower it from 36, and I suggested 24.
Trustee Kumar.
Yeah, I have to agree with that choice because it depends. Some people have their kids quickly and some space it out. It depends how it goes. You can't penalize someone for having their children back to back. So that's their choice. We still have to give them leave. That's
All right, right now we have a motion and a second to table to July 14th. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Lauken.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constantos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay. That will be tabled to July 14th. Moving along to item, let's see here, 13E. Oh, okay. Okay, I gotcha. Okay.
But you can do it in the motion.
Okay. So, item 13A, appointments to commissions. Appointment of commissioners to the Community Recreation Commission. Should I read it all out? Okay. Is there a motion to appoint of the commissioners? Motion?
Is it for which?
Is it for A or E?
For A. Appointments to commissions. This is 13A, appointment of commissioners to the Community Recreation Commission.
As we haven't determined that commission yet, I would like to table that item to the next cow.
And the rest of them.
And I would like to do that with all commissions that haven't been determined, except the Fund Commission, which still exists. I am fine with appointing whoever needs to go to the commissions that already exist.
Okay, so the motion on the table right now is to move item 13A, B, C, D to the cow on July 17th.
An F.
Go ahead.
If I may just perhaps make a suggestion, the appointments, if you're, obviously they're with the advice and consent of the board. The cow discussion is, I believe, generally more about the commissions in general. You might prefer to just put this on the table and then take it off the table when the commission, you decide what to do with the commissions, rather than have all of this as an agenda item on the next cow meeting.
I would definitely be in favor of that. We'll take it off the table, but once we determine what the commissions are going to be, as I said, and how we're going to proceed with all of these individuals.
So if I may suggest amending the language of the motion, if both the first and the second are okay with it, is to just put these items 13A, B, C, D, and F on the table.
I will be putting items A, B, C, and F, is it?
D and F.
D and F on the table. Thank you.
Okay, and motion has been made. A second?
Second.
Trustee Alfano. Any more discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Glaucon.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova. Yeah. Trustee Constatos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay. Moving along to 13E, the appointment of commissioners to the Community Fund Commission. Appointment of Leslie Allison CI as commissioner for a term upon being sworn into April 30th of 2028. And 2, reappointment of Michelle McDonald as commissioner for a term upon being sworn in to April 30th, 2028. Do I have a motion for the appointment? Trustee Constatos, do I have a second? Trustee Alfano, is there any discussion? Trustee Alfano.
Yes, thank you. I serve as the liaison for the Fund Commission, and I am very happy to have Leslie back on the commission. And Michelle has been working hard as a newer commissioner and member. We recently had the Kites and Kicks event, and they've been very busy, so it's really nice to have those 2 appointments on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? Clerk Glaucon.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constantos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay,
Guys have it.
welcome. All right, moving along, 13G, appointment of Cindy Wood as Commissioner to the Senior Concerns Commission for a term upon being sworn into 4/30/2028. Do I have a motion for the appointment? Trustee
Let's make that
Constatos,
motion.
second. Trustee Kumar, any discussion? Trustee Kumar.
I am happy to see more people in the Senior Concerns Commission. I also wanted to bring up something for the Senior Concerns Commission to do. I'm not sure if this is the right point or later, but since we've been in this meeting for a very long time, there has been a considerable number of roofers and people who have solicited for roofing in our town. They have been going door to door and soliciting seniors. There is a concern for those seniors because they need to read the language properly. So I'm going to ask the Senior Concerns Commission, including our new appointment, to address that issue with our seniors. The language says that much of the language that it is in those contracts has little caveats that say that the insurance will pay for it, but in the long
Point of
run-
order, can we just have a vote on this? I mean, we're voting on nominating somebody.
We can, Trustee Kumar, we can put this in your trustee report.
Okay, I will.
Okay, yeah. All right, is there any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, Clerk Glaucon.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constatos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Guys have it.
Okay, moving forward to H, appointment of Bob White as member to the Sugar Creek Golf Course Administration Board for a term upon being sworn in to 4/30/27. Do I have a motion for the appointment? Trustee Constatos, do I have a second? Trustee Alfano, is there any discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Glaucon.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constatos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Guys have it.
Okay. 13I, appointment of Trustee Carrie Alfano as Deputy Village President. Do I have a motion for the appointment?
Make that motion.
Trustee Kozar, do I have a second? Trustee Sabri? Discussion? Never mind. I apologize. Yep.
Excuse me?
So,
The only motion that can be made right now is you can discuss it or to move it to another meeting. because the code doesn't exist yet for a deputy village president.
So the motion's to move it to the next meeting, correct? Yeah.
No, to the meeting a month from now.
So the what you voted on earlier is that the change to the code for the deputy village president would be at the second meeting in July. So if you wanted to continue this to a certain meeting, that would be the one that would make sense, I would think.
Yes, I would like to,
Trustee Kumar.
I will make a motion to continue this to the second meeting in July.
Which is July 28th. Do I have a second for the motion? Trustee Constados, any discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Laukent.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constatos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Ayes have it.
Okay. 14A, unfinished business. Revisit the Village Board of Trustees Rules of Order and Procedures, passed March 24, 2025, resolution number 25015. Discussion. Trustee Cordova.
So, do I have to make a motion?
Nope.
Oh. We got the the social media policy draft at 12:48 this morning, so still less than 24 hours ago. I haven't had a good amount of time to review it yet, so I'd like to keep this on as unfinished business.
Okay. Any other discussion? Trustee Constados?
I actually would like to ask council a question, if I may. Is that allowed? Okay. Can we also clarify, commissioners who are on the same commission, talking on social media platforms in the same post and or commenting, would that be considered, regarding village business, would that be considered a violation of the Open Meetings Act?
You're asking about commissioners, not trustees, correct?
Correct.
It depends on how many commissioners there are, like how large the commission is. If there are a majority of a quorum of commissioners participating in the same contemporaneous discussion, then that would be a violation of the Open Meetings Act.
Okay, so it would qualify for commissioners as well as trustees?
Correct. But there's not, the number is dependent on the size of the board.
Right. So, for example, if there was 5 on the commission and 3 were engaging in the same post, commenting, as far as village business goes, that would be a violation.
In theory, without the specifics, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Is there
And
any-
now, is that in the rules as well, or is this just for the trustees?
This is just for the trustees, but there is something in here about not commenting on other elected officials' posts on social media for fear of violating the Open Meetings Act.
Okay, meaning just trustees then, correct, again?
This was only written with trustees in mind.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Trustee Kumar.
Are elected officials and, is it the same for commissioners or only elected officials?
The Open Meetings Act applies to both equally.
Is there any other discussion? Manager Rivas.
Thank you, sir. Also in this booklet or pamphlet or whatever it manifests itself into, we also included a Robert's Rules Light per recommendation of the board, as well as some executive board discussion that was thrown in. We could then obviously, we have a placeholder for the social media policy once the board agrees to it or whatever it becomes.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Trustee Kumar.
The suggestions, are they all against the Open Meetings Act, or some are just suggestions? I'm asking council. The suggestions you made in this booklet.
For the social media policy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, could you say
Is
that again?
it, the social media policy stated there against any legal, or is it a suggestion for social media policy? That's what
This is a suggested policy.
a suggested policy. So I would like what is actually legally and not legally binding spelled out within that policy.
Is there, Trustee Alfano?
I think that if we're going to go legally and not legally, I think that we should also have a conversation about what we ethically believe anybody, not us personally, but anybody sitting on this board should ethically do online or in any capacity as a village trustee. Because while I understand there are legal roads, there are also ethical roads. And if we are representing the village, then I think that the ethical and the legal don't always run in tandem. Sometimes they cross, and I think that we need to have that discussion, and that may be uncomfortable sometimes, but I think that we do need to have that discussion.
Trustee Cordova.
So that's why I'm asking for it to stay on, because my worry is that we're going to run into some First Amendment right overreach. And I wrote you an email. I'm getting it reviewed, but there's some stuff in here, talking about, and I'll just give you, vague terms like inflammatory comment or unbecoming conduct are subjective. And we've seen that courts have consistently ruled that even sharp or offensive political speech is protected. So, and that's in here, that's in the draft. So I don't know if we pass this by outside counsel in how this looks. There's some stuff in here being vulgar and all this and whatnot, but there's some things in here that are a little bit overreach and likely violates free speech protection, even as a board member or an elected official.
Counsel?
I'm not sure what outside counsel would be needed on this. Our office was asked to prepare a policy, and so that's what we've done here. But to clarify the basis of this, and it also speaks to what is legal and what is not, this is more of a policy of what you're holding yourselves to as trustees, as members of the board. It's not this is illegal if you do this. It's not illegal if you use, if you provide, content that perpetuates discrimination or have commercial solicitations. These are not in and of themselves illegal. The idea of this policy is that you are self-regulating on how you as a board believe you should be acting on social media.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want anyone to stifle my First Amendment right, even if I'm on a board of sorts.
But if I may, that wouldn't be stifling your First Amendment rights. You would be choosing whether to stifle yourself or not, knowing that it's against the code of conduct of the board. That's the idea.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want a code of conduct to overreach my First Amendment rights in general.
Trustee Constados.
I'm a little confused, and maybe Trustee Cordova can clarify. I don't think that it's anybody stifling your rights. I think it's more we're just trying to be clear in how we're going to speak of one another, our village, and things that may or may not happen within meetings. If you want to talk about a party or whatever you went to, that's all and fine. The only thing that this is doing is it's a policy more for all of us up here. It's showing our commitment up here that we are going to handle ourselves in a more professional manner as elected officials, that we're not going to bash or talk bad about other trustees that are sitting up here or make comments to the effect of stating information that is misleading or accusations that have no proof, stating that there's meetings behind closed doors going on and whatnot. What we say on social media represents what we're doing up here. And if we're on social media bashing each other, what is that saying for us in our community? And we're sitting up here and we're trying to say to these residents, we have to earn your trust back. But we're on social media stating things, and I don't want to direct this solely at you, okay? I'm just saying as a whole, to go on social media and for anybody to say anything about another trustee and what they said or how they said it, or that this is happening when there's no actual proof, just makes us look bad. It makes us look bad up here. It makes our town look bad. It makes our residents look at us poorly. So I think what this is just saying is that we're going to respect each other up here, which is what we basically took an oath to do. And it's not that we're stifling ourselves or saying you can't say this or that. It's just saying respect each other in the manner of doing so. You know, don't make accusations. Don't mislead information. We're supposed to be here to help the people, not to argue amongst ourselves. So I'm a little confused, but that's all I really got to say about that.
Trustee Alfano.
Thank you. So I think I come from the education world. We talk about setting classroom norms. We talk about working norms. We talk about, yes, you know, talk to any child. I work with kindergarten through 5th grade. I have a middle school kid. Any parent knows they will try to find any loophole in whatever norms you put in there, whatever rules you try to make. They will try to find it. So you really do have to kind of run a tight ship when it comes to what your working norms are. If you're married, you go into a covenant. You go into these situations where, yeah, it's not necessarily a legal thing, but there are ethics involved in this. And when we're talking specifically about a social media policy where we as representatives of Villa Park, of the people of Villa Park, of the seats that we sit in, and somebody decides to put your name out there and you don't reply because for lots of different reasons, but OMA would be the first one, because you don't get back and forth online, because that's just not what we do. We are restricted on having conversations about that. I think that it is not out of line to say, we're going to make some working norms here. This is how we're going to behave. These are how we are going to, as trustees, not just hold ourselves, the people here right now, but in 2 years, in 4 years, and in the next cycle, and in the next cycle. This is something that is supposed to move on after us. It's not about us. It's about who sits here. It's about the legacy that we create here. This is one of those moments where we can make this better. I've done some of the research and I went online and I looked in the library and was like, what's the history of the Board of Trustees in Villa Park? I was not born and raised here. Why are people like, you're on the board of Villa Park? Why would you do that? To when people that used to live here, and I was like, well, yeah, I'm on the board. Do you know the history? No, but should I? And I go and I look there and you're like, oh, what is going on here? We need norms. We need to be able to treat each other with respect. We need to not put people's names out in a post and then try to spin things for our own personal gain. We need to know what kindness is. If we expect our residents to do that, then we darn well should be able to do that for ourselves.
Trustee Cordova.
Isn't that censorship at its core? I mean, we're talking about social media, and I have my 3 things here. It's, you know, the 3 things that kind of stood out. There's one, the section of decorum and conduct. Now, I'll read it because I asked that we push this so we have some more time to talk about it. But there's a spot in here that says elected officials shall maintain decorum in all dealings with the public, whether in person or on social media. Elected officials should refrain from personal insults, profanity, ethnic slurs, inflammatory content, and other conduct unbecoming of a representative of the village. My concern are vague terms like inflammatory content and unbecoming conduct are subjective. And like I said, courts have consistently ruled that even sharp or offensive political speech is protected under the First Amendment right. This would chill or suppress public criticism of government decisions or personnel. Second section, use of names. Elected officials should not use any names of employees, vendors, suppliers, residents, or other elected officials without those individuals' prior approval. This is overreach and most likely violates free speech protections. Elected officials have the right to discuss public matters, including mention of public figures or individuals in their official capacity. There's no legal precedent for requiring prior approval to name a public employee or colleague when speaking on official issues. The last section here is elected officials shall refrain from posting or sharing false, inaccurate, or misleading information. If an elected official learns that information previously posted or shared is false, inaccurate, or misleading, the elected official shall correct the prior post and indicate that the post was corrected. My concern here is that there's no clear or fair standard or process that's outlined for determining what is false or misleading. It opens the door to selective enforcement or forced corrections based on disagreement, not objective truth, and corrections should not be mandatory unless legally compelled, especially without due process. I understand what you guys are talking about, but I cannot let a board determine who can say what, even as an elected official. We are protected by our First Amendment right. Like,
I agree with you, Trustee Cordova. However, with your comments in particular on social media regarding what we are going to do tonight, or trying to at least talk about, particularly comparing this legal appropriate commission restructuring, in your own words, to Andrew Jackson's spoil system. That's not only historically misleading, but deeply inflammatory, especially coming from a sitting board member. And what I'm saying here is exactly what Trustee Alfano is trying to say. Those comments...
you guys say...
I'm talking, please.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Those comments are more than inappropriate. And if you know anything about history and Andrew's spoils system, you would understand that this has no context there. I could see your hand. I'm talking.
Yeah, well, I'm just...
Okay? That is uncalled for.
I don't believe so.
And quite frankly, the other things too, we have to talk about ethics regarding communication up here. I already told you once that we are not going to be intimidated by harassment online. I'm not going to be harassed by personal text messages, by you making fun of my mental health. We are not going to take this anymore, and we are not going to get bullied. So go ahead, utilize your outside attorney to do what you need to do, right? Bring it back here. That's fine. But what I'm getting at right now is that the things that you are saying and doing online is uncalled for. And we need to address this. And I believe the rest of this board right now is doing just that right now. Trustee Alfano.
Thank you. It's also...
Order, please. Thank you.
It's also really dangerous because I don't want to make this personal, but you put my name out there. And when you put my name out there and you, in what some people have seen as a really sexist rant over why I shouldn't be president pro temp or now it's president deputy, I now have messages in my inbox threatening me, threatening my kid, threatening my family. And that's because of things that you put out there, because your words matter, sir. You sit in a seat, sir, that puts you as a leader. And I would really like for you once to make that look like a leader if you choose to put something out online. Because you just put my family in danger, and I cannot accept that from you. And I think if we are going to talk about social media, and we're going to talk about where we do the board's business, this is where we do the board's business. If you have something you want to do with the board and you want to drag me into it, you want to drag anybody else into it personally, then you bring it here, where we can have a conversation, because we don't want to break OMA. Maybe you do, but we don't. So we want to have that conversation here so everybody can hear what you have to say, so that we're not keyboard warrioring, so that we're not hiding behind a screen, so that people can hear what you have to say, because we're kind of tired of you putting our families in danger.
Again, I'd like to reiterate exactly what I said earlier. You know what? Actually, Trustee Kumar, go ahead.
Thank you. I've been raising my hand for a while, Trustee Patrick. Freedom of speech to me is very important. Okay, and I have to say I understand. And I actually was the one who suggested this policy in the first place last time, if people noticed. But I've been accused of putting people's name out when their name wasn't out on my message. I was accused at the last meeting by trustees, unfortunately, of asking them the question why on social media, which I have every right to ask. I have the right to ask that question. So social media can be a venue to connect with our residents. Now, having a policy showing an ethical decency, I understand that. But as I would like to say, those are preferences. Those are choices. There is no legally binding. We seem to be talking about ethics on one side, but there was a lot of ethical issues with a lot of the things we did recently that I would say are unethical, but someone else would say are ethical. So we need to be careful about that. Now, we brought this policy to fruition. We're going to discuss this policy, and we're not going to get emotional about other people contacting some trustees because we don't know where they got their information from. It's unfair, in my opinion, to accuse any of the trustees. This board has become defunct. And by the way, I've talked to Manager Rivas about this multiple times. And we become mean to each other. We're supposed to be, and I'm not talking about Trustee Cordova, I'm talking about all of us. All of us. And there's others accusing, because I have felt that there's since the election, there's a glass wall between part of our board and the other part of our board. And I do not know where that glass wall came from, but it feels uncomfortable and it does not make me happy, okay? I think, and it was said on social media by someone, act like adults, stop blaming one trustee for anything. And I see consistently blaming Trustee Cordova for everything that happens. Maybe if we trusted each other better, this wouldn't happen. Okay,
I agree with
we
you.
need to have trust between each other. We have to take this to the next level. We cannot be on a blame game here. Let's fix the problem. Let's not create it.
Trustee Alfano.
Thank you. So I'd love to be able to trust, and I think I have consistently been somebody who will offer grace. I will be a voice of reason. I will not ever change that. I will not stop offering grace, but I will not pretend, nor will I extend grace when I don't feel like there's people who want to work with me in offering that respect, in offering the communication, and in building that trust. And when I do agree with you, Trustee Kumar, I think that it started before the election, and I think it came to a head at the election, and I don't think it has fixed itself, and I was kind of hoping that it would. However, I don't necessarily think that just telling people to play nice is the way to do that. We need the policy, and we need a policy, especially regarding social media, that says this is how we're going to behave.
We can
Trustee-
have.
to-
Can I talk?
No.
Yeah.
Trustee Cordova.
So instead of having a social media ethics thing where we maintain decorum in all dealings with the public and we refrain from personal insults and inflammatory comment or content, we'll just do it up here? Isn't that what just happened right now?
I think what's happening now is that we are speaking our minds from what we've experienced. And first of all, Trustee Kumar brought up a good point. Trust, relationships. Trust up here is a very important thing. But when you get text messages such as, I watched the playback because things felt off with you yesterday, and I didn't want to alarm your wife at Jewel today about what's clearly a decline. I'm a mental health advocate, and it's obvious you're dealing with some kind of disorder or disorders. If you need help, let me know. I could connect you with support. Between your scattered questions, lack of focus, constantly seeking validation from the same person in the crowd, and your inability to flip through papers without fumbling like a 6-year-old, it's clear. Get help if you need it. As a friend, Jorge Cordova. Trust. Trust from Jorge Cordova. Hey, so I got authorization from A to Z to replace your signs from Ricky and Emily. I'm going to be going to put my signs back up there. I don't want to think I'm being malicious, but literally, the owners are supporters. They also said you never asked. And as an FYI, I had 12 houses switch signs in the last 2 weeks. Try not to freak out. They're taking down all the signs now. Fitting, considering how your campaign has gone. Trustee Cordova. So, we talk about trust and relationship building, but you sent those to me directly.
To your cell phone.
To my cell phone. And you want to talk about trust.
No, censorship.
I know you don't want to talk about trust or censorship, but we want to talk about trust and censorship. We, as a board, want to talk about this policy. Do you understand that? Because these sort of things do not build trust. They break relationships apart. And what you did is not straightforward. That is uncalled for.
Read the next ones out loud, too.
Oh, you mean, which one? Why don't you read them to me?
The one where I congratulate you, and I'm looking forward to working with you.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear that? I will read it. You know what? Here we go.
Okay, stop.
I am talking.
No.
Point of
This is-
order.
this is getting
Point of
way
order,
out.
please.
I am talking. Please. Order. Okay? What I'm trying to show here is there's a reason why there's a lack of trust on this board. There is a reason.
It's all due to the election.
And sometimes you have to self-reflect a little bit and think about what is the problem here. This is why we're here tonight to talk about social media policy. And again, I am going to repeat what I said earlier. What concerns me the most, however, is not the conversation, it's the misinformation. Trustee Cordova's public statements, particularly comparing this legal appropriate commission restructuring to Andrew Jackson's spoil system, they're not only historically misleading, but deeply inflammatory, especially coming from you as a board member. These posts frame normal procedural government as political corruption without providing any factual grounding or acknowledging how these processes actually work under law or village code. I went on to tell you, I am speaking not only as your village president, but as a husband, a father. The tone and direction of those posts and every other text message that was sent to me make me genuinely concerned for the safety of my family and the fellow board members and village staff, and I do not say that lightly. We live in a time when reckless online rhetoric carries real consequences. Just last week in Minnesota, a tragic act of violence took the lives of Representatives Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark Hortman, and left Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette Hoffman seriously injured. That incident was reportedly driven by what? Misinformation and public anger fueled by social media. But let me be clear. Again, disagreement is welcome in democracy. But misleading people with half-truths, inflammatory comparisons, and social media distortion is dangerous. Not just publicly, but personally. My job here on this village board is not to cater to the outrage. My job is to lead with the facts, the fairness, and the integrity, and to ensure that Villa Park remains a place where civic discourse is grounded in respect, not fear. And I do remain committed to leading with facts, fairness, and integrity. We will not engage in smear campaigns, and I will not be intimidated, and I will not allow fear or misinformation to define how we govern. This is about social media. We are moving on now to 15A, monthly finance reports, under new business. Manager Rivas.
I am pleased to introduce Finance Director Susan Micah. You have the floor.
Thank you.
Good evening, trustees. In your board packet, you received a monthly financial report that I have crafted to begin with. The report is very minimal. It gives you the revenues and expenses for the general fund and then as well as the other funds. I'm going to take the time to build on this report. I want to say every month, but you'll start seeing different things added. So as a starting point on this report, the general fund year-to-date revenues as of the end of May 2025 total $7,744,969, which is 28% of the FY25 annual budget, but it's also $2,606,097 less than the revenues received at this time, this period last year. I want to make it clear that this delay is due to the finance department is behind on recording revenues received by the village. I'm currently working with our accountant to bring the village's reconciliations up to date and within an acceptable time frame. At 5 months into the fiscal year, we should have received at least 41.5% of our budgeted revenues as a benchmark for performance. So for example, property tax monies are due on June 1st and September 1st, so you would have seen a little bit of revenue money recorded. Not to say we didn't receive it, we have, we just haven't had the opportunity to record those. The same thing with licenses and renewals. For example, liquor licenses, they come in once a year, so you'll see a delay in those. Other revenue sources, including investment income, fines and penalties, residential garbage fees, are received on a monthly basis. The revenues for the other funds are currently underperforming compared to budgeted expectations. I'm conducting further analysis and coordinating with colleagues to better understand the causes and assess whether any adjustments are necessary. As of May 31st, 2025, the overall general fund expenses are at 25%, which if you look at our performance that I just mentioned earlier, we should be at 41.5%, which is good that we're only at 25% of the annual budget, which is $1,687,000 less than the expenditures during the same time period last year. Again, that's good. Currently, the general fund revenues total $7,744,969, while the expenses stand at $8,029,100, indicating an overall shortfall of $284,131. However, as I stated earlier, it's important to note that the revenues have not yet been recorded, which affects this figure. At this moment, I am not concerned. The overall performance of the other funds appear to be falling short of budgeted expectations as well. I'm further conducting an analysis and coordinating with my colleagues to better understand those causes and assess whether any adjustments are needed. I can briefly summarize my initial thoughts regarding the underperformance of the other funds. So for example, the capital fund right now is showing a deficit spending of $1,388,000. However, we need to keep in mind that capital fund expenditures typically appear in a deficit position throughout the year because revenues are generally received after project milestones are completed. That creates a timing gap as expenses are incurred upfront while the corresponding revenues are delayed until reimbursement of funding is received. And sometimes those do carry over from year to year, so you'll see that as a trend. The DUI Technology Fund and the Drug Control Fund are police department specific, and they consist of restricted funds that carry over from year to year. Right now, I'm currently preparing an analysis that will show a rolling balance to reflect the net current year revenue and expenses. Because right now, what you're looking at is just a snapshot, so it looks like it's deficit spending, but it's really not because they carry over from year to year. That's something that I will be including in the months to come as I'm expanding on this monthly report for your review. I just don't want to inflate numbers without having the opportunity to review them. The TIF funds function in much the same way as the police department specific funds that I mentioned previously. I'm also preparing an analysis that will show that rolling balance so that you can see the net current year revenues and expenses so that they'll be reflected overall rather than just a snapshot of this current year. The MFT fund, which is the motor fuel tax, is operating at a positive balance right now of $303,179, as well as the hotel motel tax fund is operating with a positive balance of $65,543. The NESRA fund is also operating with a positive balance of $664. The recreation fund is operating with a deficit of $324,709. I'll be collaborating with the Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation to gain a better understanding of the business model here at Villa Park in order to assess this trend and determine whether it's on track or if there's any concerns. The Park Fund is in a similar situation. They are at a deficit of $766,944 at the end of May. Again, I'll be working and collaborating with the Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation to get a better understanding of the business model here at Villa Park in order to assess whether this trend is on track or if we have concerns. The Swimming Pool and Recreation Fund is operating at a deficit of $63,921. This is expected since the swimming pool has only recently opened for the season, making revenues seasonally and likely stabilize during the upcoming summer months. I'll be monitoring this fund alongside the Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation to ensure it operates as anticipated. The Debt Service Fund is currently operating with a deficit of $7,384, which is expected at this point of the year since revenues have not been received or recorded. There's $2.9 million in anticipated revenue from property taxes, along with 2 interfund transfers, $396,600 from the TIF 3 fund, and $526,000 from the Stormwater Fund. These transfers are expected to be completed by the third quarter of this year, and that will even itself out as well. We have the Street Improvement Fund is currently operating with a deficit of $373,586. Since this fund is designated for capital improvement, expenditures are incurred before any reimbursements are received. As a result, this fund will initially operate as a deficit before it begins to stabilize. I'll also be working closely with the Director of Public Works to monitor the fund and ensure it's ultimately operating at a break-even point. That fund, as well as the Capital Project Fund, that kind of rolls over year to year because projects don't necessarily get done in the same year as well. With the Capital Project Fund, right now, it's operating at a positive balance of $622,000. The Stormwater Buyout Fund is operating at a deficit of $1.3 million. This fund maintains a rollover balance that is carried over from year to year, so that negative $1.3 million sounds alarming. I'm not concerned because right now I'm working on analysis because we've been setting monies aside in a reserve to offset these expenses. So that's another one of those things that you'll save money for a couple years so that you can go ahead and take on a big project or for this reimburse some residents, I'm assuming, and businesses that incur this negative effect on their home or their business venture. The Water Fund is currently operating at a positive balance of $932,000, and then the Wastewater Fund is also right now operating at a positive balance of $376,000. So those are just snapshots, but I wanted to report to you and give you some more information rather than just the tables that I gave you. And again, I'll be expanding on this once I'm able to delve in and look forensically back to be able to give you more accurate numbers.
Thank you. Manager Rivas, how long have you been in your position as manager?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. I would like to thank you and Susan Micah for providing this report, something that we've, as a board, have been asking for over a year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee Kumar.
We are operating a lot in deficit, as you say, and that's expected overall. I would like to know what's going on with our reserve and how much reserve we have in terms of days reserved for payroll and stuff like that in the future. So if you could also get that information to us, that would be absolutely essential to.
Yeah, that's what I'm actually, and I apologize, I don't mean to cut you off. This kind of excites me a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, you're looking at, I can report in there and tell you what we have in the bank, right?
Yeah.
I didn't want to put that on this report for this month because what I'm looking at is as I go back to our last audit that was completed on December 31st, 2023, I'm backing into that number and seeing what has happened in 2024. We're currently working with the auditors. So I have that cash balance, but now what I have to do is forensically go back and determine how much money belongs to each fund. And I want to take my time with that rather than reporting you numbers and then having to come back to you and say, whoops, I missed this or I missed that. So I'll be working closely with the auditors to get that to you. Of course, my goal is to get that to you next month, but the reality is it may take me 2 or 3 months before we get there. But that is coming. And then you'll see that for the different funds as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all your work. Yeah.
Trustee Constados.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to welcome you aboard and thank you for all of your hard work in getting this information to us. I was wondering if you could answer another question. Are we currently up to date on our audit? Or are we?
With our audit, no. So for our fiscal year ended December 31st, 2024, we're in the preliminary stages of the audit. So I've had already 3 meetings with our auditors to get information together and get that to them. With the preliminary, which is the beginning of the audit, is where they're looking to see, okay, where did you end up at December 31st, and then what happened throughout 2024. They're wrapping that up. I have another follow-up meeting with them this Friday. My hope is that this Friday we can wrap that up so that they can get us their schedule for where they plan on being here for field work. Typically, your fiscal year audit needs to be done 6 months after the fiscal year ends. So we should technically have our audit filed by June 30th. That's not going to happen. We've already been proactive and we filed an extension with the state. So they've already granted our extension and we have a certification on that to get through August 30th. My goal and the push that I'm trying to do with our auditors is to get them in here with their field work, even if it's just a draft audit report by the end of August, get that draft audit filed and then present it to you in September. My fear is that I'm not sure that that's a realistic calendar. Most municipal governments in the Chicagoland area, their fiscal year is May 1st to April 30th. And so what you see over the summertime months is that the auditors already schedule out their clients for a year. So what they're already out at our neighboring communities doing their audits. So for us, because we're so late, it's not that easy for them to be able to squeeze us in. I'm not making up excuses for them. It's just a fact.
One last question. In being that we're not in compliance with our audit and we're behind, is this putting us in jeopardy of any grants?
It could potentially. That's why I'm trying to push forward and get this done as quickly as possible and try to get as much work done on the back end so that the field work is shorter because we have most of the work done already.
Okay.
So when they're requesting documents, we've got them ready, we're uploading them. I'm trying to get this pushed very quickly so that this way when those reimbursements come in for those grants, we're not losing that opportunity.
Right.
Only being here a couple weeks, I'm not sure what's out there that's in jeopardy, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was.
Okay, and that's why I'm asking the questions, only because I know you've only been here for a couple weeks and you've gotten us so far in those couple of weeks, and I thank you for that. So thank you very much for the information.
Trustee Kumar.
I'd actually like to ask Manager Rivas if he knows of any grant opportunities that are being held at this point as the manager, which would be held up by an audit.
Actually, several, in several different departments, Public Works, Police, Fire, they all have different grants. I can get you a list offline if you'd like.
That would be good to have, yeah. I think
But-
all of the trustees would like that.
But potentially that would be held. I can go through all the lists and we can get that for you, potentially. They're not frozen yet. And if I could just add one more thing, if I may, the budget book for the current year is at the publisher.
That's awesome.
Thank you, sir.
So,
I appreciate that very much. Yeah, we've been
again,
meeting for a long
thank
time.
you
Thank
for the
you very
hard
much.
work and the effort that you've put in and what you've produced and the little amount of time that the two of you have both been here. This is something that we've been asking for quite a long time. So thank you for making sure that this was a priority for the board and making that happen.
Very well.
Is there any further conversation? Seeing none, moving along.
I do have new business, though. Other new business items.
Other new business?
Is this a good time?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I I've regularly attend the D45 board meetings, and I noticed that as one of their regular agenda items, they have a FOYA update every meeting to the board on every agenda. And I would like to somehow replicate that here for us to get an idea of what those FOIAs that are coming in are, know how long it is taking to have staff go through those FOIAs, what we are being asked to produce from those FOIA requests. And I just wanted to maybe take a consensus of what the rest of the board feels about having a regular FOIA update. I'm envisioning kind of what D45 does, which is a spreadsheet, and it says which FOIA requests have come in. It's highlighted once the FOIA requests have been taken care of, whether they have been denied or they have gone out to whoever has requested that FOIA information. But I would be interested in knowing what those FOIA requests are, how many FOIA requests are coming in, and how much time it's taking staff to focus on those FOIA requests.
So what I would like to do then is I would like to take a straw poll of the board here to direct staff to generate a bi-monthly FOIA report. So that way, every meeting that we come to, we have a section on the agenda that is related to FOIA reports with the information that Trustee Alfano just laid out. Clerk Lauken.
Trustee Alfano?
Yes.
Trustee Cordova?
Yes.
Trustee Constanza?
Yeah.
Sorry. Trustee
Yeah.
Kozar?
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar?
Yes.
And Trustee Sabri?
Yes.
Okay, so
I also, sorry.
Manager Rivas, we're going to ask staff to be able to create a bi-monthly FOIA report for every meeting and take into consideration what Trustee Alfano is requesting in that. Trustee Kumar?
It will clarify who is FOIAing, for what purpose they are FOIAing, or what can we give. It just doesn't make sense. What can we give as a FOIA report? What is permissible?
The FOIA requests themselves are FOIAble. They're public records as well. So most of the information that is on a FOIA request could be put into a database, and already is, I believe, put into a database in terms of the management of the FOIA system. There would just need to be some protection of personal information, but by and large, you certainly would be able to see what is being requested if that's what the board desires.
Trustee Constados?
I was going to add to new business.
Okay.
When we're done discussing this.
Manager Rivas.
I was just say very quickly, we use GovQA as our database that we use, and we've been playing around with the different reports to see how we can produce something, and then obviously also redact any personal information.
Trustee Alfano?
I also have a second item for new business, if anybody else had any.
Trustee Kumar?
I feel like we should get the FOIA report for a while rather than just now. I'm interested in the past FOIAs as well, starting.
I think that's a great idea. I think
let's
starting with the
go-
new board take
No,
place
I
on the
would like to
19th.
Before that even. I would like to start before, from the election season onwards. I think a lot has gone on since the election. I am not very happy with the situation. I would like to see that.
Okay.
I was on the old board. I'd like to see it from there. I'm not concerned as to
Manager Rivas.
what is.
Can we just clarify a month or year we're talking about?
We start from, let's,
2025.
last year, November, or last year, whatever. And we go all the way through. If we're going to keep consistent, let's start from there. Because I have concerns, and I want to also know what the pattern is of FOIA-ing, right? We spend on a FOIA officer. Is it more consistent, less consistent, whatever? I would like to see the pattern. Actually, what day is it today? It's June. Let's try to get it for a year. If we can do that easily, let's do it.
I agree. I think that's fine. And I think I would also like to see a cost associated with that regarding the man hours that it took to put those requests together.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any further? Trustee Kozar.
Yeah, I believe Trustee Kumar read a letter from Christine Murphy, and from my understanding, in the last week or so, it's been Christine Murphy who's sent out over 80 FOIAs for the village, bogging it down. So there are those that speak of transparency. That would be one step towards that.
Trustee Constados.
Just because I'm new, what is the process in asking for a FOIA? Is like everything you ask for one individual request? So would said 80 FOIAs be for 80 different things? Or is it like one FOIA you can ask for 5 things and then another FOIA you can ask for 2? What's that whole process? Just because I'm unknown nor have never FOIA'd anything, so.
Manager Rivas?
Some of the FOIAs we received lately have been wide and encompassing and very comprehensive. And so we've also sought some legal opinions on it. It is very time consuming. We have a very small staff. And so to produce these FOIAs take a tremendous amount of time away from the daily business of the village. We also have had to play some catch up. And a tremendous amount of catch up, may I add, to get us back up to a point where we've completed with our FOIA requests. So we've had numerous requests that have been expired, that we're still complying with. We've had numerous requests where we've asked for extensions because we're still trying to comply with the ones that were not done previously.
So in fulfilling all of these amounts of FOIAs that we're behind on and currently still coming in by the truckloads, it sounds like, this is obviously costing our taxpayers extra money. Correct? In saying, because we have to hire more staff and or have more overtime. So this is a cost that we're going to incur that we obviously didn't budget for. Just to be clear to the residents for transparency purposes.
Manager Reeves?
Thank you. It does cost a whole lot more. It is also exhaustive and exhausting for our staff to comply in addition to all the other requests we have. We're trying to help by bringing in a clerk for 20 to 30 hours. We're going to be putting that out to the market to try and bring somebody in that would assist us with that, or at least take some of the burden off of the other daily duties that we have. So we're going to try and figure out that point that just makes all of this more manageable, because right now it's not.
Thank you.
Trustee Kumar?
Though I don't agree with this constant FOIAing necessarily, I do think that the reason the FOIAing may be happening is the lack of transparency that's thought of or viewed in our board at this point. We are not well liked as a board, and I'm including all of us. We have been very, very acerbic to each other. We are making comments back and forth. These things make people lose trust, and we had dozens and dozens and dozens of individuals who have said they have lost trust in this board. And I myself was tapering on a lack of trust with this board in recent days with how things materialized. And there was a lot of talk about process, and there was talk about ethics. I did not feel all the ethics was great. I was called out multiple times by trustees in the last meeting after talk about ethics and trust. That does something to people. So we need to act like adults on this board from now on. We need to get rid of that glass wall. We need to communicate well. We need to be free. And really, I would like to say we need to turn what you consider mean Villa Park into team Villa Park, because I don't feel a team ethic at all. Our performance right now is unfair to staff, and that's why they're getting all these FOIAs, and unfair to the constituents, and frankly, not great. So let's see what we can do to improve it. I don't know how, but we need to do some team building, or we have to figure out a way to be more positive. This is the one thing I just can't accept on this board right now.
Trustee Alfano?
Thank you. Trustee Kumar, I have committed to that, and I had called for that in our last meeting and in previous meetings and in previous meetings. And even with the old board, I asked for that because I had felt that then too. So I'm not sure that it's fair to say that it's just now, to be honest. And I wish that it could be just as simple as let's make it happen. I'll commit to it, and I have a renewed commitment to it, but all of us have to have that. So you have my renewed commitment. But going back to the FOIAs, I also am concerned about AI FOIAs. I know that in the education field has been what is bogging down people, are like FOIAs that are coming from AI-generated email addresses and with no names, no nothing. That there have been articles about it from all over, not just our state, but all over. Lots of different school districts around the country have reported that, and I wonder how much of that is being generated for us as well. So that was the biggest reason why I asked for that, was because I'm concerned that maybe some of the things that are coming in aren't necessarily of residents asking for transparency, but it's just wasted time and energy and effort. That's why I asked for that.
Jarifus.
I wish we could say it's a computerized boogeyman, but it's not. It's people.
Thank you.
Is there any other new business?
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if at maybe the next meeting, staff could maybe do a small presentation to show a lot of the residents that maybe don't know how to access the agenda, the memorandums, and the packet online on the website. I think that if we can show them how to access that, especially the memorandums. They do such a good job at explaining what the topic is that we're going to be talking about in length. I think if we can do that and show people how to access that a little bit more, maybe it'll take a lot of the questions out. Maybe people will go there rather than a lot of the social media comments to look for truth and before they ask questions or assume things. So I was just wondering if we could put together maybe a quick presentation, because I know before I got involved, I was trying to navigate that and was just everywhere with it. So maybe if we could just do kind of a quick presentation for people who are unaware of that, it would show them where they can go to get the information before they just believe in everything that they're reading on social media. So maybe it could be a helpful tool for our residents. That's my suggestion. That's all I have.
Trustee Alfano.
If I can add to that, if we can do like an iMovie or something and then have that on the web page where we get the agendas, then you can just have
Good
that
idea.
ready to go. Click on it in case people forget, because people will forget.
Yeah, excellent.
I also have they just will. I have two other items of business. There is conversation about moving Coffee with the Board to July 14th. I think people will be out of town on July 5th. I think residents will be out of town on July 5th if they want to come. I don't know if we want to change that calendar date, but I'm throwing it out there. Perhaps we would like to have that discussion. And then I am wondering if we can talk about trustees receiving either a village-provided phone or an extension that can have voicemails sent directly to our village emails. I have that at school because my family and I had been in the ER most of this weekend, which was a bad weekend to not be able to contact residents. And I had people calling my personal phone and reaching out at my personal phone, even though I had asked, this is not where you do business, please. Like this is not the time to do business. And I feel bad doing that, but it's my personal phone and we're in the ER. So I'd really like to have an option for emails and voicemails to go directly into my email so I can click there and then get back to them in a timely fashion. I understand that a village-provided phone brings its own, not just expense, but then when we have a change of board, you have to kind of manage that. But I know we use Gmail, and there's a way that we can have an extension that way. I don't know with this system if there's a way we can have that, but I'm sure Brian would because he knows what he's doing.
Trustee Constados.
I know that when I started, Cheryl set me up, so I actually have an extension here. So if somebody wants to call me, the call goes to an extension. Now, you're not going to get me to answer it live, but it is a voicemail setup where you can leave a voicemail, and then the voicemail comes to my email on my in Villa Park email, where I can actually click on it, and not only do I hear the actual voicemail, but it also provides the phone number for me to call the resident back at. So I found that to be a very helpful tool. That's what I have. However, staff did not put it in the phone log thing that they came out with in the packet, so they're going to have to add me on. Unless somebody doesn't want to call me, then that's fine too.
Any other new business? Seeing none, moving along to item 16, Village Commission reports. A, the annual TIF reports for FY23, acceptance of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board minutes and the minutes held on April 8th, 2025 and May 13th, 2025. C, the acceptance of the minutes of the Community Fund Commission held on April 22nd, 2025. Do we have to make a motion to accept the reports?
Yes.
Okay. Entertain a motion to accept the reports.
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Constado, second.
I'll second.
Trustee Alfano, any discussion? Clerk Blaukin.
Okay. Should we do it? Did you want to approve all these things then? Yes?
Yes.
Roll call. Very good. Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Cosnados.
Yes.
Constantos. Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
I have to teach them how to say my name.
Okay.
Ayes have it.
Next is our village clerk's report.
Very briefly here, been in the role here for the last 6 weeks. We're still missing some data. We're still trying to go through everything, and we are currently in the process of getting a assistant clerk, and I'm working with staff. I really want to thank Cheryl, our staff person, who has been phenomenal and has really put this all together for us. So without her, we would really be doomed. And if we don't have her, we're going to be really doomed. So thank you.
Okay. Moving along to village trustees reports, starting on my right.
I have one. I'm still going to read it because, I mean, we're already here anyways till 1:30. So thank you. First, I'd like to say I don't have an issue with a trustee posting on social media information for residents and the public. What I do have is an issue is when the post has inaccurate or misleading information. It is our moral responsibility as elected officials to be accurate and to correct any misunderstandings. When a drafted agenda goes out to the board members, it is just that. It's a draft or a working document, we can call it. Multiple times it is often changed, reworded, items are added and or removed, and for this reason it is not released or published yet, as to not cause confusion to the residents or the public. It's very important for everyone to know and to understand that all board members receive the draft and the published version of the agendas, memorandums, and packet information at the same time. None of us get that prior to somebody else receiving it. So I'd like everybody to know that ahead of time of others. We all have the same amount of time to review the packet and the information, ask any questions, request any further documentation, and propose changes if we choose to. This includes the public as well. It's also important for residents and the public to not only read the agenda, but to review the memorandums that explain each agenda item that will be discussed. It is clear and concise rather than reading information on social media that may be missing or misleading information. Everyone interprets information differently, so it's always best to ask for clarity before assuming, accusing, or responding without all the correct information. Transparency is a word that, since the new board has been sworn in, is thrown around more than ever. It is not a word you can use simply for one's gain or advantage. The agenda is transparency. The memorandums and packet are transparency. Discussions are transparency being held here, as well as public comments and the ability to reach out to the trustees, the president, the village manager, and staff for answers is also transparency. Voting up here on this dais is transparency. Nothing is final till votes take place, and we can't presume outcomes. The recent social media posts have caused spreading of some misinformation and speculations that only causes division within our community. I encourage residents and the public, as well as all the elected officials up here today, to start acquiring accurate information before posting, sharing, and spreading it on social media platforms or in other fashions. We need to all work together, residents, staff, officials, and businesses in our village, to make Villa Park thrive to its fullest potential it has. On a good note, I'd like to state that at the last meeting, we had a resident and her spouse come here talking about a fence ordinance. And I would like to happily report that that resident, as well as their neighbor, came to a mutual agreement that could be done and settled through them rather than through the village staff or an ordinance change. So they came to a conclusion, and the fence did go up, and both were accommodating for each other. And I just want to say that I think that's a huge step, and it's what we want our community to be. You know, we want to work with our neighbors, we want to be kind to each other, we want to accommodate each other. So I wanted to share that information in that update. Thank you. That's all I have.
Trustee Cordova.
A thank you to the residents that came out. I think engagement is the cornerstone of community. Disagreements happen. It's a thing that happens. So I think, having all these folks come out, 35 people signed up to express what they, how they felt about what's going on in the village is a great thing. If we had 35 comments every week, we'd still be here till 1:30, which is fine, no matter what, if we have 35 or not. But I'm not going to let that kind of go by. That, having that and hearing our constituents, right, the people that voted us in, is very important. So, yeah, that's basically it. People need to come and talk to us. This is a perfect opportunity, and if it starts that conversation on social media, then so be it. I will promise you guys I can be a little bit better on social media. I will admit that it does get a little heated out there. You'll see if you go through my comments and you go through my posts and posting and letting people use that information as they will. If there's anything misleading on there, by all means, send me an email. I haven't heard anything about what's misleading on there in this conversation. So send me an email and I can clarify and show you where I got that information or where it came from. So thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to all the commissioners that came in, current, former, and future. I think that was a big showing. I think a lot of people said a lot of really great things today. And it's just great to see that engagement. That's it.
Trustee Kozar.
It's 1:32. No trustee report.
Appreciate that. Good for you.
On my left, Trustee Kumar.
Well, I'm not that quiet, as everybody knows, and you will have to listen to me, and I was up till 3 yesterday, so you guys are out. One thing I will say is I would hope that this is the last agenda that's this long, President Patrick. I think a lot of the issues that came up were because the agenda is too long, and we do want to look at things, and you do have the right to put things on agenda, but you've been pushing too fast is a statement, and I feel you've been pushing too fast. We're here till 1:30, as was pointed out by Trustee Kozar. What's the rush? Where are you going? Slow it down is what I'm going to say. I understand some of your reasoning. I've pulled out my hair all weekend trying to figure out half this stuff. It was a lot. it was a lot, and it's not fair, I think, to staff. I'm sorry to keep you for 5 more minutes here. I think we need to slow this down too. We can't just complain about FOIAs. We have to slow down this agenda a little bit. Let's get to a little bit of a more normal pace so that we can get home by 12, please, and figure out things. The cow is a very good place to address some of the things that you are bringing up that are interesting and we do want to do. Bring new blood into the system, have commissions more active. Nobody's disagreeing with you. You don't need to rush everything. You do not need to throw 5 million things on the agenda for us to accept some of these ideas. We will be able to discuss and accept the ideas if you slow it down a bit. I think you're a bit excited as being the new president. I think that excitement is valid and worthy, but it's causing our residents to consistently have to come out, and it's causing a lot of stress in our staff. I really value our staff, and I would like you to slow this down a bit. That's all.
Trustee Sabri.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all our residents who came out today to bring out their concerns. And their concerns are valid, and we are listening. All your concerns are being heard very loud and clear. So we are going to take some action on that and see how we can improve some of these things moving forward. Secondly, I'd like to say thank you to our new finance director to bring out this wonderful, a great piece of information we were looking for a long time, which you were able to put together in a couple of weeks. So we appreciate you. July 4th is coming up, so we're hoping for a good weather and hoping for a good turnout. You know, we heard a lot of things here on the board today. A lot of discussions went back and forth. I just like to add something that we are been either appointed or elected by this village, by our residents. When we leave our door, or when we come to this board, we are making decisions based on not our feelings, what is the best for this community. So keeping that in mind, I know there are some changes being made, and these are good changes that we may not have seen these before. Our new commission that we are discussing, they perhaps offer things different, which we have not seen before. I am a resident of this town for the last 40 years, and the reason I'm here because I like to see some changes. I like to see improvement. I like to see this village grow. There's nothing wrong with our town. Look at surrounding town, how they are doing. They are moving forward. We need to do that same way. So please, trust us as you have trusted by voting most of the board members on this board. Work with us. We are here to listen to you, but believe me, our goal is the same, to make this village better. So with that, we are leaving our differences aside. When we come here, we are voting the best of our ability to see this board moving forward and this village moving forward. Thank you.
Trustee Alfano.
Thank you. I had something prepared to speak with, and I'm not going to read it tonight, but I often tell people that sometimes it feels like we're speaking in the void when we're up here because we don't usually have a lot of people here. And tonight, Villa Park brought it. And I'm really proud of our village. And I know that they didn't come because they liked us. They really liked us. They didn't come for that. They came because they wanted to hold us accountable. And I really want our neighbors to know that we're listening. I mean, people, when they have new ideas, when you have a think tank and you're trying new things, you're gonna put things out and you're gonna need to go back and redo it. And today we heard that maybe this isn't the way. When I saw the draft agenda, I kind of was like, oh, okay. It was kind of a shock to all of us, and it took time to kind of take it all in, figure out what was going on, ask a couple of questions, and just kind of see where everybody else lies. I didn't feel it was my responsibility to tell anybody how to feel about it. I felt like it was your responsibility to come and tell me how you felt about it, and you did, and I appreciate that very much, and I'm listening. I've said that I'm always here listening. I want to go all the way back to yesterday and congratulate our new firefighter, Tom Sanders. That's one of the fun things up here to celebrate. And Kyle and his presentation, Kyle Schnettler, he has collaborated with the Fund Commission, and I know that they have really respected that he comes and he collaborates with them, and that think tank just gets bigger and you get better ideas when you have more people at the table. Congratulations to our Eagle Scout. That was yesterday, you guys. Nicholas Denault. His hard work and dedication paid off. It was really, before our meeting began, he was sitting in Trustee Kumar's seat and his mom was taking a picture, and I was like, oh, are you excited? And he's like, I'm reenacting a picture from my mom because this is where I was a long, long time ago. And I just thought, like, there's somebody who raised him right and did it right, and just what a great human being. So good luck with his hard work and his foundation here. I know he's going to fly really high into his future. See what I did there? Because he's learning to be a pilot. Thank you again to the board as we work through some what I think are really difficult conversations, especially surrounding the social media policy. I know it's not going to make everybody happy. I know it's going to be uncomfortable. We're going to have uncomfortable discussions. But if we really do value our residents and we value the work here that we do and we value each other, then we have to commit to making those decisions and being a little uncomfortable. I think that one of our residents, Sarah, in public comment said exactly kind of what I was feeling at the beginning of this meeting. And it was that there's a lack of communication and a lack of respect on this board. And the fact that she picked up on it and she articulated it told me that I wasn't wrong in what I've been feeling here. And I really am looking at all of you to hold yourselves accountable to make that change. And I will hold myself accountable to you too, but we have to do that. It has to change because it is getting dangerous. And when I say it is getting dangerous, it is getting dangerous. It's got to stop. And that's all I have.
Thank you. So I know it's late, and we've had a lot of talk about social media especially. And prior to the post related to Jackson Spoils, I had been off of social media for a little over 3 weeks, and I know that's not a lot. But in the grand scheme of things, when you look at it and how often you look at social media, how easily accessible it is, and how often you find yourselves scrolling instead of doing other things, it becomes apparent that maybe we rely on it a little too much. And so, with that being said, the 3 weeks that I was away from it and making it a good attempt at doing it as well, it was hard at first. But I will tell you, after being away for just 3 weeks, you started being more focused, more confident, more productive, and trying to be a better person without having to focus on all of the negativity that is out there, that is constantly on social media. So what I'm going to say is that I've already deactivated my Facebook page. I'm making an attempt to stay off of it. Not just for my own mental health, but to remain focused, to remain positive, to be results driven, to stop the death scrolling. And I'm going to challenge each and every board member up here right now to do the same. Give yourself 3 weeks. See how you feel. See if you need it. But I challenge you, go ahead and stay off of social media. You will feel a lot better. You'll feel more focused and more productive. And that's all I really have to say tonight, so thank you. Village Manager Report. Manager Rivas.
Thank you, sir. This place is special, and you saw all of it on display tonight. Also, what was special was this weekend we had a summer festival, and it was hot early. A lot of people didn't show up early because of the heat, but as the evening went on, a lot of people showed out, and that's what Villa Park's what makes this all special. I also want to give a shout out to the seasonal people that were assisting, Parks and Rec, and all the volunteers as well as all the volunteers, new and old, and moving on from whoever we're moving on from. I want to thank all of you, because without all of you, none of this is possible, so thank you. July 4th, as you had mentioned, I hope that we see the streets lined with people as we go through and celebrate the anniversary and the birth of our nation. So that's another important thing. And one email I received today from the Crisis Recovery Center in Wheaton. They have a ribbon cutting coming up, and I don't want to give the exact date out because I'm not sure if it went public yet. But it was kind of like an invite in RSVP, so that's an exciting thing for our region and our neighborhoods, for all people who struggle. So that, and lastly, I wish I could be a fly on the wall for the Gonzalez family always. What a great treat they were. They were my favorites by far. Not to say that everyone's speeches weren't great, but I want to go home with them. That is all.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Alfano, seconded by Trustee Constados.
Right.
Is there any discussion? A roll call vote?
Yes. Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constantos.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Of course, yes.
And we are
And of
adjourned
course,
until,
Mr.
yes, and we are adjourned to our next stated meeting at July 14th.